think it just gives you access. It's like a key or a doorway into a kinetic world of beauty, and you're actually in the medium. So you become part of the, you're in the water, you become part of the water. And bodyboards just give you that access to experience all those little facets and all that beauty that's out there.
Sempre sonhamos em ter uma loja de bodyboard. Depois começamos a sonhar em trabalhar com as melhores marcas. Também sonhamos em termos uma grande equipe. E um dia sonhamos em campeonato de bodyboard do mundo.
Good morning and welcome to the final day of competition here at the 2015 APB Itacoatiara Pro Brazil, presented by Toyota SGA. I'm Steve Action Jackson, joined here in the booth for the APB Morning Show by the lovely and talented Paula Simone.
How are you, Steve, today? Today is the last day of the event, and thank you, God, for everything was perfect. Yesterday, I don't know what's happened with the ocean that bring too much present for us. Was amazing. Was beautiful just to watch. Thank you, God.
Yes,
That's
the
so
last 2 days we have been blessed with big, massive, heavy beach break surf, a sizable groundswell coming through. Seeing sets in the 10-foot plus range. We saw some big moves, some big scores, also some serious intrigue out in the water. And also some scary moments yesterday. One of our competitors actually had to be sent to the hospital for neck and back x-rays. That rider, 17-year-old Chilean Joshua Toledo, fortunately he did not suffer any serious injuries. He was able to return to the event site later in the day. You actually caught up with him and spoke to him a little bit.
Yeah, I just asked what's happened with him. He said like just stop to thinking about everything, and I think for 2-3 minutes, and after that he said that never take one experience like that. Say, oh my God, poor guy, just 17 years old. So Itacoatiara, when it's like that, is so strange. Even if you live in Chile or Hawaii, but because I think it's a beach break, so strong. So
Yeah, most people expect these heavy conditions when there's a reef break. But I mean, yesterday, Itacoatiara, a lot of people comparing it to Puerto Escondido yesterday.
Yeah.
Some big, heavy beach break with a lot of water moving around, a lot of current. And if you caught on the inside, it was just carnage yesterday. Fortunately, there was just that one incident in that one heat 3, round 5, where Roberto Bruno and Joshua Toledo got caught inside, and both of their leashes snapped. Literally watched both their boards wash in onto the beach at the same time. They copped a bit of a beating. Joshua got the worst of it, but again, fortunately, he is okay. Meanwhile, today, the surf is a little less sketchy. It's actually dropped down a little bit. We're looking at about a 1.5 meter surf, 4 to 6 foot. We have offshore wind, so it's nice and glassy out there. Some barrels reeling off. At daybreak, we're up here, and it just looked absolutely beautiful. You know, pink and purple skies, light offshore winds, and just glassy, reeling barrels out in the water. There you can see, you know, not so gnarly, I guess you could say, as it was yesterday. Nice and glassed over. There's still some really nice waves rolling through, but much more manageable than what we saw the last 2 days.
yeah, exactly. The guys need a break too because yesterday I think they went to the water 3 times. So today they need breathe and meditation. Say, oh, thank you God, because yesterday was scary. All the guys, all the riders say to me, we go to outside and we cannot like choose any waves. We just need to think about what the wave we're gonna take because it's really hard to come back.
And there you see Guilherme Tomega already out in the water. We've got a lot in store today on the final day. We're going to finish up the last 2 heats of round 6. Right now, getting ready to start things off out in the water. We're going to see Ori down in red, Louis Finnegan in yellow, and a 6-time world champion, event wild card Guilherme Tomega out in the water, starting things off on deck. Rounding out round 6, we're going to see Eder Luciano, Elton Lorero, and Sasha Demjanik. But again, those guys are on deck. We're getting ready to start with Ori Valadown, Louis Finnegan, and Guilherme Tomega. Then just to run down the rest of our schedule today, we are looking at round 7 man-on-man heats, men's quarterfinals, semifinals. Then I do believe we're going to transition into the Pro Junior Final, and then after that we will be going into the men's consolation final, and then the men's final itself. The consolation final, something new this year added to the APB, where we will be able to distinguish 3rd and 4th place instead of just your standard equal 3rd. This will come into play in helping to create less ties and differentiate the point standings at the end of the year. So something new with the APB Tour. Meanwhile, up and riding, getting things started, Louis Finnegan, we're already underway with the first heat of the day.
This is the Aussie guy, the Australian guy, né?
Yes,
Yeah.
Louis Finnegan,
Louis Finnegan.
lone Australian in attendance. I feel bad for the Aussies that decided not to attend this event because, I mean,
exactly.
they totally missed out on this pumping swell we've been having the last couple of days. You know, one of the more sizable events that the APB Tour has seen in recent years. I mean, the World Tour, I should say, in general, has seen in recent years. We're used to seeing big, heavy waves at certain reef breaks like Pipeline and Fronton, but to be able to score this kind of swell that we've had here for a beach break wave, I mean, you don't get that on tour very often. So a lot of guys missing out on this event.
Yeah, I think the Australians gonna love these waves if they come. And I see a lot of little guys, like young boys here. All of them, Chile and Australia, they got 17, 18 years old. That's really good because we can change the generation too. And it's interesting if they surf with the old generation and they got so much experience too. Now is a blue one, just pedal Guilherme Tâmega.
GT up and riding on this right-hander. Drops in, sets his line, hits the roll on the opening outside section, combos it with the forward spin, and it gets a little small on the inside. We'll see if it reforms. There he goes to bank the reverse off the end there. Unable to stick the bank reverse, though, as he takes that one all the way to the beach. So getting some rides on the board. And we'll get some scores too in just a moment. Actually, an 8.75 on that opening wave for Louis Finnegan. So already starting things off with a solid score, the young Australian here in attendance. So, yeah, you were mentioning the younger guys turning out in larger numbers. It's been a bit of a transition here for the APB Tour in its second year. We're starting to see new faces, the next generation filter in. And, you know, we've got the Super Groms, all the kids that are under 18. Here's a look at that last wave from Louis Finnegan, the first wave of the heat getting things started. Nice barrel, little check turn, and resets his line, goes down, and then finishes off with the roll. So again, 8.75 to open things up. Meanwhile, Guilherme Tâmega scoring a 5.0 to get his day started. So, as I was saying, you know, we're seeing the, you know, quote-unquote super groms, you know, all the really talented young up-and-coming kids that are, you know, under 18. Then you've got the group in between that I've been referring to as young guns, like the 18, 19, 20-year-old guys, you know, still, you know, young, but a little bit more experience than the pro junior age competitors. And then you have the veteran guys that have been competing for years, like this guy out in the water, 2008 world champion, Ori Valadown. And Ori, putting together the combo, flips it out on the end section there. So, you know, all of these guys getting some pretty decent waves under their belt to start the heat. We already saw an 8.75 to give Louis Finnegan, who you can see there on screen, the early lead, and now Ori Valadown answering back to Finnegan and Tâmega.
It's interesting because Guilherme Tâmega is 6 times world championship. Uri is one time. But Yuri and Guilherme is in the same team as well. Guilherme, I was teaching Yuri since he was little boy. So it's interesting now. They got the same hit and just competing, but it's still really good friends.
Nice to see that combination there, the forward spin, flipping off the end. So Tâmega's team rider, you know, putting down a good one. Here, GT going for the end maneuver and loses the handle on his board. So Tâmega might need a little wax out there.
Yeah, I think he's a little bit nervous. He said that they're going to retire, but I think he's going to give up.
So again, just waiting for that last wave to register score-wise for Ori Valadown. We'll give you a situation update in just a moment. Also waiting on that last wave score for Guilherme Tâmega. At the moment, Finnegan, they can see sitting on an 8.75, looking for an opportunity to back it up with his next wave.
The next hit, we got 2 Brazilians as well. A lot of Brazilians still in the contest. I think just from Niterói, it's just Kalani Latanzi. The rest, I think, is Zé Otávio. Surfed a lot yesterday, but I think the last hit, he didn't get in. And João Zica as well. They both surf really good. They are really good in the big waves. So Kalani probably going to come just in the next round, the quarterfinals.
Yeah, looking at the next round, round 7, we go to man-on-man competition. And that first heat of round 7 already set. Lucas Nogueira will go up against Kalani Latanzi. And to be honest, I'm not entirely surprised to see a lot of Brazilians left in competition. Brazilians are infamous for defending their home soil. And this year, no different, giving everybody in the international field a run for their money.
Yeah.
So it's going to be a battle until the end, I have a feeling. I mean, last year was another perfect example. We saw the South African Jared Houston win the event. Pierre-Louis Costas make the final as well, finish second, the Frenchman. But then both equal third finishers, Brazilians, Sergio Luiz, Dudu Pedra, and Dudu almost synonymous with Itacoatiara.
Exactly.
The waves he charges over at Shock. Meanwhile, trying to charge into this right-hander, Louis Finnegan up and riding. Whoa, Louis flips it out.
Back.
Gets it around, combos with the roll. So the only Australian competitor in this event laying it down. He means business, trying to represent his country as best as possible. carrying the flag by himself this year.
He's been really good too. He's young and really ripping. Yesterday, these guys, like, they going inside, and when they come back, they got the smile in the face, and I say, my God, was huge.
I love watching this kid because he rides really well. I mean, very talented rider. He has, the maneuvers. He charges the big stuff. And then when you see him on the beach up at the competitors area, the kid's always animated, got a smile on his face. The kid's always stoked. I love that about him.
Yeah, they just play with each other. Yesterday, this guy was so fun. I just started to ask something with him, and he came to do advertise of the Mineirinho, and he started just laughing. Everybody laughed together. Now is the right one, Uri Valadão. Just drop the, look like a good left.
Where he dropping in, sets his line.
Wow.
Flipping out. He
Come
has
back
the
easy.
flip down. I mean, when you say backflip, a lot of people think immediately of Pierre-Louis Costas, but Uri Valadão has his own version of it. It's very distinct when you see him throw that flip, and he's got it down pat like clockwork. You very rarely see Uri Valadão throw into one of his big flips and not complete the maneuver. I mean, he scored a 6.75 on his opening wave with a flip off of his. It wasn't as elevated, but he had a spin to flip on his first wave for 6.75. We'll see how this registers scale-wise from our judges. Meanwhile, a 4.50 for Louis Finnegan on his last wave to go with the 8.75. So the Australian young gun with the early lead. And here, Uri Valadão up and riding right away, this time on a right-hander.
Woo.
Big air reverse,
Come
just
back.
throwing it out there.
Yes.
And it looks like he is going to do his best to ride out in front of this. He does emerge from the whitewater finally. Getting some elevation, getting the rotation. Uri Valadão starting to blow up a little bit out here. While already waiting for his second wave, now he busts out a third score for the judges to sort out. A 6.50 on his last wave, so there you have it. A little bit of an edge for the first wave with that spin off the top, setting up the flip as a closing maneuver. Then a 6.50 for just the one maneuver, the flip. And now waiting for his air reverse to be scored in the battle for top honors in the Pro Junior division.
I was scared for wake up today in the waves because yesterday everybody think was the swell gonna drop off, but it wasn't. It was big. Today I thought it was gonna be happen the same, and I said, my God, if the Pro Junior can go to the final today, the big day. But it was okay.
Well, you know what? I'm happy to see that. Usually you don't want a swell to drop. You want it to stay big and pumping. But, I mean, the last 2 days were just so heavy and on the verge of being out of control. And to see it drop down, enough so that it's manageable and clean, that's a bonus for everybody. And I know some of the younger guys are probably pretty stoked. I know yesterday Tanner McDaniel was saying that, he has never gotten so worked during a contest before. So, that just gives you an idea of how hectic it was out there. Even, world champion guys that you're talking to, Amaury Laverne, Pierre-Louis Costas, they were all saying the same thing. Lots of water moving around, very difficult, very heavy out there. And everybody was just taking a beating out there the last couple of days. And it was pretty much survival mode for a lot of these guys.
Pierre and Amaury said the same yesterday. They still in on the contest, and they say, my God, I never suffer here like that. That was good.
Meanwhile,
training for today.
A couple of scores dropping in. Here's replay of Guilherme Tamega. He dropped a 7.35 on his previous wave and then a 5.40 for this one. He still remains in third position, though. Here we have Uri Valadão scoring a nice little barrel, flips out. Actually, this time, one of the rarities, I think I might have jinxed him by saying he lands these things like clockwork. It's very rare to see him not land one. There, Uri trying to flip out after the barrel ride. Got a little caught up, couldn't get the rotation. Meanwhile, up and riding, Louis Finnegan with the right-hander. Louis flips it. And then he'll duck out as it shuts down on him. So, again, smaller conditions, but, much cleaner, glassy offshore winds. Stoked to have these waves for the final day of competition.
Yeah, these guys, like they flip really easy. Say, my God, the women just make a rolls, and of course they do a years. But for them, they don't know. I think do more rolls. They just reverses and everything like that. The evolution of the sport too, of course.
So there you can see Orivala down and Louis Finnegan paddling back out after the last couple of waves. Wait for the scores to register. I'll give you an update in just a second. So, everybody getting their fair share of waves out here in Heat 7, Round 6. Again, we are going to wrap up Round 6 and go straight into Round 7. On deck, the final heat of Round 6, we're going to see Eder Luciano and Elton Loureiro, the two Brazilians, going up against Sasha Damjanic from Chile. Yesterday, we saw Elton Loureiro drop a perfect 10 on a pretty sizable left-hander. I mean, that was a bit of a beast. For a second there, we didn't think he was going to come out. And then you just saw him go flying out of the barrel across the screen. And it was just like, wow, he found daylight.
A lot of scores we think like that. The guy just drop and we say, no, my God, disappear. And after they come, and come in the big barrel.
Yesterday was a very dramatic day on many levels. This man surviving yesterday to make it to Round 6, trying to make it a little further on the final day. Nice roll and then flip off the end section, so putting together a couple of solid moves out in the water. Orivala down, the 2008 world champion, was actually in the championship hunt last year looking for a second world title, ended up finishing third. So he comes into 2015 ranked third on the APB World Tour, looking to start the 2015 campaign off strong. And so far he's looking pretty good out there.
Yeah, I think the same too. So would it being surf a lot?
Look at that last
the
wave.
replay.
Walk us through this a little bit.
Little barrel. Yes.
So I accidentally said he performed a roll on the opening mover. Nice forward spin off the top, set up the closing maneuver on that wave. So Orivala down putting in some work, and he actually scores a 6.65 on that last wave. Will actually not factor into his two highest scores. He's already got a 6.75 and an 8.75 on his scorecard. And a 5.75 on that last wave, actually. So a couple of scores still filtering in. Ori's been staying busy out in the water so far.
Yeah, he's been surf a lot. Just need to change the 6.75 to maybe 110. But he's still ripping the first one in the heat.
Meanwhile, Louis Finnegan with an 8.75, 6.50, enough to have hold of the second and advancing spot. And kind of odd to see Guilherme Tamega on the outside looking in, currently third, up and riding. He's looking for a 7-point ride or more. And there he is, getting a little caught up in the barrel.
Guilherme, we can, until the end of the heat, we cannot say anything about Guilherme because sometimes he's losing. And in the seconds, he can change everything. So
yeah, you can never go to sleep on Guilherme Tamega out in the water. I mean, that guy can be pretty stealthy. You know, you think you've got your spot secure, and that guy just pulls out, a competitive dagger.
Yeah.
And finds a way to make it happen. He's one of the most prolific competitors the sport of bodyboarding has ever seen. I mean, that guy has won more contests in his career than I could ever recount. Meanwhile, trying to put his stamp on this event, Louis Finnegan on that wave. That one not really working out the way he would have liked. And here we have Tamega on a set wave going left. Throws the flip, comes around clean. Looking to reset his line and get a finishing maneuver. He's going to hit the roll off the end section. So this will definitely help him. I don't know if it's going to be the score he needs, but we'll wait and see. That was a nice flip to open up on the outside. Nice big section stood up for him. So we'll wait to see how the judges sort that one out this morning.
Do you think he's gonna change this wave? I think this wave gonna come to the scores as well. He got
We'll see.
change.
You think it's going to change the situation? I'm on the fence, not quite sure if that's going to be enough to give him the score he needs, but we'll wait and see. I'm always saying that there's a reason why I'm in the broadcast booth and not upstairs with the judges. That's because they're the professionals at judging. I've always done my best to stay away from judging if I don't have to. I haven't really judged a contest since amateur events in New Jersey when I was competing in Central New Jersey ESA, and basically all the riders had to work, judging or tabulating. There's a job I'm glad I saw go away with technology. Thank you. Meanwhile, inverting off that end section, Ori Valadown staying busy. Again, he's already the heat leader with a 6.75, 8.75 in the heat, airing it out off of that end section on that wave.
Would have been really excited this morning. Just ripping and it's pumping.
So I was showing my age a little bit with that last comment. For those of you who competed back in the 90s and even in the early 2000s, you'll remember that we didn't have live scoring or the internet or any of that. So at a contest, you had the judges handwriting out their scores, and at the end of the heat, immediately after, they would all the scores would be gathered and they would be sent to the tabulator, the person who would sit there and do all the math, all the adding up and the averaging out, and they had to do it fast and accurately, and it was the worst job ever in the history of surfing or bodyboarding.
Wow.
And not having a bad job. Ori Valadown, the former world champion, flipping out on that one. I mean, he's just not letting up. He's full steam ahead right off the bat this morning.
Wow, Uri. I was saying about this when you start competing, and I think probably people just wait a lot to see the results as well in the magazine or in the newspaper, because probably coming 1 month later.
Well, even at a contest, all the competitors, they would come up, return their rash guard. I mean, a lot of times you'd be able to change out of your wetsuit, and then you'd be standing around the tabulator's tent, the judge's tent, waiting to get the results, and you had to wait for them to post them up on a bulletin board. It wasn't posted immediately online. You didn't have online back then. And again, making myself sound old, but I mean, I was competing as an amateur back in the early to mid 90s, and that was just the way of life. And, if you were asked to tabulate or judge, it was kind of a cringe-worthy request.
That's fantastic. Guilherme again, the right, really good one. Well, let's see what he's gonna do. Wow.
Mega flips it, gets it around clean, a little bounce and pops it around, banks the reverse off the end there as the wave gets a little small on him. Wave score came in on his last ride, a 6.65, so not quite what he needed. So again, still chasing a 7.5, I believe. And it's Louis Finnegan, the young Australian, currently holding on to that second advancing position as we are within the last 2 minutes of the heat this morning. So right now, GT on the outside looking in, trying to catch up to the young Louis Finnegan from Australia. And it is the former world champion, number 3 ranked Ori Valadown in the driver's seat out there. A 7.50 on his last wave. That will strengthen his overall combined heat score. He now leads the heat with a combined total of 16.25.
1 minute from almost.
So, 1 minute remaining in the heat. And some solid scores on the score sheet of Ori Valadown. There you can see out there, he's been busy out there. Tomega with a 5.45 on his last wave, still trying to scratch out a 7.5 in the closing moments. So as of right now, as we count down the last seconds of this heat, it looks like Ori Valadown and Louis Finnegan are going to advance on. And unfortunately, Guilherme Tomega, his wild card run here in 2015 is just about over.
Again.
And here we have Ori Valadown again, staying busy even in
Wow.
the closing moments of the heat. Pulls in and just gets faded on that one. And Louis Finnegan up and riding. One last wave for him. Roughly 20 seconds remaining in the heat. That one's not going to work really. And we're going to let Paola duck out of the booth so she can go tend to her beach interview duties for the day. Thank you for joining me here in the booth for one last edition of the APB morning show here at the Itacoatiara Pro. It's been a pleasure sharing the booth with you every morning, and good luck with your day out on the beach.
Thanks a lot, Steve. I'm gonna go to outside to pick the guy that's gonna win. I think probably Uri. Yeah, that's it. Uri, I'm gonna I'm gonna take you in 1 second. Thanks, Steve. Good morning, everyone. See you soon, guys.
All right, so there you have it. Orivala down winning the heat. Louis Finnegan advancing out. We'll get into the next heat right after this commercial break.
You know, I think it just gives you access. It's like a key or a doorway into a kinetic world of beauty, and you're actually in the medium. So you become part of the, you're in the water, you become part of the water. And bodyboards just give you that access to experience all those little facets and all that beauty that's out there.
Sempre sonhamos em ter uma loja de bodyboarding. Depois começamos a sonhar em trabalhar com as melhores marcas. Também sonhamos em termos uma grande equipe. E um dia sonhamos com o maior campeonato de bodyboard do mundo.
All right, and right back into it there. You can see Eder Luciano airing it out on that right-hand section. Unfortunately, it looks like he got a little caught up in the wash there. So again, we are underway with Heat 8, Round 6, finishing off Round 6, and then going straight into Round 7. Right now out in the water in red, Eder Luciano. In yellow, Eliton Loureiro. And in blue, Sasha Demjanic from Chile joining the two Brazilian riders to finish off Round 6. Just a quick look ahead. Coming up in Round 7, the first heat of Round 7, we'll see Lucas Nogueira go up against Kalani Latanzi as we transition into man-on-man priority heats for the remainder of men's competition. So again, just finishing up the last couple of heats in Round 6 to start off our morning. Here on Day 5, the final day of competition for the 2015 APB Itacoatiara Pro Brazil, presented by Toyota SGA. And there you can see the competitors down in the competitors area watching the conditions contently. Definitely a little bit of a change in conditions. It's a little smaller, more manageable today. Offshore winds, nice glassy conditions. We're looking at 1 to 1.5 meter surf, roughly 4 to 6 foot. Still some nice sets coming through. Some glassy little barrels reeling off. So some good, clean conditions for our competitors today. And here you see Eliton Loureiro up and riding. A little bit of a mid-face turn. Tries to hit the roll. Actually completes the roll off of that closeout section. Didn't have a lot of time to react, but he completes the maneuver. Meanwhile, up and riding, Sasha Demjanic from Chile takes a look. Doesn't like the way it's lining up, so he's going to kick out. Today, again, like I said, much more manageable out there. Still a lot of current in the water, as always. Here's a quick look at that last wave from Eliton. And, you know, the riders out in the water.
porque a gente queria que ele fosse até ganhar esse campeonato, né, no caso, para tentar mantê-lo vivo aqui ainda. Mas ele é dentro do coração de todo mundo, ele é o maior mestre do bodyboard dessa realidade, né, Yuri?
Grelha 1 azul.
Cara, foda, tipo, uma história no esporte que eu consegui chegar perto, ali que fez, pra sair daqui do Brasil, tudo que tinha direito, né? Todo tipo de onda, tudo que é onda grande, onda pequena. E pra mim é o maior de todos os tempos, sem dúvida nenhuma. Tô feliz pra caramba que passei a bateria, mas triste pra caramba porque ter passado nós dois, mas infelizmente não deu, né? O moleque australiano acabou pegando um notão ali no início e meio que deixou a gente um pouco sacudido aqui. Vi que tinha altas ondas e eu tava com muita vontade de voar ali e acabei pegando altas ondas, todas que consegui fazer bom score e tô feliz pra caramba.
Segunda ola de rojo.
Isso aí, parabéns, você quebrou mesmo, arrebentou na bateria. Ai, não chora, senão a gente chora de Parabéns, eu te vejo nas oitavas, no round 7.
Classificação em terceiro.
All right, thank you, Paula, and congratulations to Ori Valadown. Ori Valadown obviously very emotional after that heat win. Advancing on, unfortunately, his boss, as you could say, Guillermo Tamega, not able to advance out here at the Itacoatiara Pro. So again, in that last heat, it was Ori taking the win, Louis Finnegan advancing out as well. Meanwhile, out in the water, we saw a bunch of waves ridden while we were away at the interview. We're cutting away to some live action, and we've already got a bunch of waves filtering in. Currently in the top spot with a 5.0 and a 5.25. Elton Lavero holds the lead. Eder Luciano in second with a 2.0 and a 5.25. Meanwhile, Sasha Demjanik on the board. He's got a few minimal scores to his score sheet. His top scores so far, a 3.0 and a 1.0. So Demjanik has some work to do if he's going to get back into the mix of things. Right now, it's the two Brazilians leading the way. Elton Lavero in first, Eder Luciano in second. There you can see the current heat leader in the yellow jersey. So again, we are finishing up round 6, and then we're going to go into round 7, man-on-man priority heat. And we actually have something new this year with the APB. We have the APB priority puck, which tour director Alex Leon will be using before the beginning of each heat at the events, before each man-on-man heat, to determine priority so that there's no questions out in the water or waiting to set priority. We will be using the APB priority puck, kind of like a coin toss. This thing is two-sided, has a yellow side and a red side, and obviously whoever comes up as the lucky winner will receive priority for the start of their man-on-man heat. So we should see Alex down on the beach for the puck toss in just a moment as we get ready to go into round 7 competition, man-on-man priority heats. Again, we will be determining priority throughout the course of the year with a toss of the APB priority puck. So some new features in this year's tour. Something else I mentioned earlier, coming up later today, we will see the consolation final. The second place finishers in the semifinals will battle it out to distinguish third and fourth. This will definitely play into the point standings by year's end, which is the idea behind differentiating third and fourth as opposed to equal third. So creating a little more separation in the points. So innovation, progress, moving forward in year 2 of the APB as the New World Tour continues to build and grow and innovate. So kudos to Tour Director Alex Leon for pushing the tour and the sport of bodyboarding forward into its next and new bright future. Cheers to you, Alex. Appreciate the work you're putting in. Meanwhile, score falling into place for Sasha Damjanic on his last wave, a 7.75. We'll see if we can't cue up a quick replay once again for Sasha so we can take a second look at that wave. While I was discussing the priority puck, here's a look at the last wave for Elton Lerrero. Elton tweaking a little air off of that section. Reminiscent of old airs from you would see from Ben Severson back in the early 90s. You get that section just coming out of the barrel where it's pitching over, and you launch up, tweak, come back down, and set up the rest of the wave. You know, kind of a smaller aerial maneuver, using it to set up the rest of the wave as opposed to using an invert as a opening maneuver or finishing maneuver. But anyway, I digress. There's a lot of things we've seen change over the course of the years in bodyboarding. We've seen the progression of aerial maneuvers to the point where in the current era of bodyboarding, I mean, the sport has become so aerial-based and acrobatic, it's almost completely different than what we saw 20 years ago in the sport. Meanwhile, there you can see Eder Luciano and up and riding on this one. Sasha Damjanic going for the air reverse, but unfortunately doesn't get the projection he needs. He lands off the back. Sasha looking to replace a 3.50 as a secondary score and firm up his newly acquired lead on the heat. Meanwhile, Elton Lerrero trying to remain in advancing position. And Eder Luciano currently in the third spot. He's on the hunt for a 5.0 to go with his 5.25 and replace a 2.0 so that he can move on to round 7 man-on-man action. So again, just a quick recap of what we're going to see today. This is going to be the final day of competition as we wrap things up here at the 2015 APB Itacoatiara Pro presented by Toyota SGA. We are going to wrap up this last heat of round 6 and go right into round 7 man-on-man priority heats. And then from there, men's quarterfinals, semifinals, the Pro Junior final, and then the men's consolation final and the men's final itself as we work our way towards crowning our event champions later this afternoon. So plenty of bodyboarding action to come today. Be sure to stay tuned online. And trying to stay tuned in this heat, Elton Lerrero hitting the air roll spin. Didn't get much elevation, so that won't be a big scoring wave, but still, you know, trying to strengthen his hold on the second and advancing position, trying to fend off fellow Brazilian Eder Luciano. Meanwhile, the man to the right on your screen in the blue jersey, the Chilean Sasha Damjanic, currently in the lead on the strength of a 7.75, looking to replace a 3.50. Here he is up and riding, trying to give it a go on the left. Drops in, sets his line, driving for speed, looking for a section. There he goes, tweaks the air, and looks like he got a little caught up in the whitewater. There you see he pops up in the whitewash. So Damjanic trying to build on his score, but unsuccessful on that attempt. He will make his way back out to the lineup and give it another go. Still plenty of time left in this heat for the situation to change out there. All of these guys still within striking distance. So we'll see how everything pans out by heat's end. Again, right now, heat 8, round 6, finishing off round 6 and going into round 7 on the final day of competition here at Itacoatiara. Meanwhile, getting to some online shout-outs, Tom Thomas from Reunion Island, currently living in Australia, giving a quick shout-out to the APB Tour judges. Once again, this morning he tuned in and checked in with me early. Also, checking in with Paula. Paula asked me to give a quick shout-out to Giovanni Ferreira. He is tuning in and watching the live webcast. Thanks for following along with us. Also, some people checking in yesterday that I did not get to on the APB tour site. Marcio Silva, Fatima Melo from Radio Nazare, and three-time Women's World Champion Isabella Souza was tuned in yesterday. Also, Sam Brown from Kauai following along, and Gonzalo Bello Lorenzo, Nicholas Diaz. I mean, we had a long list of people tuned in from around the world, sending us some positive comments and shout-outs for the riders that they're cheering on from home. Thank you to everybody for tuning in, following along, and supporting professional bodyboarding on the international level. So again, just getting started today. We're in the second heat of the morning, finishing off round 6, heat 8 out in the water. Current situation, Sasha Damjanic in first, the Chilean in the lead with a 7.75, looking to replace a 3.50 as a backup score. Meanwhile, in second position, Elton Lorero, who had a big day yesterday, dialed in a perfect 10, sitting on a 5 and a 5.25 right now. He holds the second and advancing position. Meanwhile, Eder Luciano, currently in the third spot on the outside looking in. He's got a 5.25 and a 2.0. He needs a 5.0 to move ahead of Elton Lorero. So he's got some work to do right now. Very much manageable, just needs a wave to come his way. Roughly 6 minutes left in the heat. And here we can see some more sets rolling in. Not as big as yesterday, but still some size and power. About 4 to 6 foot coming in today on set. And our riders doing their best to take advantage of the cleaner conditions. And again, we mentioned it earlier this morning in the morning show. We'd like to send our best wishes out to Joshua Toledo, recovering from his harrowing experience out in the water during his round 5 heat yesterday. Right now, though, we are actually going to throw things down to the beach. Paula is with Alex, Leon, and the riders of the first heat of round 7 for the puck toss. So take it away, Paula.
Hi guys, now we're going to explain what's going to happen with the priority when you start to do the hit man by man and man to man. So Alex just choose. Kalani got the priority.
4 minutos, 50 segundos.
All right, so there you have it.
Parabéns, Zé.
The
Só vou
priority
explicar
puck
em
toss.
português o que vai acontecer agora. A partir de agora, toda a bateria que começar homem a homem, a prioridade vai ser escolhida assim. Vai ser no cara a cara.
All right, so there you have it, the official APB puck toss, the priority puck toss, and it will be Kalani Latanzi with first priority when these two riders enter the water. Again, Kalani Latanzi, Lucas Nogueira, starting things off for round 7, man-on-man competition. Kalani Latanzi winning priority prior to paddling out. And this will be something featured throughout every event for the 2015 APB World Tour. Once we get to man-on-man competition, there will be a priority puck toss to determine who gets priority before entering the water. So there's no trying to establish priority out in the water or, questions or, uncertainty. It's already been determined before these guys even step foot into the water to enter for their heat. So there you have it. Kalani Latanzi taking the priority when we begin the first heat of round 7. And score update out in the water. Sasha Damjanic with a 4.50 on his previous wave. That strengthens his overall combined heat score to 12.25. He holds the lead over Elton Lorero. Elton with a 5.25 and a 6.0 on his previous wave. So now Eder Luciano with a 5.25, 5.05. Now needs a 6.0. And there you can see down in the competitors area, people starting to assemble for the day. We've got the monitors in the guest area as well as the competitors area. It's still early here in Brazil, just about 7:30 local time. I think a lot of people are still in bed sleeping. Yesterday was a long, exhausting day for everybody involved, especially the competitors. But these guys that made it to the final day, they're up early, getting some work done out in the water already. There you can see Elton Lavero, who actually was bumped to third. Eder Luciano on his last wave scoring a 6.40. Elton trying to answer back. He needs a 5.66. So situation change out in the water. Eder Luciano to second, Elton Lavero to third, but again, waiting for that last score from Elton Lavero to filter in. We could see yet again a situation change. Meanwhile, Sasha Damjanic out the back, signaling to the beach announcer looking for a situation update. He is your current heat leader with a 7.75 and a 4.50. So that's the situation out in the water at the moment. Sasha Damjanic, the Chilean, in the lead. The two Brazilians battling out for advancement position. Eder Luciano currently in second. Elton Lavero in third, waiting for that score to drop. Keep you updated. Meanwhile, it looks like we have a set rolling in out the back. For those we're watching the last couple days, saying we have a set out the back was a little scary for some of our competitors, as those sets were coming in big and mean and sometimes 3 or 4 at a time, so they were just stacked up on each other. And meanwhile, there you can see down in the competitors area, made it through to round 6. Unfortunately, was eliminated at the end of the day yesterday. South African young gun Luke Kitchen putting in a solid performance here at the Itacoatiara Pro, the first event of the year, and the young South African came out and impressed everybody here in the field of competitors as well as, event staff. And whoa, Elton Lavero flipping it out there. He had a 6.75 on his last wave, which was actually enough to move him into first. They're looking to put a little icing on the cake as Elton Lavero looking to take the heat win, counting down the final seconds of the heat. So it looks like it will be Elton Lavero taking the heat win, Sasha Damjanic in second, and unfortunately Eder Luciano is going to come up a little short at the end here. He will call it a day early here on the final day of competition. So again, right now, Elton Lavero in first on the strength of a 6.0 and a 6.75. He will take the heat win. Meanwhile, Sasha Damjanic with a 7.75 and a 4.50. He will advance out in the second spot. So there you have the winners of Heat 8, the final heat of round 6. And we will be going into the first heat of round 7 in just a moment. Again, coming up out in the water, Lucas Nogueira in red, Kalani Latanzi in yellow. Kalani Latanzi will have priority when we get things underway. We'll be back with that right after this.
Sempre sonhamos em ter uma loja de bodyboarding. Depois começamos a sonhar em trabalhar com as melhores marcas. Também sonhamos em termos uma grande equipe. E um dia sonhamos com o maior campeonato de bodyboard do mundo.
All right, and welcome back to day 5 of competition, the final day of competition here at the 2015 APB World Tour Itacoatiara Pro, presented by Toyota SGA. We are underway out in the water with the first heat of round 7 out in the water right now. We have this man, Lucas Nogueira, in red. In yellow with priority was Kalani Latanzi to start things off. Again, this year utilizing something new, the APB priority puck. Using a flip of the priority puck to determine who has priority before entering the water so that there are no issues in the water in determining who will establish priority because it's already been established beforehand. So, making life a little easier for our competitors and trying to progress the sport a little bit further. Sometimes little things make a big difference. And if these guys can hit the water already knowing, all right, so-and-so has first priority, there's less opportunity for confusion out in the water. So kudos to the APB for that little bit of innovation for the 2015 season. So again, we are underway out in the water with the first heat. Just waiting for some scores to fall in to place for our riders out in the water, and I'll give you a situation update in just a moment. Meanwhile, taking a look ahead to the next heat coming up in Heat 2, we're going to see Tanner McDaniel from Hawaii go up against South African Ian Campbell. So those riders are on deck. As we get into the opening portion of round 7, so just taking a quick look at what we can expect to see in these man-on-man priority heats in the water right now. Again, Lucas Nogueira in red, Kalani Latanzi in yellow. On deck, we're going to see Tanner McDaniel and Ian Campbell. Then in Heat 3, we will see Sergio Luis go up against Chilean Matias Diaz. Heat 4 will highlight two-time world champion Amaury Laverne. We'll get back to that in a sec. As Lucas Nogueira up and riding, drives off the bottom, punches the roll. And there he is. He rides out from the whitewater. A complete maneuver for Lucas Nogueira. Meanwhile, there you can see Kalani Latanzi. Again, I'll get the scores in just a moment. Right now, to continue on with the rundown of what we can see and look forward to in round 7 in Heat 4. Again, Amaury Laverne from Reunion Island, the two-time world champion and 2013 Itacoatiara winner, will go up against Chile's Alan Munoz. Then in Heat 5, it will be Brazilian Francilei Ferreira going up against the Canary Islander Diego Cabrera. In Heat 6, the rider from Portugal, Antonio Cardoso, will be battling it out with the 2011 world champion Pierre-Louis Costas. Then in Heat 7, Ori Valadown will go up against Sasha Damjanek. And in Heat 8, we will see Elton Lerrero battle it out with Australian Louis Finnegan. So competition just gets more difficult as we progress further. Some tough competition, some tough heats coming up later in Heat 7, as all of these guys looking to make the quarters and beyond here in the men's pro division on the final day of competition. Meanwhile, back to scores. Dropping in, Kalani Latanzi opened things up with a 5.75, backed it up with a 4.25, currently holds the lead. Meanwhile, Lucas Nogueira with a 6.75 opening wave. He's looking for a backup score, only needs a minimal score to take away the top spot. He's looking for a 3.25 at the moment. And there you can see what I'm talking about. Smaller conditions today, but just glassy, reeling barrels to be had out there much cleaner conditions than what we had the last couple of days. Some monster swell coming in, solid 10-footers, about 3 meters coming in on set, and lots of water moving around, a lot of texture on the face, backwash, side waves, you name it. The riders had to contend with it out in the water. We saw guys getting caught on the inside and just getting beaten out there the last couple of days. Even saw one of our riders sent to the hospital for back and neck x-rays. Again, fortunately, Joshua Toledo, no serious injuries, a little banged up and a little worse for the wear, but, still, unbroken. That kid's got a lot of spirit and a lot of talent, and it was good to see him return to the competition site yesterday. So, you know what? I said it in a post on my Facebook page yesterday. I give a lot of credit to the competitors. I have a world of respect to these guys. And you know what? Their performance and their perseverance yesterday was historic. Yesterday was something for the entire wave riding community to take note of. And, I applaud everybody's efforts out there in the water. I mean, it was battle out there, not just against the fellow competitors, but against the conditions as well. All right, and it looks like Kim Feast tuning in. And apparently a bunch of the Aussie boys have the live webcast plugged into their telly. So thanks, Kim and the boys, for tuning in Oz. I appreciate everybody watching along, following the event, and supporting professional bodyboarding. And meanwhile, out in the water, Kalani Latanzi up and riding. Comes off the bottom, throwing the air roll spin, gets it around clean, still going. He's going to combo it with the roll and another ARS. So Kalani, this guy can ride some really big, heavy surf. We've seen his escapades in Mexico during that heavy, heavy swell where he was paddling into stuff that nobody has ever paddled into on a bodyboard before. And we saw him dialing in a perfect 10 yesterday and pumping 10-foot surf. But, here he is on the final day of competition, round 7, man-on-man heat. And he's working the small stuff just as easily. He's a very well-rounded rider, actually a very well-rounded waterman. He also surfs and body surfs on a regular basis. Pretty much if you give this guy something to ride or nothing to ride whatsoever, he'll find a way to make it work out in the water. So again, thank you to everybody tuning in early here in Brazil time, local Brazilian time, 7:40 here in Itacoatiara. We're already into round 7. We finished off round 6. We're in the first heat of round 7 as we work our way through the men's division to crown a champion by day's end. Also, again, keep in mind we'll be running the Pro Junior final today as well. Hawaiian Tanner McDaniel will be going up against Brazilian Mateus Bastos from Copacabana. Mateus, also known as Matthew Zinu, one of the kids I've been riding with at Posto Cinco for several years now. He'll be coming up in the Pro final, the Pro Junior final. Meanwhile, coming up down on the beach right now, Palasamão is with the winner of the last heat.
Hi, Steve. We are here with the last heat of the round number 6 that didn't happen yesterday. Just go to the water now. So, Elton Loureiro from Espírito Santo, the Brazilian, really good competitor. What's happening inside there? You say that was losing the heat for the 2 minutes to main. He got a really good waves and go to the first place. Você falou que estava ali em terceiro lugar, né? Que o menino pegou uma onda em terceiro lugar e depois você, em 2 minutos, você conseguiu virar a bateria e passar para primeiro.
Bom dia a todos que estão assistindo aí, Itacoatiara Pro. Hoje com certeza vai ser show do bodyboard também. O mar deu uma baixada, mas ainda tem boas ondas. A gente sempre costuma falar lá no meu projeto, lá no Instituto da Vida, que o jogo só acaba quando termina. E aí eu tava em segundo lugar, faltando 2 minutos. O Éder Luciano virou para segunda, eu caí para terceiro. Faltando 1 minuto eu virei para primeira. Muita glória, muita bênção, muita luz. Então estamos aí para dar o máximo esse ano, se Deus quiser. Vai ser Brasil, pode Itacoatiara
E em comparação a ontem, o mar abaixou, mas ainda tem altas ondas. Como é que tá preferindo competir assim? Como é que tá o mar ali dentro?
Ontem estava bem difícil mesmo entrar no mar, estava bem grande, estava uns 10 pés sólidos. Hoje deu uma baixada, mas está mais tranquilo para se competir, né? Mas eu acho que eu preferia ontem, né? Fui 10 unânime, mas infelizmente não deu tempo de terminar minha bateria. Mas eu passei hoje
Prioridade
também.
camiseta
Agora é ficar no
amarela,
foco
último
ali,
ano
fazer o meu olho. E vamos que vamos, força total.
Não muda nada.
Ele então é um excelente competidor em qualquer tipo de onda, pequena, grande, ele já tá expert. Parabéns. Te vejo no homem a homem daqui a pouco, né? Congratulations. See you soon.
Atenção, Calanel, último ano do Lucas.
All right, as always, thank you, Paula, for bringing us the beach interviews, and congratulations to Elton Lerrero, winner of the last heat of round 6. We will see him again at the end of round 7. So Elton Lerrero continuing on first thing this morning. Meanwhile, out in the water right now, heat 1, round 7. Lucas Nogueira currently in the lead on the strength of a 6.75 and a 7.75. Kalani Latanzi with a 6.75 on his last wave. That goes along with a 5.75. He sits in second. He now needs a 7.75 or better if he's going to catch Lucas Nogueira and advance out of this heat. Just a little bit past the halfway mark in this heat. So, again, more people checking in with us here today online. The Aussies all tuned in. This time hearing from Aaron Dodds and the Jeff Wilcox Memorial crew. Said they're kicking back at the Bellevue Hotel watching the Itacoatiara Pro. Right now they're watching Kalani Latanzi drop into this left-hander. Kalani throwing the air roll spin and then just gets eaten up. He threw, actually, there he, wow, just when it looked like he wasn't making that maneuver, he comes out of the whitewater. I mean, he threw it up there. He got the rotation, and it kind of lost him in the whitewater there. And he manages to ride out. So Kalani was looking for a 7.75, and he just threw down big on that one. So we'll see how that scores with the judges. Again, Kalani was looking for a 7.75. He may very well have nailed it on that one. And nailing things down on the beach with the APB priority puck toss. Tour director Alex Leon now joining me here in the booth.
Yeah, good morning. Morning, Steve. Hope everyone's watching at home and they're all pumped for this final day. It's well, the waves are pumping as usual, and after seeing yesterday's stuff, I mean, I'm hoping the crowds and the audience back home's loving this stuff. It's pretty good out there, mate. The conditions are incredible. I just went for a walk down. Well, obviously, I did the puck toss and everything, and the riders are pretty pumped. They're all starting to flock up now, and just a bit emotional out there with GT having his final heat. And we saw Uri getting pretty emotional with his interview as well. But I think we're in for an amazing day today, and there'll be a champion of Itacoatiara by this afternoon.
Well, just to touch on Uri Valadown getting emotional during the interview. For those of you who haven't been following along the world of bodyboarding, Uri Valadown actually rides for Guilherme Tamega, and his new board company actually has his signature models put out by Guilherme Tamega. And to take out your boss who is basically going into semi-retirement, and to take him out, in your home country like that, in his home country like that, it's got to be a mixed bag. You got to be happy about winning the heat, but you got to be sad about putting Tamega out of what could be one of his last regular competition appearances.
Yeah, that's right. It's he obviously came into this event knowing that it was his last event on tour, and finishing in his home crowd here in Brazil. Here's a Kalani Latanzi going for a big roll, lands that one nicely, and Lucas Nogueira.
Lucas flipping out on that one. Lucas currently in second spot looking for a 7.01, trying to nail it down on this wave. A nice flip for the opening maneuver, closes with the roll, but unfortunately comes a little unstuck in that V section there. Meanwhile, that last wave that we saw of Kalani Latanzi as Alex was coming into the booth, that big ARS that it looked like he was going to get eaten up on, and no sooner could I get the words out of my mouth, he reappears from the whitewater. He gets an 8.0, so dropping a solid score there. he puts that with a 6.75, and his last two waves are enough to hold that top spot right now. He holds advantage over Lucas Nogueira.
Yeah, unbelievably close this heat. Lucas was in the lead. Now it's gone back to Kalani. And, total score now. Lucas on 14.5. Kalani on 14.75. This is our first man-on-man heat in the round 7. It's only going to get tighter and tighter from here on in.
Now, tell us a little bit about the new APB priority puck toss that has been installed for the 2015 World Tour season.
Yeah, it's something that we designed together, the board members and a few of the rider representatives, and thought we'd come up with this idea and mix it up a bit and add a new addition to the tour. And, the priority puck toss, it just defines first priority of each heat with the man-on-man heats. And it just takes that element of hassle out of the start of every heat, which is all we've seen, interferences go down in the first minute, and, there's a lot of priority issues, and we thought what better way to flip for priority and also whatever colour it lands on, that's priority, or they have a choice to offload the priority, because priority is not always beneficial. Being second priority sometimes works in your favour, so it all depends. And I think today it doesn't really matter too much with the conditions. We've got a lot of you've seen sets here, 3 to 4 wave sets. So, and not often. Oftenly the second or third wave is the best wave in the set. So, priority does it favours most conditions. But I think this area, I don't know, Itacoatiara, it may pay to be in second position sometimes.
Well, obviously here at Itacoatiara, plenty of waves to go around today. Less breakneck today. You were alluding to the conditions, but we've got light offshore winds, and it's just some really fun reeling barrels out there. Waves coming in the 1.5 meter range on set. So some fun, like 4 to 6 foot surf. And these guys have already shown right off the bat this morning, they're ready to come out firing to dig deeper through the field and take their shot at winning the Itacoatiara Pro this year.
Oh, yeah, for sure. They're all fighting for it. And, the conditions are still the tide's high, so it's still a bit full. Once we see this low tide start to drain out, we're going to start seeing it slabbing again like yesterday. And this bank here where they're sitting at the moment, this right I think this is probably the best bank on the beach, and this right will start to slab and open up a bit more, which, we saw yesterday. That happened around sort of mid-morning. It started to really be real deep and throaty sort of barrels. Here we see Lucas Nogueira on this left-hander.
Lucas up and riding, scored a 6.90 on his last wave. Not real thrilled with what he saw on that one, so he quickly makes his exit. So that will not help his overall cause. Again, right now, he needs a 7.76. Came up a little short on his last wave, a 6.90. So he will continue to search for that scoring wave to try and overtake Kalani Latanzi in the top spot. And you know what, Alex? This morning, as the sun started to break the horizon and all the riders started to show up and enter the competitors area, they were all intently watching the conditions out there. I walked around and said hello to people. There you can see a visual on the priority puck emblazoned with the APB logo. But to finish my thought, I was walking around and I could see the intensity on these guys, the focus. They came here, they mean business. So, you know what, I did my best to just kind of walk around, say hello, wish them all, good luck today. Or in the Brazilians' case, boa sorte, boas ondas, good luck and good waves. And then, let them just focus on the task at hand. And, it was noticeable. You could see the look on people's face, just the intense focus on the waves and what they had to get done out in the water today.
Yeah, for sure. Final day, it's always like that. These athletes have, had 8 months now since the finish of last year's tour in Sintra, to prepare for this year. And, with the APB gaining momentum and, the tour much better this year compared to last year, more events. And, we're starting to get more awareness around the world with the sport and the development side of things. These guys are starting to become heroes in the sport. And, Brazil's obviously the mecca of that. Brazil is definitely, I believe, the strongest region and the biggest region for our sport at the moment. So to win here on home soil, there's so much media attention on this event as well. We're front page of all the papers in Brazil, in Rio. It's getting the attention it deserves. Compared to, obviously seeing the surfing tour here last month and the waves they got, compared to what we're riding, it shows that bodyboarding's such an extreme sport, and these guys are putting their life on the edge.
Yes, definitely seeing guys push the limits. I mean, the last couple of days were a perfect example of that. Guys out there giving it their all, taking their lumps. As the old expression goes, take the beating like a man. Well, these guys were manning up out in the water the last couple of days, and the people we're seeing here on the final day, these are the guys that were able to battle through, endure the heavy conditions and the difficult factors out there, the texture, the current, the nasty cleanup sets that guys were having to scramble and dodge. But it's been interesting to see the progression of the sport. Here's somebody who's been progressing in the sport, Kalani Latanzi, up and riding.
Oh, nice. He
Nice
stuck that.
way.
That's good. So he's in first at the moment. He's trying to better a 7.5 there, and he's going to go close with that score. He got a little bounce on the landing there, but he's putting the pressure on Lucas. Lucas is sitting on a 7.75 and a 6.9. And Kalani's sitting on an 8 and a 7.5, so he's in the lead now. But Lucas is chasing. He needs a 7.76, so the pressure's on him with only a couple of minutes left. Let's see if which Brazilian's going to go through.
And there you can see one of the athletes down there applying some medical tape to their calf muscle area down to their heel. I was talking about the rider's perseverance. A lot of these guys, they've taken some lumps and bruises out there. Fortunately, nothing more serious than what Joshua Toledo went through. Of course, he had to be sent off to the hospital for x-rays on his back and neck. No serious injuries indicated. Fortunately, he was back here on the event site by yesterday afternoon. But, I mean, all of these guys, they're going to be sore for a couple of days after what they went through the last 2 days here at the Itacoatiara Pro.
Oh, yeah. After yesterday, the guys got beaten up pretty bad, especially the guys had to surf a few times. They were dreading going back out for their third time yesterday afternoon, and that's part and parcel of this sport. You've got to be able to surf at least 5 or 6 heats per day in these big events and in any conditions.
Yeah, so obviously physical conditioning playing a huge part for all of our athletes on the World Tour, as you were alluding to. I mean, some of these guys surfed 3 heats yesterday, and there's a good possibility that if one of the guys who rounded out Heat 6 first thing this morning makes it to the final, they're going to have to surf, Heat 6, Heat 7, quarters, semis, finals. You're talking about 5 heats today. Fortunately not as strenuous as it was yesterday, but still taxing on the body nonetheless.
Yeah, I mean, you just look at Tanner McDaniel. He's, he's coming up in this next heat. Okay, he's taking on Ian Campbell from South Africa. If Tanner keeps progressing today, he's got the Pro Junior final on later on too. If he makes it through to the semi-finals, for instance, Tanner McDaniel, he'll surf 5 or 6 times.
He
today.
could potentially surf 5 times today.
Back-to-back heats from the semi. Whether he makes it in the final or not, he'll be in the consolation final, which is another new addition to the tour this year. We're fighting off for 3rd and 4th position, which will follow straight after the semis. He'll have the Pro Junior final and then the men's final. So, we see there, end of the heat. We're just waiting for scores to drop. That last wave for Kalani was a 7.5, so he's waiting to see. We're just refreshing some scores here, and we'll bring them to you as soon as we get them.
All right. So, again, situation out in the water. Kalani Latanzi was in the lead on the strength of an 8.0 and a 7.5. Lucas Nogueira was trying to play catch-up there at the end. And here's a look ahead at round 7. Coming up on deck, Tanner McDaniel going up against Ian Campbell. So we were just talking about Tanner McDaniel. This kid still alive in men's competition here in round 7. And as you mentioned, he has the Pro Junior Final later today. Now, we were talking earlier about the innovations of the APB Tour in 2015, the addition of the Pro Junior Tour, the priority puck to determine rider priority in man-on-man heats prior to the riders paddling out. Also this year, you've added the consolation final, which we'll discuss when we come back from this commercial break.
You know, I think it just gives you access. It's like a key or a doorway into a kinetic world of beauty, and you're actually in the medium. So you become part of the, you're in the water, you become part of the water. And bodyboards just give you that access to experience all those little facets and all that beauty that's out there.
Sempre sonhamos em ter uma loja de bodyboarding. Depois começamos a sonhar em trabalhar com as melhores marcas. Também sonhamos em termos uma grande equipe. E um dia sonhamos com o maior campeonato de bodyboard do mundo.
All right, and we are back here on day 5, the final day of competition here at the 2015 APB Itacoatiara Pro, presented by Toyota SGA. There you can see a quick view down in the competitors area. Elton Lavero getting worked on after his heat win to round out round 6 first thing this morning. And again, just to touch base on the official results from that last heat, it was Kalani Latanzi holding on, taking the win over Lucas Noguera. So Kalani Latanzi has become our first quarterfinalist. We'll see him again coming up in a little while. Meanwhile, out in the water, we have Tanner McDaniel in red going up against the South African Ian Campbell in yellow. This will be an interesting battle. Meanwhile, there you can see Ian Campbell in the yellow jersey.
Tanner just pulling in there. Just getting unstuck inside that barrel. It's a bit of a closeout. Not much there on offer for Tanner, but yeah, we'll try and bring you a replay of Tanner's first wave. There's Ian Campbell. Nice roll on this left. See if he's... Ooh, I don't think he's completed this manoeuvre.
Yeah, that
Actually,
first
he
wave.
may have.
That first wave for Tanner McDaniel, an 8.25. He has a second wave under his belt, but a minimal score, a 1.0. That'll be a throwaway score before all is said and done. But again, opening up strong, an 8.25. Meanwhile, Ian Campbell with a 1.75 on his first wave. So Tanner McDaniel, the 16-year-old Hawaiian, taking the early advantage out in the water. Now, before we went away to commercial break, we were talking about some of the innovations of the APB here in the 2015 season. the commencement of a full Pro Junior World Tour. The new priority puck to determine priority for man-on-man heats before riders enter the water. And also, this will be the unveiling of the consolation final, where the two semifinalists that get eliminated from competition will battle it out to determine third and fourth, creating a little extra separation between them and differentiating the points a little bit more. This will come into play by season end when riders look at the final point standings.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, we implemented this consolation final just similar to how you see it in other sports, in rugby and football, and they battle out for the third position. Before this event, obviously the previous years we've had equal third, and due to the number of events and the ratings points, we needed more divergence between third and fifth. So we implemented this consolation final, which is another spectacle before the major final, which is also helps the promoter. It's good for each event and obviously the audience and everyone watching too. So it's this will be the first time we do it today, but I think it's going to go well, and hopefully it gives the finalists a little bit extra time to recoup, relax, rehydrate, and get ready for the big final. So this will break it up a little bit more, and we'll have first, second, third, and fourth placings now at every event, which is in my eyes, and a few of the riders agree that it's better to do it that way instead of having two equal thirds at every event.
Honestly, I'm really looking forward to seeing the consolation final create a little separation between third and fourth as opposed to a tie. Meanwhile, trying to create some more separation out in the water. Tanner McDaniel flipping out on this section, and it looks like he came to a dead stop and got engulfed by the whitewater explosion behind him. There you can see him pop up and gathering up his board. Meanwhile, online, we've got Teza McKenna tuning in, saying, great to see the APB World Tour off to a great start in Brazil. Really looking forward to working with everyone. Trying to do some work out in the water. Ian Campbell driving through a barrel, comes out. He had two separate barrel sections on that, and he finishes off with a roll. So Ian Campbell looking to work his way back into this heat. Again, right now, Tanner McDaniel starting out with an 8.25. Has a 1.50 as a backup he'll look to replace. Ian, on the other hand, opened up with a 1.75 and a 2.0. That last wave will definitely improve his situation out in the water.
Yeah, definitely. He'll be in the mid-range score there for sure. But, he needs to do more than that. He's taking on Tanner McDaniel, who's a flip machine. He can basically flip off anything. And the waves look twice as big when he's on them too. So I don't know if he's going to get more points because of larger sets. But, at the moment, Tanner in the lead, and he puts pressure on you too because, some of the other competitors have said that, when Tanner's in front, he's just got so much energy and he's so agile. He can paddle up and down the beach and sort of get any set, he's close to both peaks and he puts pressure on you and it's hard. And I feel Ian Campbell now, he's got a lot of work to do. He needs to get a really good, needs to be patient, needs to wait, needs to get a really good score on the board, Tanner's sitting there with 8.25. Ian Campbell's last wave was a 6.25. That's coming in now. It's still not high enough. He needs to get up in that 8 or 9 range just to relieve a bit of pressure on him.
Well, with the score that he needed, it's probably better that he try and break it in two. Obviously he's not in combination situation, but he was needing an 8.35. And sometimes it seems like for the competitors out in the water, once you get into that range where you need an 8 or a 9, even though you're not in combination situation, it's probably better to try and just nail down a couple of new solid scores and just get rid of the low-end scores.
Yeah, we see. So 6.25's come through on your screens there for Ian Campbell. You'll see sitting out the back now, Tanner will have priority. As we see a set approaching here, Tanner and Ian are scratching for this one. Looks like Tanner's going to go the left. Yeah, he's going to have a go at this. He's going to try and scoop in. Scoops in nicely under there. Pulls into the barrel. Comes out.
Are you kidding me? Oh, nice deep barrel. Comes out with the pocket spin. And then he's just going to punch out the back. But answering right back on the wave behind him. This one a bit foamy on the face. And Ian hitting the eject button mid-maneuver, goes over backwards. So quick wave exchange out in the water. I apologize for jumping in over you, but just kind of uncontrollable. Can't control myself when I see guys go deep on a barrel like that, and then it kind of looked like we were going to lose him behind the camera angle, and then there he is, Tanner McDaniel finding the exit on that one. Nice clean barrel ride on the left, and that's going to be a solid score.
Yeah, I mean, like just as I was saying, with the pressure that Tanner, sets on his competitors, he's gonna. That's probably a second or third barrel in this competition today, which has come out clean with the forward. So, Ian's going to be in a combination situation definitely after this score that comes through from Tanner.
All right, and I've just been given the signal. We're going to throw down to the beach with a quick interview. Pala's with the winner of the last heat. And take it away, Pala.
Hi, Steve. We are here with the hit, the round number 7, the first hit of the day. That's the Kalani Latanzi, the big hide local. Kalani, you're doing step by step and getting really great. What's happened there inside? The swell drop off a little bit today, but it still got a really good waves.
Pô, deu uma diminuída em relação a ontem, mas tem altas ondas, dá pra fazer show de bodyboard aí, e é isso que a gente quer. Amarradão por ter passado essa bateria. Caixa grossíssima, mano. Lucas Nogueira, respeito muito esse atleta. E amarradão por ter passado, bateria disputada, onda virada e consegui. Tô dentro agora das quartas de final.
Isso aí, parabéns. Você é o único representante agora de Niterói. Você vai prometer que vai defender esse título pra gente, que tem que permanecer em casa. De preferência o local de Itacoatiara ou um brasileiro.
Pô, não joga essa pressão pra cima de mim não, pô, Elite. Não, mantém a mesma estratégia, a escolha é boa. Aqui eu conheço bem, então acho que eu vou conseguir sim. Vamos que vamos.
Isso aí, Kalani, parabéns, cara. Arrebentou. Congratulations. We're gonna go to the second hit now for the round number 7. Thanks a lot.
All right, thank you, Paula. And there you have the winner of the first heat in round 7, Kalani Latanzi, punching his ticket to the quarterfinals. He took out Lucas Nogueira in that first heat. Meanwhile, doing his best to take out the South African in this heat, Tanner McDaniel scoring an 8.0 to go with an 8.25 on his first wave of the heat. He currently has a combined heat total of 16.25, and Ian Campbell needs a scoring wave of a 10. So on the verge of combination situation right now. He either needs to dial into a perfect 10 or dial into a pair of 2 new high-scoring waves, because right now a 2.0 and a 6.25 just is not getting it done, unfortunately. Meanwhile, APB Tour Director Alex Leon ducking out of the booth, while Ian up and riding, trying to dig himself out of a little bit of a hole here in Heat 2, Round 7, trying to battle back and overtake the 16-year-old Hawaiian Super Grom. This kid is dangerous out in the water. This kid's like a mini assassin when it comes to riding out there. Taking care of business in the Pro Junior Division to make the final and doing some work out here, creating some problems for the South African. And it looks like we're going to get local wild card Dudu Pedra into the booth, also one of the APB World Tour judges. And he heads up a school here in Itacoatiara. We'll pick his brain about that. Meanwhile, here's a look at that last wave from Ian Campbell. Get you a score in just a moment as we get Dudu Pedra mic'd up here in the booth. And, all right, he has mic in hand, ready to go. And, bom dia, irmão.
Bom dia, galera. É um prazer estar aqui com vocês, ao vivo no Itacoatiara Pro, 4º ano consecutivo. Itacoatiara que tem proporcionado altas ondas, todos os dias aí, mar grande, a galera bastante impressionada com o potencial do pico. Ondas fortes, ondas que têm dado o que falar mesmo. Itacoatiara, como eu tenho ouvido falar aí, tem sido Itacoatiara nesses dias e o pessoal está muito amarradão. Kalani acabou de fazer uma bateria alucinante, passou aí, muito feliz, representando a galera local. E, pô, amarradão de estar vivenciando isso aí com todo mundo.
Agora em inglês.
Vamos lá,
Normally,
vamos tentar. Let's try.
normally he's doing his best to make me speak Portuguese. Right now, I'm going to do my best to have him speak English. No pressure, you know. If you need to speak in Portuguese, feel free. We've got Portuguese and
Okay.
English-speaking viewers. We've got people tuning in and watching intently the action here on the final day, as you were mentioning. Kalani Latanzi in that first heat of round 7, looking pretty solid out there. Even in the smaller waves, I mean, everybody thinks of him as a big wave rider, but he's very proficient in these smaller waves.
Yeah. Kalani knows surf this condition too. The wave is not too big, but it's still strong. And Kalani knows how to drive these waves. And he did an excellent job. The big maneuvers was amazing.
All right, and real quick, just to recap, Tanner McDaniel with a 6.75 on his last wave. That will not factor into his two high scores. He's already sitting on an 8.25 and an 8.0 for the lead. Ian Campbell still trying to chase down a 10 or two new waves out in the water. And it looks like Ian up and riding on that wave, or that might have actually been down towards Pompo in the free surf section. Meanwhile, the APB priority puck toss going on down at the Beach Marshals tent between Sergio Luis and Matias Diaz. So something new implemented for the 2015 season to determine priority before the riders hit the water. Actually, I was correct. That was Ian Campbell on that last wave going out of view before. We'll try and get a replay of that, wait for that score to filter in. Now, besides being very well known for riding shock here and being a charger at Itacoatiara and one of the wild cards for this event, you're also a judge on the APB Tour. Tell us a little bit about what it's like working on the World Tour.
Yeah, and this year I'm start I'm start as a competitor, and I like to surf. I like to be in the water, and I think I have a break in this year in judgment. I'm going to Chile to compete. I love Chile. I love Arica, and I have this year I have a break in judgment. I'm trained strong, and I'm gonna try to compete this year.
All right, so right now out in the water, there you see the current heat leader, Tanner McDaniel, with a combined heat score of 16.25. He leads the way over Ian Campbell. Ian Campbell, trying to catch up at this point, needs a total of 10 points to catch up to Tanner McDaniel. So he either needs to nail down a perfect wave or score two new waves for high-scoring totals. You can see Tanner out in the water, one of the younger competitors on the World Tour, only 16 years old. A big part of his development is thanks to Mike Stewart and training him at a young age. Now, you have a bodyboarding school here in Itacoatiara. How important is it to be able to train kids at a young age to get them used to the water and build them with their confidence out in the water?
It's too important to be influencing the next generation, like Mike Stewart have doing in Hawaii, and Ian is coming. He needs 10 points.
Ian flipping out, but unable to get it around. Almost tried to flip it over instead of spinning it around. So some tough maneuvering there for Ian Campbell. Meanwhile, Tanner McDaniel up and riding. Nice size set. One of the bigger sets we've seen so far this morning. Whoa! Huge flip from the Super Grom. And this kid's just still going. I mean, unbelievable. Tanner McDaniel pulling out the stops. He finishes off with the roll. That's one of the biggest maneuvers we've seen this morning, one of the biggest waves we've seen this morning. And Tanner McDaniel, that may very well be the dagger for Ian Campbell that pushes him into oblivion, the not so enjoyable combination situation.
Yeah, it's a hard job to Ian Campbell, Gonna speak in Portuguese to...
Fala em português.
Ok. Bom, o Tanner McDaniel agora ele tem duas ondas na casa do excelente, tem um 8,25 e um 8, e essa onda alucinante que ele acabou de pegar, uma onda grande, deu uma cavada animal, deu um backflip muito certo. Ele completou um pouco em cima ali, vamos ver como é que os juízes vão interpretar essa nota, mas continuou e no corte. O Ian Campbell tem um 6,25 e um 6,10, até então precisava de 10 pontos, se o Tanner não aumentar essa vantagem. Parece que agora o mar está entrando um ventinho, mas ainda tem altas ondas. O Ian ele sabe surfar muito bem essas ondas aqui de Itacoatiara. Ele se adaptou muito forte aqui, muito rápido, e tem chance de virar essa bateria. Mas o Tanner ele está muito versátil. Ele treina, como eu estava falando aqui, da importância do trabalho que o Mike Sturte faz lá com a galera mais nova, inclusive com ele. 9 points. 9 pontos. Essa onda do Tanner McDaniel, acho que agora ele vai precisar de uma combinação.
There it is. The score comes in a 9.0 for Tanner McDaniel. The biggest score we've seen so far this morning, and it's coming from one of our youngest competitors in the men's pro field. Unbelievable. That kid just completely unleashed the beast out in the water. 9.0s for that massive flip. Finished off the wave with a roll off of the end section, but holy Christmas. Yeah. Tanner McDaniel going to town out there. And unfortunately, now Ian Campbell is in combination situation. He needs a combined total of 17.26 to get into this, to get back into this. I mean, that's just a tough pill to swallow for Ian Campbell.
Yeah, 4 minutes remaining. Vai ser uma tarefa muito difícil agora para o Ian Campbell, porque falta muito pouco tempo. Ele pegar duas ondas e conseguir virar em cima do Tanner. Como eu estava falando, ele é muito versátil em todas as ondas. Ontem o mar estava enorme, ele surfou muito bem nas ondas grandes. Nas ondas menores, ele ainda tem uma vantagem de ser muito leve. E assim, nem está menor, nem está tão pequeno. As ondas aí tem em torno de 1 metro para mais ainda. E ele está voando muito, está muito adaptado também às ondas de Itacoatiara.
You know what? Just when I think I've seen it all from Tanner McDaniel, this kid surprises me all over again. I know this kid is one of the best up-and-coming riders in the world, and he's got a world of talent, and he's got the knowledge and tutelage of 9-time world champion Mike Stewart behind him. But, I mean, you can't help but be amazed, or at least I can't. Every time I see this kid bust out a big move or do something really progressive and high performance, it just puts a smile on my face, because this is the future of our sport. He's only 16. I mean, I try not to get ahead of myself, but I mean, if this is what he's doing now, what's he going to be doing 10 years from now? I mean, the future of the sport is already upon us.
Yeah. I love to see the Hawaiian surfing. He's surfing too funny to see Jacob Romero, Tanner McDaniel.
Hawaii has always had a wealth of bodyboarding talent. I mean, the bodyboarding industry is always attributed to being in the U.S. and California, but it's really been the Hawaiians for the most part that have progressed the sport in the early years, you know. And there you can see Ian Campbell still giving it a go out there. You can't take anything away from Ian Campbell and his efforts. He absolutely loves coming here. He had a field day last year. He was killing it in his free surf here, but unfortunately he's just run into, you know, an unstoppable force in the young kid. And Tanner's not done, you know. He's still out there trying to flip out and, you know, riding waves. I mean, this kid is unrelenting, nonstop, you know, at 16, I mean, he's like a ball of energy too, always. You know, always very upbeat, in and out of the water. But out in the water, I mean, this kid is just dangerous to go up against.
Só para lembrar que o Tanner também está na final do Júnior, está caminhando muito bem na profissional, no evento principal. Tem uma grande chance de fazer 2 finais nesse evento, levar uma boa quantia de dinheiro aí para casa. You know, for sure, Tanner is going to Chile too.
Yes, Tanner will be doing the Chilean events. As far as I understand, he'll be trying to compete in the men's and the Pro Junior. Obviously, he's one of the favorites to win the Pro Junior this year. One of a handful of really talented international bodyboarders in that under 18 division that's been added this year. For those of you who haven't been following along, we actually have 4 Pro Junior events this year. Starting off here in Itacoatiara, again in Antofagasta, then in Sintra, and the season finale in Puerto Rico in November. So these kids have 4 opportunities to really, dial in and try and get the results they need to lay claim to that Pro Junior World title.
Yeah.
And right now, Tanner McDaniel making a very good case for himself here at Itacoatiara, not only in the Pro Juniors, but the men's as well. I know recently Riptide Bodyboarding Magazine put out their odds for the 2015 World Tour champion, and they actually had Tanner McDaniel mentioned in the list. They said, he might be a little too young to win this year, but he will probably win in the future. You have to keep in mind that when Andre Botha won his 2 world titles back in the late 90s, he was 17 and backed it up at 18. So age doesn't matter. It comes down to talent and composure out in the water.
Yeah, for sure. E queria convidar a galera também, porque o Tanner ele tá na final na Pro Júnior junto com o Matheus Bastos. E vamos torcer pelo Mateuzinho. Mateuzinho, a gente tem uma história muito engraçada aqui, que uma vez ele ganhou um campeonato na categoria dele e eu fiquei em segundo na profissional. E aí ele falou, aqui em Itacoatiara eu que sou rei, falou pra mim. Tirou uma onda comigo. E hoje eu falei pra ele, quero ver tu sair rei daqui de novo. Tô torcendo por você. E minha torcida vai ficar pra ele mesmo. Vamos os brasileiros aí fazer uma força pra estar aí na praia, vindo torcer pelo Mateuzinho, que é local lá do posto 5. Surfa muito também. Vai dar de frente aí com o Tanner. Vai ser alucinante, galera. Olha, o Sérgio Luiz já abre a bateria dando um backflip alucinante, continua na onda, vai para uma segunda manobra, um segundo backflip. Sérgio Luiz também, ele surfa muito bem aqui em Itacoatiara.
Sergio Luiz finishing equal third with you here at the event last year, and riding right up behind him, the Chilean Matias Diaz flipping out as well. A quick wave exchange here to get things started for Heat 3, Round 7 here on the final day of competition. And I believe we're going to throw to a commercial break while those scores filter in. We'll be back right after this.
I think it just gives you access. It's like a key or a doorway into a kinetic world of beauty, and you're actually in the medium. So you become part of you're in the water. You become part of the water, and bodyboards just give you that access to experience all those little facets and all that beauty that's out there.
All right, and welcome back to Day 5, the final day of competition here at the 2015 APB Itacoatiara Pro Brazil, presented by Toyota SGA. Again, we are already underway out in the water. Sergio Luis in red representing Brazil, and the Chilean Matias Diaz in yellow. We already have scores dropping in. Sergio Luis opening up with a 7.50, a 5.75 for Matias Diaz. Early advantage goes to Sergio Luis. And fortunately, here in the booth with me, Dudu Pedra, he speaks not only Portuguese but some Spanish as well. We're going to let him give an update in Portuguese and Spanish for all of our international viewers.
Saludo a todos chilenos que estão desfrutando desta transmissão em Brasil. E são todos bem-vindos acá. E a todos que estão em sua casa, mirando a transmissão, estamos agora com Matias Dias, que tem hecho increíble trabalho, surfeando muito bem nas olas de Itacoatiara. É uma pessoa que surfea muito bem estas olas fuertes, buracos. E Sergio Luis já tem uma ola muito boa, 7.5. Foram 2 backflips para a esquerda e agora tenta ser para a direita. Matias tem uma boa direita também, 5.75. Agora necessita de pouco mais de 2 pontos. A bateria está solamente no início. Agora vem Matias. Una buena cavada. Oh, fuertísima. Seguramente la mejor ola de los hits, en mi opinión. A ver qué va a ser. Creo que ha cambiado la posición.
See, now I'm loving this right now because not only does Dudu Pedro speak a little bit of English, Spanish, and obviously his native tongue, Portuguese, but he's also got judging experience, so he knows what to look for. He can give you a better estimate of what to look for, score-wise from the waves we're seeing written on your monitor, whereas I'm a little too overly enthusiastic about waves.
9.25. It's 9 points to Matias.
Wow.
9.25 para Matias. Ha cambiado a situação. Incrível a onda. Foi backflip muito certo, muita velocidade.
See, I see moves like that, I get way too excited. I'd be like, that's awesome. Give it a good score. You're a little more, judging oriented. You know what to look for. See, when you see a really good scoring wave, you know it right off the bat. When you see a moderate scoring wave, you know it right off the bat. When I see a moderate scoring wave, I get almost as excited as if it's a perfect 10.
No, for sure. I'm not judged here. I'm just put my opinion and in the place of the judge, you have a total silence, total concentration. He have everything to do the best job, but now I'm just enjoying and try to do some score. And Matias hizo 9.25 ahora, increíble. Ahora Sergio Luis necesita 7.5, no es mucho para él y para cambiar. A ver qué va a pasar.
All right, and there you can see Matias Diaz out in the water. Meanwhile, down on the beach with the winner of the last heat. Take it away, Palace Amount.
Hi, Stevie. We are here with the round 7, heat number 2, with Tanner McDaniel from Hawaii. This little boy with 6 years old, he's just smashing the waves. Surf really good. What did you do there that you got the 9 points in your scores?
I got kind of this good-looking right towards the end and just opened up really well for me and got a pretty big flip bowl, so I was super stoked. And, yeah, just kind of I was in the spot for a couple decent ones in my heat, so, yeah, I was super stoked.
He also going to the final to the Pro Junior as well. That's it? Are you preparing yourself? Because you're going to the water a lot of times today.
Yeah, hopefully I'll be surfing a lot today, so, yeah, I'm ready for it.
Do you prefer the waves like that today or like yesterday, that you can show your limits and everything?
Today's a bit more enjoyable. Yesterday was pretty crazy and just out of control. Today is a bit more like just perfect and just enjoyable. Like you having fun out in your heats. So yeah, today I'd say for sure.
Sure. Tanner, probably Mike Stewart is really happy right now. He's just like a student of Mike Stewart, the legend of the bodyboard. Thanks a lot. See you in the next round.
Palace Amount, and congratulations again to Tanner McDaniel. I like that. I hope I'm surfing a lot today. I'm ready for it. You know, that kid, you know, he's got the skill. You know, he's not cocky, but he's got the confidence.
Yeah, yeah. How many times Tanner did the interview in this in this event?
This kid has won almost every heat he's
Yeah,
been in,
yeah.
both in the Pro Junior and the men's. I know in the Pro Junior he won every heat he was in. And in the men's, I mean, I'd have to take a look back at my heat draws, but I mean, this kid has, you know, he started in round 4. And let me just take a quick look. I think he might have finished second in his round 4 heat and had to go to round. Yeah, he was second in round 4. He appeared in round 5. But you know, this kid has been consistently marching through competition. Last year we saw him make it to round 5. Now he's into the quarterfinals in the men's division. I mean, the progression of this kid from year to year is unbelievable. Meanwhile, unbelievable in his own right, one of the most physically fit competitors in the world. I'm willing to say that for all wave riding sports, not just bodyboarding. 2-time defending world champion and 2013 Itacoatiara winner, Amaury Laverne there, stretching out in the competitors area. I mean, this guy is just unreal with his work ethic and his training.
Sim, o Chief está aqui falando sobre como que a galera está treinada, como que a galera tem feito um trabalho de preparação, de alongamento. Todos os atletas estão, principalmente o Amaury, é muito bem preparado para estar ali, né, enfrentando essas condições. É uma coisa que eu tento fazer também, eu tento me alongar bastante, já estou no Pilates já há quase 2 anos. Eu era conhecido como uma pedra mesmo por não conseguir me alongar, ser muito duro, mas tem melhorado bastante. O resultado na água também é notório. E com certeza, para conseguir uma boa performance, também tem que fazer um trabalho fora da água, como todos os atletas têm feito.
And there you can see out in the water, taking a look at this one, but I'm going to let it roll by. The current heat leader, Matias Diaz. Matias with a 5.75. Back that up with a 9.25. That's the biggest score of the day. Meanwhile, Sergio Luis with a 7.50 looking to replace a 1.5. He needs another 7.51 to pair with that 7.5. He's out in the water taking a look at this. And we still have some solid sets rolling in today. Look at this wave rolling in.
Oh, nice. Oh, close.
Oh, Sergio Luis pulling into that one. And unfortunately, that barrel just ran off on him down the line. And he was unable to keep up with it. He'll paddle back out and look for a better wave on the next go. But we're seeing some solid sets still rolling in. Not as crazy as yesterday, but as Tanner McDaniel was saying, much more enjoyable for the competitors. It actually looks really, really fun out there, the conditions.
E agora vem Matias para cambiar, está tentando cambiar um 5.75 para aumentar a diferença entre Sergio Luis. E lo bueno para los chilenos es que la próxima fecha, la próxima etapa de APB está em Chile. Por isso, quanto mais chilenos estão avançando acá, tem mais oportunidade de estar bem ranqueados. E Matias é um nome fortíssimo em Chile, a nova geração. Está increíble este niño.
And a 4.25 coming in for Matias Diaz on that last wave. He will make his way back out to the lineup again. Right now, he holds the lead over Sergio Luis. Sergio Luis on the hunt for a 7.51. And real quick, I would like to thank our sponsors for this event. Prefeitura de Niterói, Esporte e Lazer. Governo de Rio de Janeiro, Secretaria de Esporte, Lazer e Juventude. Also our presenting sponsor, Toyota SGA. We'd also like to thank our other sponsors for their support. Aguas de Niterói, Kimona Surf Shop, Mercado Diamante, Mineirinho, Nechi, W9 Board Shop, Quatro Cantos Cambio e Turismo, DXC, Way Suplementos, and we'll get back to that in a moment. Here you can see the APB priority puck toss between Alan Munoz and Amaury Laverne, and it looks like Alan Munoz is going to win the toss. So he will have first priority upon entering the water for the next heat. Again, heat 4, getting ready to hit the water. Amaury Laverne from Reunion Island going up against the Chilean Alan Munoz. So there you have it, something new for the 2015 APB Tour season. Trying to make things a little easier, remove one of the things that the riders have to contend with out in the water. Now they don't have to worry about establishing first priority when the heat starts. It's already been established before they hit the water. Meanwhile, in the water right now, Matias Diaz up and riding.
Oh.
Nice,
Yeah.
big,
Complete.
cylindrical roll off of a critical section.
Yeah, I think, I don't know. I'm not judged, but I think I'm gonna change this first wave. We need 5.75 more than this, and let's see.
All right, while I have an opportunity just to finish running down our list of sponsors, we'd like to say thank you to Saboreando, Kapaloa Swim Fins, Joama, Hario Sadaji, EcoSurf.com, Canal Off, also Itacoatiara Pampu Clube, Pirosuco, Andre Eventos, Itacoa Clothing, Posada Pedras Brancas, Posada Praia de Itacoatiara, Revista Haidet, Tropicus, Albin Imolas, and Oceanica Rent-A-Car. And Dudu kind of laughing over here, listening to me try and pronounce things in
No,
Portuguese.
it's perfect. You're speaking like a Brazilian. Yeah.
It's finally starting to learn a few things in year 3 living in Brazil.
Yeah.
So
how is the hardest word to say? How is
honestly, I don't know.
saboreando? No.
Saboreando.
No, it's good, yeah.
I've stumbled on that one a few times, but you know what? Fortunately, I also stumbled across some really good food at that place. Dove into some salmon the other day for lunch after we wrapped up competition. Went there with my wife, and the food there is incredible. So
yeah.
I definitely plan on hitting up that place again before heading back to Copacabana. And here we have it. Score falling in, a 6.75. That becomes Matias Diaz's new secondary score to go with his 9.25. He increases his advantage over Sergio Luis. Sergio Luis now on the hunt for an 8.51. Give us the update in Spanish.
Okay. Ahora Matias Diaz tiene unos 6.75. Ha cambiado su primera ola. Tenía un 5.75. Ahora tiene esta segunda ola que es un punto más grande, más fuerte. Y su mejor ola es 9.25. Está on fire Matias Diaz. E agora Sérgio Luis necessita de um 8.51 para cambiar. E fazendo agora em português, galera, vamos torcer por Sérgio Luis. Ele tem só uma onda boa. Ele tem um 7.5 e precisa agora de um 8.51. O Sérgio Luis ele surfa muito bem as ondas de Itacoatiara, ele já fez uma semifinal, ele tem um terceiro lugar, ele está muito concentrado. Eu passei ali, a gente se esbarra ali direto na área de atleta, a gente tem conversado, ele está muito focado, assim como o Matias também, que faz parte da nova geração lá do Chile, de Iquique. E vai ser dura, a bateria é muito dura. E a próxima bateria também tá sinistra, cara. É o Amaury Laverne, junto com o Alain Munhoz do Chile também. Galera do Chile chegando forte. E vai ser sinistra essa bateria, cara. Não sei quem. Não sei quem apostar aqui entre esses dois. Bateria muito forte. A próxima bateria. Essa aí falta quanto tempo? Sabe quanto?
All right.
How many times remaining?
Time, less than 10 minutes remaining.
Okay.
So while we are giving that quick rundown, you could see a camera view from inside the competitors area. It's been nice to get the view down there, see what guys are doing, hanging out, watching the action out in the water, stretching, getting ready to hit the water for their own heats. in that last camera shot, we saw a couple of the riders from Portugal, Antonio Cardoso and Miguel Adão, making their trip across the Atlantic and coming to pay a visit to Brazil. For those of you who aren't quite familiar with the history, Brazil was once part of the Portuguese Empire, and the Portuguese Empire actually had their government set up here in Brazil for a while. King Dom Pedro, I think it was. I'm still brushing up on my Brazilian history, but yeah, so Brazil once part of the Portuguese Empire, hence the main language here in Brazil being Portuguese. But the Portuguese Empire, their government actually was based here in Brazil. I think it's one of the few occasions where a country moved its government to one of its territories to govern from there as opposed to its home soil.
Queria mandar também, aproveitar que a gente está falando da galera de Portugal, mandar um abração para todo mundo que está acompanhando nossa transmissão ao vivo. A galera de Portugal chegou em peso. Tô Cardoso, o Miguel, Adão. Galera tá fazendo falta aqui, o Manuel, o Hugo Pinheiro. Galera que sempre representou Portugal muito bem em todas as competições. Queria mandar um abraço pro Porquito. E se Deus quiser, esse ano vou conhecer Nazaré. Já recebi alguns convites para estar aí competindo o Sumol. Infelizmente não pude na última edição, mas esse ano, se confirmar essa etapa aí, eu vou estar aí com vocês. Galera de Portugal, muito gente fina. A gente tem um laço muito maneiro aí entre os brasileiros e portugueses. Queria agradecer a visitação de vocês aí nessa transmissão. E série ao fundo, viu? Uma série muito boa lá, a prioridade é a do Camiseta Vermelha. O Matias olha para a onda, não deixa ela passar.
So there you can see some stats starting to roll in. We were talking about the riders from Portugal coming over. Later this year, we'll actually be going over to Portugal for 2 events. We'll talk about that more in a little bit as Sergio Luis up and riding, takes a quick look and then quickly ducks out the back. So just to touch back on what I was talking about, later in September, we'll be heading over to Portugal for 2 events on the World Tour. The 20th anniversary running of the Sintra Portugal Pro, September 22nd through September 27th. And that will be followed by the debut of the first annual APB Nazaré Pro in Praia do Norte, September 29th through October 4th. So back-to-back events in Portugal in September for the APB World Tour 2015 season.
It's going to be amazing. I was talking with Toc Cardoso and he said me this is the best season to surf Nazaré. E tô louco para conhecer essa onda.
And just to take a look at the tour schedule a little closer to this event, on the heels of the Itacoatiara Pro, we will be heading next to the Arica Chilean Challenge, back-to-back events in Chile. Arica July 17th through July 26th. And then we will go to the Antofagasta Bodyboard Festival, July 28th through August 2nd. So a nice solid opening to the 2015 tour season, opening up with the South American leg, Brazil, and then back-to-back in Chile, pretty much occupying the month of July here at the beginning of the 2015 APB World Tour season. Then also the Shark Island Invitational contest window has been confirmed for August 10th through September 18th. Once again, a good, solid waiting period. Andrew Lester, the defending champion of that event. And then later this year, we will finish things off in Puerto Rico with the Encanto Pro, where we'll be crowning our men's, women's, drop knee, and pro junior champions. So, some solid events on the schedule. Also, a couple other events still in the works, working on confirming them. So be sure to stay tuned to www.apbtour.com for all the latest news, updates, tour scheduling, press releases, highlights, and live webcast coverage of our events. Lots of good things to come in 2015 with the APB World Tour. Also, social media. Be sure to hit up the YouTube channel for APB Tour, as well as APB Tour on Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, and the new APB Tour Snapchat.
Yeah, and this contest is going to TV shows, off TV. Tem a galera aí do Uma Rosa Filmes, que são meus amigos também, Gustavo Camarão, Guilherme Sodré. Estão filmando tudo aí, todos os detalhes, todas as maiores emoções desse campeonato. E isso vai virar um programa no canal Off também, um canal alucinante aí, tem crescido bastante. E é muito bom ter o bodyboard lá, já temos o prancha e pé de pato nesse campo. Olha o monte excelente do Sérgio Luiz, hein? Uma excelente cavada, tá um rolo gigante, completa manobra, comemorou.
Big roll from Sergio Luis. Again, he's trying to track down an 8.51 in the closing moments of this heat. We're counting down to the end. We'll wait to see how that score registers with the judges. Was that an 8.51 in your opinion, as somebody with judging experience?
The judges have a hard job now. I don't know, it was a single roll, but it's the set wave. I don't know. I don't want to be a judge now.
I'm putting him on the spot here in the booth right now.
I'm lucky to be here.
Here's a look at the wave on replay. Critical closeout section. Good projection, arms extended, gets the roll around, and you know what? I don't think that's going to be enough. They count down the end of the heat. We will wait for that score to finalize and give you an official result for that heat. Right now, we're going to take a brief commercial break. We'll be back right after this.
You know, I think it just gives you access. It's like a key or a doorway into a kinetic world of beauty, and you're actually in the medium. So you become part of you're in the water, you become part of the water. And bodyboards just give you that access to experience all those little facets and all that beauty that's out there.
And welcome back to day 5, the final day of competition here at the 2015 APB Itacoatiara Pro Brazil, presented by Toyota SGA. We are already underway. We got an early start this morning, finished off the last 2 heats of round 6, in which we saw Ori Valadown win the first heat of the morning, and then Elton Loureiro winning the second heat, also advancing out Louis Finnegan and Sasha Demjanik. Here's a quick replay out in the water, getting things started. Alan Munoz, the Chilean, he had won the priority toss prior to the heat. He's out in the water with the 2-time world champion and 2013 Itacoatiara Pro champion, Amaury Laverne, and here he is up and riding. Nice size set coming in. Nice, clean, glassy face, drives down the line, hits the invert, and it comes out clean. So wave exchange out in the water. Just refreshing in the scores. We'll give you an update in just a moment. But again, we are underway here in Heat 4, Round 7, man-on-man competition. Alan Munoz entered the water with priority after the puck toss, and he is joined by Amory Laverne, both of those guys with waves under their belt to start things off, just waiting for scores to drop. Meanwhile, coming up on deck in the next heat, we're going to see Francisco Ferreira from Brazil go up against Diego Cabrera from the Canary Islands. So continuing on, working our way through the field here on the final day as we narrow the field of competition, get down to the quarters, semis, and eventually an event winner. Again, scheduled today. We're in round 7 now. We'll go into men's quarterfinals, then the semis, then we'll switch things up and go into the Pro Junior final before returning to the men's for the consolation final and the men's final itself. So lots of action to come through the course of today on our way to crowning our 2015 Pro Junior and men's champions. All right, it sounds like a 7.75 falling in for Amory Laverne, a 6.25 for Alan Munoz. Advantage Maz on the opening salvo out in the water. So there you can see Alan Munoz waiting to get his secondary score registered. So again, out in the water right now, Amory Laverne in red, Alan Munoz in yellow on deck. Francisco Ferreira and Diego Cabrera will be doing battle out in the water. And then after that, we'll see Antonio Cardoso and Pierre-Louis Costes. And actually had Pedro Vegas hitting us up online and saying Antonio Cardoso versus PLC. This will be an epic heat. And sending good luck wishes to Antonio Cardoso. So we've got viewers in Australia, viewers in Portugal, Ryan from Florida checking in with us. So stoked to have everybody along for the ride. Thank you for supporting professional bodyboarding. Meanwhile, trying to support his own cause out in the water, Amory Laverne with the invert on the right-hander. As you can see today, conditions changing up a little bit. Not so monstrous and out of control like it was the last couple of days. Surface dropped down to about the 1.5 meter range or so, looking at 4 to 6 foot waves. Still some nice sets rolling through, but we have light offshore winds, clean, glassy conditions, and definitely a lot more manageable for our competitors out in the water today here on the final day of competition at the Itacoatiara Pro. Also chiming in online, Cajinho Boa Noite from São Conrado, coming to us from Favela Rocinha, tuning in, watching along, saying, I'm so happy to see bodyboarding back to world prominence. And he's very happy with the performance of the athletes and the bodyboarding show. He loves this sport, and sending out congratulations to the event staff here. Sending us a big hug, or as we say in Portuguese, grande abraço. Muito obrigado, Cajinho. Valeu, irmão. Meanwhile, back out in the water, we are underway with Amory Laverne against Alan Munoz. One of these guys will be going on to the quarterfinals. One of these guys will be packing their bags and getting ready to head to the next event, the Eureka Chilean Challenge. Right now, Amory Laverne in the early lead. Alan Munoz looking to jump ahead of Amory and punch his ticket to the quarters. We've already seen the first two heats of round 7, giving us our first two quarterfinalists. Kalani Latanzi winning for the first heat. He was our first quarterfinalist. And then Tanner McDaniel going to town in his previous heat. And now we have the winner of the last heat down on the beach with Paula Simão.
Hi, Stevie. We are here with the heat number 3 at the round 7 with Matias Diaz from Chile. He just won this heat right now and goes straight to the quarterfinal. Matias, como é que está o mar ali dentro?
Bueno, las condiciones hoy están más pequeñas que ayer, menos extremas y nada, logré concretar 2 buenas olas, sabía que no iba a ser tan fácil, así que nada, muy feliz de haberle ganado a un buen competidor como es Sergio Luis y muy feliz.
Você acha que vai dar Chile na final?
Ojalá, ya queremos que esté Alan Muñoz, Sacha y yo, sería lo mejor en una final.
Os chilenos vieram em peso esse ano, né? Tomara também que dê tudo certo para vocês. É isso aí, parabéns, te vejo nas quartas de finais. Congratulations, Matias. He going straight to the quarterfinal. Thank you.
All right, once again, thank you, Paula, for bringing us the beach interviews, and congratulations to Matias Diaz from Chile. He is through to the quarterfinals, and he's not the last of the Chileans in this event. Again, Alan Munoz currently out in the water. He's still alive in competition, and also fellow Chilean Sasha Damjanic. We will see him coming up in Heat 7, so still a few of the riders representing Chile still alive in competition for the time being. We'll see how things go for Alan Munoz. Alan coming into the 2015 season ranked 12th on the World Tour. He currently has a 6.75, looking for a backup score. Meanwhile, Amaury Laverne with a 7.75 and a 6.0 for his 2 high scores. He holds command over the top spot at the moment here in Heat 4, Round 7. And there you can see a view down the beach. Guys free surfing at the right in the corner there, Pompo. Some fun waves down there to free surf in. Hopefully I'll get a little surf down there tomorrow after the event wraps up. That's one thing about working events. You know, I give kudos to the riders for focusing and getting the job done out in the water. Meanwhile, the entire event staff has been focusing on getting the job done behind the scenes. And here we see Alan Munoz rolling off of that critical end section, landing the maneuver. That'll be his second score. He needs a 7.01 to jump ahead of Amaury Laverne for the heat lead, trying to earn passage to the quarterfinals. Just to finish my thought real quick, I'd like to say thank you and congratulations to the entire event staff here. Everybody from event organizer and promoter Giuliano Lara for putting on an amazing event once again this year, to all of the event staff that has worked really hard to make this event run as smoothly as possible. I mean, this has been an amazing event with epic waves the last couple of days. I mean, just, you know, this is what we hope for with each event, and sometimes, you know, it doesn't quite pan out, but when you see a swell forecast and it pans out, you know, everybody comes away a winner. I mean, it's been an absolute show the last couple of days. I'm putting on a show here. You see the replay. Alan Munoz on his last wave, waiting for that score to come in, see if that helps change the situation any. He was looking for a backup score, needs a 7.01 to move ahead of Amaury Laverne. So just to wrap up what I was saying, thank you to the event organizer, Giuliano Lara, all of the event staff, and, you know, the judges upstairs. That's one of the most thankless jobs in the world of competition, whether it's bodyboarding, surfing, whatever. The judges, you know, if people don't like scores they're dropping, they catch a lot of heat. But when things are going well and there's no complaints, they don't usually get too many thank yous on the opposite end of things. So to Chico Garitano, the head judge, and all of the guys upstairs in the judges booth, thank you. You guys have been spot on. You have done an amazing job during this event. And keep up the good work through the end of competition today. Meanwhile, trying to keep up the good work out in the water, a 6.40 falling into place for Alan Munoz. He still needs a 7.01 to move ahead of Amaury Laverne. All right, so Action Jackson back with you here in the commentary booth. There you can see out in the water in yellow, Alan Munoz representing Chile going up against the two-time defending world champion and 2013 event winner here at Itacoatiara, Amaury Laverne from Reunion Island, currently residing, calling the Canary Islands home with his wife and son Oliver. It's actually been really cool to see Amaury cruising around with his family here at Itacoatiara. Meanwhile, cruising down the line on this one, Alan Munoz flipping out, but unfortunately gets caught up in the whitewater explosion. There you see him pop up, collecting his board. He will head back out to the lineup, give it another try on the next opportunity. So again, current situation out in the water. Amaury Laverne, 7.75, 6.0, top two scores on his score sheet. Alan Munoz currently with a 6.75 and a 6.40. Needs a 7.01 to take away the top spot from Maz. Meanwhile, down on the beach, there you can see getting ready to flip the APB priority puck. And it looks like yellow is going to be facing up. So Diego Cabrera from the Canary Islands wins the priority toss. He will be joined out in the water by Francois Ferreira from Brazil. So Diego will enter the water with first priority. Again, a new addition to the 2015 APB World Tour, having the riders in man-on-man heats flip for first priority so that they do not have to paddle out and try and establish priority out there. It's already been established before they even hit the water. Kudos to the APB for that addition to the World Tour this year. The APB priority puck, one of several additions to the 2015 APB World Tour. We've talked about the Pro Junior Division and how key essential that will be to the development of the sport of bodyboarding in the future. You know, that's quite literally developing the future of our sport with the Pro Junior, the under 18 division. Also, the consolation final, which we will see debuted here later today. For those of you scratching your heads at home and wondering what the heck is the consolation final, the consolation final will take the second place finishers from both men's semifinals and put them against each other in a battle to differentiate between third and fourth. Meanwhile, trying to differentiate themselves score-wise out in the water, Alan Munoz on the right, Amaury Laverne on the left. Quick wave exchange out in the water between our two riders. Again, Alan Munoz trying to track down a 7.01 to overtake Amaury Laverne. Maz trying to hold on to the top spot and build on his score. He already has a 7.75, 6.0 for a secondary score. And there you can see a few of the Chilenos watching over the action out in the water, throwing shakas. We'll be heading to Chile next for events number 2 and 3, the Eureka Chilean Challenge and the Antofagasta Bodyboard Festival. We actually had Terry McKenna Teza hitting us up from Australia. He'll be coming to Antofagasta and joining us. Meanwhile, there's a replay of Amaury Laverne on that last wave. A 5.50 for his efforts on that will not factor in to his overall combined score. So as I was saying, Teza McKenna from the ABA, the Australian Bodyboarding Association National Tour, will be joining us. He's also one of the people working behind the scenes on the APB World Tour. He'll be joining us in Antofagasta and will also be at the Portugal events later in September, the 20th anniversary Sintra Portugal Pro and the first annual Nazare Pro. So a couple of solid events lined up for Portugal. Terry McKenna will be at both of those. He was there last year. So Teza keeping busy behind the scenes in the world of bodyboarding. And I'm stumbling over my tongue this morning right now. I think I'll have some grape juice, which the staff was kind enough to bring in for me. So thank you very much. Muito obrigado por suco de uva. All right, and since I've been talking about the upcoming events on the World Tour, again, just to touch base, following the Itacoatiara Pro, we'll be going to Chile for back-to-back events, the Arica Chilean Challenge, July 17th through July 26th, and then we will head to Antofagasta for the Antofagasta Bodyboard Festival. Meanwhile, up and riding, Amaury Laverne hits the roll off of the closeout section. Again, Maz trying to add to his score, replace a 6.0 as a backup. We'll wait for that score to register with the judges. And just to return to what I was saying, the Antofagasta Bodyboard Festival, July 28th through August 2nd. And this is one of the riders you can expect to battle it out on his home soil. Alan Munoz going for the air roll spin, rides out of the whitewater, throws up his hands to acknowledge to the judges, hey, I rode out, I completed the maneuver prior to ducking out. You can see that a lot in competition these days. You know, a rider will complete the maneuver, kind of disappear from sight in the whitewater, and as they ride out in front of the whitewater, they'll throw up their hand just to let the judges know, hey, I'm still here, I've rode out, I maintained control. Please score that as a complete maneuver. All right, so just listening to scores. 7.5 falling into place for Alan Munoz. So we will have a situation update, situation change out in the water. Alan Munoz to first on the strength of 7.5 to go with his 6.75. Now Amaury Laverne drops down to second. He needs a 6.50. All right, and they have just given the announcement the next heat can paddle out. Again, we'll be seeing Diego Cabrera go against Francois Ferreira. Meanwhile, Amaury Laverne going up against Alan Munoz, looking to climb out of second place and reclaim the lead, driving down the line. Throws the invert off of the end section. So again, Maz looking for a 6.50. We'll see if that does the trick. All right, so again, just waiting for that last score to drop in for Amaury Laverne. Here we have the replay of Amaury Laverne on that last wave. Driving down the line on the left, drops down, nice speed line, hits the invert off of the end section. Wasn't massive air-wise, didn't get a whole lot of elevation, but he did hit it clean, smooth, did complete the maneuver. And waiting for the score to filter in again. I'll give you an update in just a second. Meanwhile, as I was saying, coming up in the next heat, we're going to see Brazilian Francois Ferreira go up against the Canary Islander Diego Cabrera. Diego winning the puck toss for priority, so he will enter the water with first priority. Here we have Alan Munoz up and riding, current heat leader. Punches the roll through the lip. And it looked like he was coming out, and then he lost his board. It'll be interesting to see if they score that as a make. Meanwhile, there you can see down in the competitors area, getting a little bit of a neck adjustment, Brazilian Israel Salas. It's good to have physiotherapia, physiosport on hand down there. All right, and it sounds like a 6.9 falling into place for Alan Munoz. He's the current heat leader. Red has first priority. So Omri Laverne with first priority, trying to play catch up. All right, so again, a 6.90 falling into place for Alan Munoz on his last wave. That increases his advantage over Omri Laverne. Maz with a 6.50 on his last wave, but he still needs a 6.65 if he's going to reclaim the top spot and advance to the quarterfinals as we count down the final minute. Again, Maz needs a 6.65. Here he is up and riding, throwing out the flip. And we'll see if we can get a replay of that. It looks like it was a critical maneuver there from Omri Laverne. All right, and there it is, a 7.40 dropping in for Omri Laverne. He retakes the lead. And there's really not a whole lot Alan Munoz can do as they count down the last 10 seconds. So, wow, Omri Laverne coming down to the wire, needed a score and nailed it with the huge flip off of the closeout section. So that got a little tense there at the end. And a tough break for Alan Munoz. He was in the top spot. Looked like he was going to advance out. Omri Laverne needed a 6.65. Nailed down a 7.40 in the closing seconds. Score came in with about 10 seconds left on the clock, and there was really nothing that Alan Munoz could do except just sit there. And you know what? We'll get more on that and get into the next heat right after this commercial break. All right, and we are underway with the next heat out in the water right now in red. Representing Brazil, Franco de Ferreira. He is joined by Diego Cabrera from the Canary Islands. There you can see Omri Laverne on the beach, our heat winner, pulling out the win in the 11th hour, so to speak. Literally within the last minute of that heat. Score came down the pipe from the judges with 10 seconds left and really left Alan Munoz with no way to respond. Just goes to show you, with any one of our World Tour competitors, you can never go to sleep on them, because all it takes is one wave, a matter of seconds, to change the entire complexion of a heat. And we just saw a perfect example of that in the last heat. Again, for those just tuning in, that last heat finishing in dramatic fashion. Some 11th hour heroics from our defending two-time world champion, Amaury Laverne. He needed a 6.65 to advance out. Nails down a 7.40 on the backflip. He will move on to the quarterfinals. Meanwhile, this man looking to make the quarterfinals as well, up and riding, Francois Fajera on the right, punches through the lip, and comes out in front, so he will get on the board. Meanwhile, Diego Cabrera up and riding on the left, drops in, driving down the line, punches the roll through the lip section, and unable to complete the maneuver, got caught up in the wash. There you see popping up and gathering his board underneath him, heading back to the lineup. So we have our first waves ridden out in the water, and it looks like the Brazilian Francois Fajera with the early advantage. But again, just getting going here in heat number 5, round 7. On deck, we're going to see a European battle coming up. Antonio Cardoso from Portugal going up against Pierre-Louis Costas from France, who was just recently married and has been living in Portugal. So stay tuned. That is coming up on deck. But right now, out in the water, the business at hand. Francois Fajera versus Diego Cabrera. Francois Fajera with a 6.25 on his first wave. Diego with 2.0. Here's a look at that first wave of the heat for Francois Fajera. So Francois, or Francis as we call him for short, or his nickname Cacaio, back at Posto Cinco in Copacabana. Francois Fajera taking the early lead. Meanwhile, there's a replay of Diego. So again, Fajera 6.25, Cabrera 2.0 to open things up here in Heat 5, round 7. Slowly but surely whittling down the field, trying to set our quarterfinals as we work our way towards crowning a champion in the men's division, as well as the Pro Junior division coming up later. We saw earlier this morning Tanner McDaniel winning his men's pro heat. He will be coming up in the Pro Junior final, going up against Mateus Bastos from Brazil. There you can see a couple of guys down on the beach checking their photos. There's been plenty to shoot around here. Lots of killer action out in the water. Some massive swell the last couple of days. It's dropped down a little bit today. Still really fun out there. Still some really solid sets coming through. But a lot more manageable today. As I was saying earlier, not so breakneck. And here we see Francois Fajera up and riding again, driving down the line, throwing the air roll spin, gets it around clean. Honestly, I ride with this guy at Posto Cinco on a regular basis. It's our home spot, and he can hit the ARS and flips and inverts very consistently. So it's actually not entirely surprising for me to see him this far in the competition. Last year he made it to round 5. This year making it further into competition. There's a replay. The ARS is actually one of Francois' bread and butter moves. So playing into his wheelhouse here at the Itacoatiara Pro. Meanwhile, Diego Cabrera currently in the second spot as we await the second score, the backup score for Francois Fajera to filter in from the judges. All right, so scores starting to come in from the judges. It's going to sound like a 6.5 for that one. So again, just waiting for the official score to drop. But it looks like Francois Fajera is going to increase his advantage with his secondary wave. Meanwhile, Diego Cabrera currently out there looking to dial into his second wave of the heat. Again, there you can see in red the current heat leader, Francois Fajera. Meanwhile, Diego Cabrera trying to get his second wave under his belt here in Heat 5. And just refreshing the scores to give you an update. Meanwhile, up and riding, Diego drops into this left, sets his line, and then hits a little bump. He's going to kick out the back. And actually, I stand corrected. It's not a 6.5. It's a 7.25. So Francois Fajera with his new high score to go along with his opening wave of 6.25. He has a combined heat score of 13.50. Right now, Diego Cabrera with a 2.0 on his scorecard. He's in combination situation. He needs a 13.51. 2 new waves scoring a total of 13.51 is what Diego needs right now. Francois Fajera taking control early and leading the way here in heat number 5. And got Teza McKenna tuning in and checking in with us a little bit. Stoked to see you in a few weeks and looking forward to working with you in Antofagasta, Teza. It's been way too long, brother. So I keep telling myself one of these days I'm going to get to Australia, and the more I see the ABA Tour events like the Mystics Pro, dying to get down there. Meanwhile, down on the beach, Paula is with the winner of the last heat.
Hi, Steve, round 7, heat number 4, with the World Championship, Amaury Lavenne from Ilhas Reunion Island. Amaury, how was there inside? You just was losing that to say to me, and it was, I think, last 30 seconds, you just got a big wave and good wave.
Yeah, it was good battle against Alan, and the waves today are a bit smaller, so it's a bit more tactical and technical. And so yeah, we had like one good wave each other, and at the end he had like a 6.9, and I was pretty far away, like 2 minutes remaining, and I just came back to the lineup really fast, and it was 30 seconds remaining, and I had this wave. I thought I need to do something good, and I had a good backflip, and I don't know the score I had, but I make the heat, and it's good. You never have to give up until the last second.
So you're going straight to the quarterfinal, just pretend to the same technical, or just going to try do a big maneuvers or do something different?
Yeah, now my goal is achieved, like my minimum goal was to be in the quarterfinal, so here I am. I'm going to be against another Chilean guy, Matias Diaz from Iquique, and so yeah, now I'm going to try to do some good things and try to get the best wave, and yeah, it's going to be the timing to make some big maneuvers.
Try take the title again here, because he won here in 2013, and he said that gonna promise to try to do this again. That's it?
Yeah, try to do this again, and thanks all you guys for the support, and un petit bisou à ma famille à La Réunion, un besiso a la gente de Canarias y a tout mon bon dans La Réunion.
That's it. Congratulations, Maury. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, Paula, and congratulations again to Amaury Laverne pulling out the win in the final 30 seconds of that heat to take out the number 12 ranked rider in the world, Alan Munoz. Meanwhile, out in the water, we currently have Francois Fajera going up against Diego Cabrera. Francois with a 6.25 and a 7.25 holds the advantage in this heat, looking to move on to the quarterfinals. Regardless, he's definitely going to have an improved result over last year. Last year, again, like I said, he made it into round 5, but this year doing much better. Here he is in round 7, leading the way, looking to make his way into the quarterfinals, leading the way over Diego Cabrera. Meanwhile, online, Helio Antonio tuning in from Portugal, sending good luck wishes to his great friend Antonio Cardoso in the next heat. Coming up in the next heat, we will see Antonio Cardoso go up against 2011 world champion Pierre-Louis Costas. So thank you, Helio, for tuning in. Glad to hear you're stoked on the event we're running here. We have been blessed with some great waves the last couple of days, some really clean conditions again today as we wrap up competition here on the final day at the 2015 APB Itacoatiara Pro, presented by Toyota SGA. Can't thank Toyota enough for their support. And also would like to thank all of you watching online the live webcast. Thank you for supporting the World Tour and international competitive bodyboarding. It's great to have you along for the ride with us, watching all the action out in the water. All right, and here we have Diego Cabrera taking a look at this left-hander, trying to work his way back into this heat. Right now, currently trailing behind Francois Ferreira. He's in combination situation. He needs to put together a new combined total of 13.51. And joining me here in the booth, making his return to the hot seat, Ian Campbell from South Africa. How's it going, bro?
Yeah, thanks for having me, Steve. Yeah, just a little bit disappointed in the last heat, but Tanner surfed really well, and I'm back in the hot seat here, doing some commentary, so should be good.
Well, stoked to have you here. And, yeah, it looked like a tough situation out there. There's not a whole lot you can do when people start breaking out the big scores and the waves aren't coming your way. I mean, we saw you didn't give up. You kept battling through. Unfortunately, just not quite able to get the waves to come your way.
Yeah, I mean, I started off the heat all right, I guess. I kind of got stuck up on the first wave and didn't really set a good tone for the heat, and I just tried to get back into it, and it just didn't seem that any of the waves were going my way, so unfortunately I just had to suck it up and try come back, but nothing happened, so what can you do, I guess?
All right, and right now out in the water there you can see the man in yellow trying to work his way back into this heat. 5.9 on the last wave for Diego Cabrera. That takes him out of combination situation. He now needs a 7.60 to overtake Francois Ferreira, who maintains the lead right now on the strength of a 6.25 and a 7.25. That's the situation out in the water. So you've been having another pleasant experience, I guess you could say, here in Itacoatiara. You know, competition aside and getting eliminated today on the final day, I mean, your free surf sessions, I mean, last year and again this year we've seen photos and it's just you're boosting out there. Meanwhile, trying to boost out in the water, chasing down a 7.60, Diego Cabrera having a little difficulty on that one. So tell us a little bit about your experiences last year and this year cruising around Itacoatiara for this event.
Yeah, I mean, I absolutely love this wave. It's just got so much power to it. So when you want to do the big moves, you've got that chance to kind of do them. And, yeah, I guess I just get a few lucky ones when I'm out there and just kind of racing towards the lip and trying to go as high and far as possible, I guess, was the call once again this year. And it seems like it really worked out for me. I mean, the free surfs that I've had so far have been pretty wild. I think I surfed twice in the last couple days and in the free surfs, and it's just crazy how much power this wave has, the big wedge coming on the right, and you just get into situations where there's only really one option, and that's to go straight up and try to hit the lip and see if you can land. So yeah, that's pretty much what I try to do. I mean, I don't try to go crazy all the time, but sometimes you just got to commit to a couple and see how high you can go.
For everybody watching the live webcast, be sure to check out the APB Tour Facebook page and the website, as well as Itacoatiara Pro on Facebook and their official website. There's a photo from the other day. This guy was free surfing and once again just absolutely punting an Air Revo down at Pompo. And, it'll give you an idea of what this guy does every time he comes to Brazil now. This is 2 years in a row. You just see this guy turn into a high-flying Safa down there.
Yeah, I mean, it's really I just have so much fun here, and that's the bottom line really. If you're having fun and enjoying it, then we're doing what we love, and you can't really complain. I mean, it's an amazing place as we see today, unbelievable conditions, and sun's out, everyone's on the beach, Diego's flipping the outside, so it's all good.
So Diego Cabrera with a flip off of that end section. Meanwhile, Francois Ferreira scratching into this left-hander. Nice size set wave. Driving down the line, and that one's going to race off. So before it gets too hectic, he ducks out and will head back out to the lineup. Waiting for that last score for Diego Cabrera. Again, he's hunting down a 7.60 to take the lead away from Francois Ferreira, who took the lead early and has held on to it to this point as we've passed the halfway point in this heat. So we'll see if Diego can work his way back in, waiting for that last score. Meanwhile, there you can see on the beach, the guardavidas, the Itacoatiara lifeguards, those guys had to jump into action and help out a little bit yesterday. Big thank you to them. I was actually talking to one of the lifeguards last night. They had their work cut out for them yesterday.
Yeah, I mean, that's a shame. It was a pity that one guy got sent to hospital yesterday, and just hope he's recovered really well today. But, yeah, there was some big sets coming through yesterday. I mean, it wasn't easy for everyone, and those guys really did a good job. I mean, the guy on the jet ski was killing it out there, and he was really, really good, just kind of keeping everyone safe, and the guys did well to get that Grammy out the water and just get him back onto to dry land, so to speak. I mean, I heard he nearly blacked out, so glad he's okay and everyone's all right, and, yeah, thanks to them.
Yeah, for those of you who missed it yesterday and didn't hear me mention it earlier, 17-year-old Chilean competitor Joshua Toledo found himself in a nasty situation yesterday. During his round 5 heat, got caught on the inside. His leash snapped. He lost his board. Took a couple of sets on the head. Ended up getting slammed into the bottom. Had to be rushed off to the hospital for x-rays on his neck and back. Fortunately, no serious injuries. Just a little bumped up, a little bruised ego, I guess you could say. But this kid went from dropping a 10 the day before to just having sets dropped on his head yesterday.
Yeah.
And it was a bad turn of events. And fortunately, the lifeguards jumped into action. They took care of the situation. And the end result, fortunately, Joshua Toledo will be okay. No serious injuries. He was just a little banged up yesterday when he returned to the contest site. So, Joshua, and I hope you're feeling better today. And we look forward to seeing you again in Chile.
Yeah, that was definitely one of the biggest sets that came through of the day yesterday. I remember we were all standing at the top watching the guys, and they just seemed to be cleaned up completely. I mean, it was probably one of the craziest sets I've ever seen come through here, and even the guys right at the back were just getting smoked. So, but glad everyone's okay, and yeah, see him in Chile for sure. I'm sure he'll be busting out again and get
All
over
right,
that.
and take a look at the scoreboard. Dropping in a 6.65, the last score for Diego Cabrera. He has a 6.65 and a 5.90. He now needs a 6.86 if he is going to claim the lead from Francois Ferreira. Francois with a 6.25, 7.25 remains in the lead. Getting down to the final portion of this heat out in the water again, heat 5, round 7. And coming up on deck again, Antonio Cardoso against Pierre-Louis Costas in the next heat. Also, during the next heat, we are going to bring into the booth Brazilian wildcard, Itacoatiara local, and big wave charger Kalani Latanzi. We're actually going to let him jump into the booth with his mother. His mother actually speaks very good English, and Kalani, still working on his English skills. They're going to take over the commentary booth for us, and Kalani's going to be interviewed by his mother on air. So stay tuned for that as A little bit of a Brazilian takeover here in the commentary booth.
Yeah, that's going to be awesome. Yeah, Kalani's definitely got some big hype of the last couple months, I guess. Those crazy waves in Porto that he's been charging, and just here, I mean, yesterday it was in my heat, and he got an absolute smoker. It's been going around Facebook, and I really just can't believe that was here and it was yesterday, because that thing just looks mutant.
Yeah, again, you can find photos from yesterday online. The wave that Ian's talking about, Kalani pulled into this right-hander. It was just this big, throaty barrel that reeled off, and he came out, and it was just, unbelievable. One of 2 10s we saw yesterday, one from Kalani, also a 10-point barrel ride from Eliton Lorero. So, I mean, we saw a little bit of everything yesterday. Yesterday was definitely a dramatic day of competition,
Yeah.
We saw dangerous situations. We saw big scores, heavy surf, as if Kalani didn't earn a page in the bodyboarding history books with his antics in Mexico.
Yeah.
This event earning its own recognition in its own right the last couple of days, and that's what we saw with that pumping surf. Guys getting worked on the cleanup sets, massive sets rolling through, guys pulling off big scores, and some big wipeouts. Some guys really taking some pumpings out there.
Yeah, it was good to watch. I mean, that's probably one of the heaviest days of competition I've had, and I served 3 heats, 25 minutes a heat. I mean, it really wasn't easy, and the guys really showed some skill and some just raw talent out there. It was brilliant. Just Diego not really getting into that one. I mean, I think he's having a little bit of a challenge out there.
He seems to be riding a little bit frustrated. He's not really getting the waves he wants, and you can see him kind of kicking out with a little extra emphasis, almost like, I'm over it.
Yeah.
And, he keeps trying. He's got, 6 waves under his belt, and he's still trying to dial into that one to give him the score he needs, and he's not getting it. And it seems like, his composure's starting to slip a little bit out there.
Yeah, I mean, the conditions this morning are a lot cleaner and a lot smaller, but it's still not easy to find waves out there. I mean, yesterday we saw a lot of guys dropping some good scores, and this morning it's been a little bit slower, and the guys are still getting the waves that they need in the heats, and it's brilliant to see that these conditions have kind of cleaned up for the final day, and I think the rest of the day has really got something to hold for us.
So there you can see both of our competitors on screen. Again, right now, situation update out in the water as we count down to the last few minutes of this heat. Diego Cabrera with a 5.90 and a 6.65. He needs a 6.86 right now. He's currently in second spot, trying to move ahead of Francois Fajera, who maintains the advantage in this heat right now. Francois with a 6.25 and a 7.25 holds the advantage over Diego Cabrera. Time counting down. We have roughly 3 minutes left in the heat. And here we have Diego taking a look at this right-hander. And again, not really lining up, so kicking out quickly, not wasting any time. He's going to get right back out there and try and get another one as soon as possible, as he keeps scratching and clawing and doing his best to get back into this and get the wave he needs.
Yeah, I mean, it's, as you saw in the last heat, it's not over till it's really over, and Mo showed that kind of last 30 seconds getting the wave, and just, yeah, I mean, it always happens in these heats. You get the buzzer beaters where the guy will take off in the last couple seconds and get the score he needs. So, I mean, these heats are never over until they're over, literally. So, I mean, Diego's definitely got a chance out here still, and I'm sure he'll just keep pushing and see if he can get this.
All right, so it sounds like we have about 30 seconds remaining. Last-ditch effort from Diego Cabrera, 20 seconds remaining, drops in on the left, driving down the line, throwing the flip, gets it around. There's the claim. He believes that's the score he needs. Counting down. Last 5 seconds, ticking off the clock. Was that enough? We'll have to wait and see, waiting for that last score to register down to the wire again. We saw this in the last heat. This one even closer to the end. You know, the last 20 seconds he dropped in on that wave, waiting for that score to register. We'll give you an update on that situation right after this commercial break.
Sempre sonhamos em ter uma loja de bodyboarding. Depois começamos a sonhar em trabalhar com as melhores marcas. Também sonhamos em termos uma grande equipe. E um dia sonhamos com o maior campeonato de bodyboard do mundo.
All right, welcome back to day 5 of competition here at the 2015 APB Itacoatiara Pro Brazil, presented by Toyota SGA. And there you can see down at the water's edge, Diego Cabrera waiting for the score to drop on that last wave. Was it enough to advance on? Again, waiting for the score, anxiously waiting for the score. Diego, yeah. Right now, this has got to be tough. How anxious is he right now?
Yeah, I can only just imagine. I mean, it's the most stressful thing to just kind of be on the beach and waiting for the judges to see if that was the score that he needed. And, I mean, this really just came down to the wire, and all you can do is really wait and see what the judges have to say from that last one.
So again, Diego going through the gut-wrenching process of sitting there waiting to hear the score drop.
After all that frustration in the water, I mean, I'm sure he's kind of on edge here to see what's really going to happen and what the judges felt on that last wave. So, I mean, that was a good last-ditch effort to kind of get the score, and let's just see what happens. I mean, the judges are really taking their time to figure out if that was the one. So,
yeah, right now really taking their time to deliberate this score. This is where, things get critical. Did he get the score, or did he come up short? Ooh, the anticipation is even killing me right now.
Yeah, I'm getting a little bit too, like.
Even I'm anxious. I can't even imagine this. His stomach must be churning right now, waiting for this to be announced.
Man, it's going to be a big call. I mean, part of me wants Diego to kind of get through. I mean, he's a really cool guy, and I mean his competitive skills are really cool. So let's just see what happens. Here we see that replay. Nice clean move. I mean, with a big claim. I mean, that looks like it could get the score. I think he needed a 6.9. So the judge is really going through this. Shame. I'm so glad that's not me. I mean, that can't be easy, eh, Steve?
Oh, yeah. There you can see he's still at the water's edge. He took his fins off, but that's about as far as he's gotten. He's still got his leash on, just waiting. You got to try and distract yourself in moments like this, but it's virtually impossible. You're just waiting to hear that one number, and that determines, do I go to the quarterfinals, or is my day already over at 9:45 a.m.?
Yeah, I mean, big ups to him. I mean, this is not easy, and just sitting there on the beach, I can only imagine.
Oh, 6.7. He came up short by 0.2 of a point.
Oh, man.
That's crushing. And there you can see his reaction. That just... all that waiting, that anxiety,
Oh.
and to come up 0.2 of a point short, that's just gut wrenching.
Oh man, I've been in that situation before, and it really isn't easy. But it seems like he took it pretty well, and you got to understand this is competition, and sometimes it's just not your day. So big ups to him. I mean, he rode really well straight all the way until the last couple seconds there, Steve.
So he gave it a great last-ditch effort. He came so close, but, the cards just did not fall in his favor. Again, coming up 0.2 of a point short. So it will be Francois Ferreira taking the heat win over Diego Cabrera. Diego Cabrera with a last-ditch effort in the last 20 seconds. Unfortunately came up just short. And, that's part of the critical drama you see at pro events. And, whoa, opening things up in PLC-type fashion. Big backflip on that wave. Right now, we are going to switch out the booth. Ian and I are going to step out and let Kalani Latanzi and his mother cruise in. And we're going to have a little Brazilian mother-son time on air here at the 2015 APB Itacoatiara Pro. So bear with us. We'll get you scores in just a moment and get them set up. We'll be back right after this.
É, galera, tomei posse aqui do microfone do Steve, Kalani Latanzi falando. Eu e minha mãe aqui, a gente vai sentar aqui no live webcast. E agora a transmissão em português, galera. Bateria, isso é a sexta das oitavas. Antônio Cardoso contra Pierre Luiz Costez, uma bateria dura, bro. Dois casca grossa. Pierre sem comentários pra esse cara. O Antônio Cardoso, também pra quem não conhece, é lá de Nazaré. Uma onda igual o Itacoatiara, bem pesada, grande. Até o recorde da onda maior surfada do mundo foi lá. E vem ele na onda. Vem pra esquerda, jogou pro tubo, vamos ver se vai sair. Saiu, boa, Portuga. Deu um normal. Continua na onda. Um rolo. Vamos ver se ele vai completar o rolo. Não completa o rolo, mas ele que não tinha nenhuma nota computada, então já um tubo e um normal já é uma boa contagem.
boa. Bora.
Vai ganhar uma nota boa, né?
Você tá ao vivo falando, tá, mãe?
Eu sei. Tô muito feliz de estar aqui, cara, na nossa terra, na nossa praia. E vamos torcer pra Kalani, hein? Torcer pra Kalani. Eu queria dar um aloha pro Jeff. Um aloha pro Jeff. We miss you, Jeff. Jeff Herbal. E Isabela e a galera que tá assistindo. Tá muito maneiro esse campeonato. Tá muito maneiro. Altas ondas. Ontem foi tipo pipeline, né? Aquele tubo de Kalani a gente nem dormiu, né, filho?
Bom, a gente foi dormir
O tubo...
às 2 da manhã ontem. Muita adrenalina, acho que muito Red Bull também que a gente tomou ali. E, pô, galera, quem estiver assistindo, vem pra praia aí, ó. Já saiu a nota aí do Antônio Cardoso, um 6. E a segunda do Pierre, um 7,5. Então tá liderando aí o Pierre. Mas a bateria nada definida ainda. O Antônio precisa de 3,5. Então ainda tem 20 minutos de bateria. Muita coisa tá pra acontecer ainda. Solzinho aí, a galera na praia. Praia tá boa. Quem tiver aí na transmissão, tiver por perto, chega aí que tá show de bodyboard, altas manobras, altos atletas. E vamos que vamos, velho.
Essa praia é muito abençoada, cara, muito. A gente tem maior sorte que aqui, olha aí.
Ó o PR na onda.
Ó,
Vai
velocidade.
uma backflip característico dele, vamos ver se ele completa a manobra. Lindo backflip aí do
PR
PR,
é muito
vai.
fera, né? Surfa muito. Aliás, agora todo mundo surfa muito, né? Só cachorro grande. Muito bom ver esses profissionais dando show aqui na nossa prainha. No nosso quintal, né, filho? E
Boa,
aqui,
boa.
Dudu Pedra, cara, que ajuda a gente. A escolinha dele, eu surfo na escolinha terça e quinta. Dudu, bota a gente pra entrar aí.
Viu? Os caras vão entrevistar ali o vencedor da última bateria, ali, o Francerley. A gente vai dar uma pausa aqui. Mas... boa onda do PR, vai entrar aí pro somatório dele. Com certeza a melhor onda da bateria até o momento. Um lindo backflip característico dele.
A gente que tem que passar...
E mano, não sei passar. Como é que eu faço isso?
Tem que passar lá pra baixo pra...
Back to the beach with the hit number 5 in the round 7, sorry. We are here with the Francis Lei Ferreira from Copacabana, the another Brazilian that going to the straight to the quarterfinal. Francis Lei, você falou que estava ali ganhando e no final quase deu um mole porque perdeu a prioridade e ele podia ter virado na última onda. O que aconteceu ali?
Eu competi bem, mas acontece também momentos de distraição. No final da bateria, quase eu perdi minha oportunidade de passar para a próxima fase com a prioridade. Ele pegou uma onda, a prioridade sendo minha, e eu deixei ele ir na onda, porque a onda não tinha muito potencial, era uma onda pequena, mas eu corri o risco ali de tomar virada e ser desclassificado.
Lembrando que quando você está com a prioridade, se você tem a técnica de você colar no atleta, né, e não deixar ele pegar onda, já que a prioridade é sua, se você estiver vencendo a bateria. Então o Francis Lei poderia ter feito isso, né, Francis Lei? Mas ele achou que a onda fosse muito pequena e ele acabou deixando a onda para o adversário. E o que você pretende agora nas quartas de finais, já que você é outro brasileiro que está, o Guilherme já rodou, que é da sua equipe, mas o Uri está também. Qual a estratégia que você vai usar?
Essa lição, para me dar um boom, eu mesmo vou dar um soco em mim para eu acordar, porque não pode acontecer isso. Isso é etapa do Mundial e é onde estão os melhores. E eu vou pegar esse erro e vou transformar ele para focar nas próximas fases. E o foco continua. Força e o Brasil aí continua mandando a energia positiva que está fazendo a diferença.
Sei, Francis, parabéns. Te vejo nas quartas de finais. Espero que você consiga manter esse título em casa. E é isso, galera. Agora, now come back to Kalani. I think Kalani, his mom, is in the webcast. Thanks a lot. Congratulations.
Ih, tamo de volta aí. Mais um brasileiro aí nas quartas, Francis Lei, que na última onda ali deu uma tensão. Não. Ó, onda do português Antônio Cardoso. Bom rolo ali na sessão, no crítico ali. Vamos ver se ele vai completar a manobra. Completa a manobra. Boa, Tó! Galera de Portugal ali na frente, ali, ó, o Miguel Adão e o Francisco Pinheiro. Gonzalo Pinheiro, desculpa.
Cara, esse
Torcendo
campeonato tá
ali.
muito maneiro.
E o Pierre também, que é meio português, tá ali, né?
Boa onda, hein?
Ó, belo rolo na seção crítica ali.
Limpinho.
Limpo, boa manobra do Antônio Cardoso.
Show. Vibrou, viu? Marradão.
Boa, gosto muito da galera de Portugal. Faltou aqui o Hugo Pinheiro e o Manuel Centeno.
É mesmo,
Cadê?
Hugo?
Cadê o Stuga? Faltou vocês. 7 pontos aí, já deu pra escutar aqui já. Mas vamos escutar, vamos ver aqui vamos esperar sair no meu monitor e pra eu passar direitinho pra vocês. Eu acho que vocês já conseguem ver aí, né? Um belo dia, um dia bonito, um solzinho, um sol agradável em Itacoatiara.
E os profissionais dando um show. Ainda bem que tem onda ainda, né? Porque ontem tava gigante. Ontem foi um espetáculo. Os chilenos passaram um sufoco, né? Mas graças a Deus todo mundo saiu bem. E a próxima bateria, ó. Uri Valadão vai entrar na próxima. Uri também é muito bom.
Sétimo hit, Uri Valadão. Ó.
Vai com Sasha. Aí, galera, torcer pra Uri.
Próxima bateria, Uri e o Sasha. Um brasileiro e um chileno. Altas baterias.
Os brasileiros.
Ó,
boa
Cardoso,
onda.
Jogou pro tubo. Sai, moleque, vai sair. Ih, saiu ali, acho que o câmera nem acompanhou ele.
Ali
lindo
saiu.
Tubo do Antônio Cardoso, irado. Boa,
Cara,
boa.
Esse campeonato tá muito emocionante, nem tem altas ondas.
Linda onda, hein? Boa onda. Vai ser um high score aí, com certeza.
Parabéns.
Galera de
Nossa, a gente tá
Portugal aí.
muito feliz, né, filho? Nossa, tá muito feliz. Aquela onda de Calane não sai da cabeça, aquele tubo de ontem foi muito legal.
Eu nunca tinha feito um 10 unânime aqui no
Verdade.
campeonato de bodyboard. Já fiz no de body surf, no surf de peito, mas...
Nossa, ele
bodyboard
muito
eu nunca tinha
feliz.
feito um 10,
Nossa,
né?
eu gritava tanto, eu pensei que ia ter um ataque de coração quando eu vi Calane saindo assim, muito bom. Ó!
9.25.
Virou.
Vira a bateria Antônio Cardoso. Um lindo tubo deep. Até o câmera perdeu ele ali. 9.25. Tubo do Antônio Cardoso. Vira a bateria. Bateria vira alto.
Olha.
Tem onda do Pierre aí, ó. Rolo pesadíssimo. Vamos ver aí. Não completa a manobra. Incompleta a onda do Pierre.
Campeonato tem isso, né? Às vezes na última horinha ninguém pega uma boa, vira. Não tem os 10 segundos, né? Em 10 segundos você pode virar a bateria. É meio assim ingrato, né? Para os atletas.
É o replay da onda aí do tubo do Antônio Cardoso. Ele que sabe muito. Ele que sabe muito pegar tubo. Ali, ó, sai ali, ó.
Pô, tá vindo altas ondas. Aí, galera, vem pra praia, tem onda ali no costão, dá pra pegar, tem umas ondinhas maneiras, o mar tá lisinho.
Tem um crowd ali no Pampo também.
Itacoatiara tá maneiro. Vem pra te pegar o tópico, os gringos tá tudo aqui, todo mundo muito feliz. Campeonato tá maneiríssimo, campeonato mais emocionante que eu já participei.
Ah, por causa que teve mesmo.
Pô, Calane nunca surfou tanto no campeonato como nesse, né?
Verdade, tá sendo um bom campeonato.
Uma benção, cara. E do mar do jeito que ele gosta, né? Itacoatiara gigante. Que eles falam que Itacoatiara é pânico e terror. É mesmo. É mole não surfar aqui. A gente que tem que aprender, então, leva muito na cabeça. Mas que bom, galera. Que bom que a Itacoatiara deu essas ondas para os atletas poderem mostrar o potencial. Porque, cara, todo mundo surfa muito, né? E campeonato é sorte. Às vezes você tá ali...
Não, o campeonato tem estratégia também.
Também, mas se não vier onda, o mar ficar quietinho, faltando um pouquinho, não vier onda, e aí? Né? Tem isso também.
Sim, verdade.
Cara, eu fico com o coração na mão. Não sei se vai ser melhor eu assistir daqui ou assistir lá
E com o
embaixo.
mar menor, como hoje, assim, em relação a ontem, diminuiu bastante. A galera consegue trocar bastante as notas, então fica uma bateria disputada, bastante troca de um pai para primeiro, outro para segundo, então a galera fica emocionada.
Verdade.
Torcendo para virada. Você pega uma onda e já volta ali para outside, Itacoatiara, a onda quebra bem perto da areia, então a gente consegue em 2 minutos, às vezes, pegar 2 ondas Então tudo pode acontecer mesmo. Tudo pode acontecer, tem que acreditar.
Verdade, tem que acreditar até o fim. O jogo só termina quando o juiz apita, né, filho? Tem muita água para rolar.
Isso aí, coroa.
Tem que ir lá e mandar ver, fazer o que você sabe fazer, tranquilidade, focar. Tá muito maneiro esse campeonato, cara, muito maneiro.
Tá muito lindo mesmo essa estrutura aqui dos atletas ali. Ó, vai entrar bater
Ah, o
agora
Uri já tá se preparando.
contra o Sasha.
E os patrocinadores também estão ajudando pra caramba, né, Kalani?
Pô, parabéns.
Até que enfim, sabe, ninguém tá investindo no bodyboard, acreditando. Pô, os atletas dão um show, é um esporte maneiro.
É um esporte muito lindo mesmo, que não tem o seu merecido valor, mas a galera tá conseguindo botar isso pra cima.
Amém, verdade, amém.
O esporte, porra, muito lindo mesmo. Muitos atletas são apaixonados, muita gente faz por amor. Você sabe que o dinheiro às vezes não rola muito dinheiro, então a gente faz por amor. E isso é o que importa, fazer o que você fizer por amor, tu vai fazer bem. Tu que fizer o que tu gosta na tua vida, tu vai fazer bem. Só correr atrás.
Falou bonito, hein, filho? Isso aí mesmo. Tem que
ensinou,
ter
né,
fé,
cara?
acreditar sempre, né? Acreditar sempre. Igual aquela historinha, né? Todo mundo, vamos rezar pra chover, vamos rezar pra chover. Aí um garoto foi e pegou o guarda-chuva. Aí, pô, isso que é fé, né? Vamos já saber que vai acontecer.
Ah, mas hoje em dia já tem previsão do tempo, pô.
Nossa, tô muito feliz de estar aqui.
Então
Vou
segue
falar
a
um pouquinho
bateria aí,
inglês.
primeiro aí o Antônio Cardoso com 7 e um 9.25. Em segundo tá o Pierre com 7,5 e um 8. Precisa de um 8,25 para virar aí pra cima do Antônio Cardoso.
E cara e coroa.
E cara e coroa pra quem começar a prioridade.
Ah, não
Caiu
sabia
amarelo,
dessa.
então começa a prioridade com o chileno.
Vamos lá, Uri, boa sorte.
Boa sorte para os dois atletas.
Yes.
O Uri nesse mar aí, pô, cara muito técnico, muito competidor, então sei que ele vai se dar bem aí. Então vamos torcer aí, galera do Brasil, pro Uri, galera do Chile torce aí pro Sasha. E vamos que vamos, galera. Show de bodyboard.
Isabela, seu irmão aí entrando na água, hein? Tenho certeza que você tá vendo. Vamos falar um pouco de inglês pros gringos, né, filho?
Não, já escutaram muito inglês dele já.
Ah! I'm saying to Kalani that we should speak a little bit of English because a lot of people is watching from all over the world, right? The Australian guys and the Hawaiians. And Kalani, no, they heard of
Steve speak too much English, né? É de português, toca little bit.
Now Kalani wants to speak only Portuguese. I have to obey, yeah. Yeah, Lu, what?
Tem onda aí do Pierre, uma esquerda. Uma boa com um lindo backflip.
Vai
Vamos ver se
voltar.
vai completar. Completa
Completou!
a manobra. Vamos ver
Nossa,
se vai
gente, aqui é um
acontecer
show de
virada.
bodyboard.
Vamos ver se vai rolar virada aí. Bateria muito casca grossa.
Momento fotografia com
Estive
Steve.
aqui tirar foto minha da minha mãe.
We are so stoked, man, to be here, you know. I tell
Where is Manny?
Manny Vargas,
Yeah.
California.
He should be here, yeah.
We miss Manny Vargas. If you are watching us, hello, Manny Vargas. We love
Hey,
here
Manny, we
you
miss
in
you.
Brazil.
You're the man.
Boom!
Boom!
Ah, man, you are the guy. We love you.
Ah, chega de inglês.
Yuri se preparando na areia. Boa sorte, Yuri.
7.8 backflip do PR, não vira bateria. Segue em primeiro o Antônio Cardoso. E o PR ainda precisando aí do 8.26. Aí o replay da onda. Lindo backflip pesado. Isso aí, galera.
Altas ondas ainda, hein, filho?
Tá maneiro,
Tá maneiro. E a água tá quente
Vai
ou
subir uma onda
fria?
ali, ó.
A água tá quente ou tá fria?
Eu tava de John, nem senti.
Dá pra surfar, galera. Vem pra praia pegar onda, pegar autógrafo.
Onda do Antônio, um rolo. Felipe não entra em somatória, são
Pouquinho ponto. Vem pra praia Itacoatiara, tá lindo, vale a pena. Tá um show de bodyboard dos profissionais dando show. Tem fisioterapeuta na área dos atletas, tem um bolão. Tá mó alegria, olha. Tener, que vai entrar com Kalani na próxima homem a homem.
Quarta de final, eu e o Tener, galera, em mais 2 baterias a gente entra.
Kalani e Tener.
Eu e o Havaiano, Tener, 2 havaianos, na verdade, na bateria, né?
Verdade, Kalani também é havaiano, nascido em Maui.
Pra quem não sabe, galera, eu nasci no Hawaii, na ilha de Maui. Me mudei pro Brasil aqui com 4 meses de idade, ainda bebê.
6 meses.
6 meses.
Mas nasceu em Maui e voltou lá, né? Saiu de lá bebê e voltou lá um homem, surfou Jaws de peito. Gente, assustador, primeira vez que viram no body surf lá, né, filho? Os havaianos, are you nuts?
Agora vai sair no Homem-Peixe aí um episódio, 2 episódios surfando em Jaws. Primeira expedição do body surf em Jaws, do surf de peito.
No canal off, galera,
canal off,
é
Henrique
terça-feira,
Pistilha.
né? Homem-peixe.
Homem-peixe.
É o que Kalani é mesmo, a fishman. Kalani é metade peixe e metade homem, né? Aquela onda do México, gente, fala daquilo, meu filho. Ele fala, mãe, surfei uma onda gigante, vou postar. Aí eu pensei que ia ser essas ondas de Itacoatiara, né? Quando ele postou aquela onda gigantesca lá, minha respiração parou.
Sério, é o fundo.
Hoje tá tranquilo, né, filho, o caldo.
Hoje tá de boa.
Hoje tá tranquilo.
Ontem
E ó,
ontem...
tirar o chapéu pro tênis, que o garoto é pequeno, magrinho e entrou no marzão, né? Ontem tava pesado. Aquela onda que varreu todo mundo, que o chileno foi pro hospital. A galera na praia se juntando. Vem, galera, pra torcer pra Kalani.
Sócrates Santana,
Surfa muito.
Geração, moleque sinistro. Tem vejo futuro nesse moleque no bodyboard.
É verdade.
Moleque bom, cria do Francirley, cria do Guilherme Tâmega.
É.
Esse aí representa a nova geração no posto 5, o Sócrates Santana e o Matheus Bastos, que tá na final. Hoje rola a final do Júnior. O Tener também. Ih, moleque chato, né? Faz tudo, brother.
Não fala assim.
Pô.
Não. E ele, cara, ele é muito magrinho, né? Levinho, então ele voa muito alto e faz as manobras, né?
Completa, né?
Completa tudo. Kalani, muita dor na lombar. Essas caídas lá de cima, a lombar de Kalani dói muito aí. Não dá pra fazer, mas chega lá, tem que esquecer da dor e fazer, né? Porque quem não faz, não ganha, né, filho?
É verdade, tem que flipar. Tem que flipar.
Quem quiser ganhar campeonato já tem que estar fazendo essas manobras que os profissionais fazem, porque só rolo e 360 que eu tô aprendendo.
Não,
é difícil.
Ontem foi só rolo e tubo, a galera passou.
É verdade.
No Itacoatiara, o mar fica grande, você não precisa de fazer muita coisa, você... Só um rolão, você até consegue tirar um 10 aqui.
Pô, e eles fazem o rolo parecer tão fácil. Dudu Pedra bota a gente na escolinha, você vai tentar mandar cava, vai no lip, rola, vira o pescoço, aí, cara, tem que segurar a prancha pra voltar. É difícil dar rolo. E eles falam, para, é muito fácil, parece fácil. Não é. Dudu Pedra ajuda muito a galera aqui de Itacoatiara.
Rolo é fácil, é só você...
É treinar, tem que treinar.
Ver bastante vídeo, tudo que eu aprendi no bodyboard eu via assistindo vídeo, via vídeo e assistia. A cavada é muito importante, a tua remada também é muito importante. Trabalhar a remada. Quanto mais antes você entrar na onda, mais você vai ter o que pensar, vai ter tempo de cavar para subir no lip. Então a remada
Só que aqui,
é muito importante.
Itacoatiara não dá pra pensar muito não, cara, porque a onda, ela é rápida e forte, você leva um caldo e já tem que subir. Aqui tem que ser tudo muito rápido.
É verdade.
Você não pode descer pensando que vai fazer, você já tem que descer mandando manobra.
Tem onda que você tem que ir já na cabeça.
E quando tá grande, Dudu fica na areia, quando ele fala atrás, eu saio remando, vou lá pra plataforma. Medo de levar a série na cabeça, my God. I'm saying that here when it gets big, man, it's hard. You know, and Dudu Pedra, go, go, go. Aí Dudu, melhor professor de Itacoatiara. Dudu Pedra, bodyboard e Guilherme Erdi de surf. Eles mandam muito bons professores, mandam entrar em marzão, tem que entrar, aprender a levar caldo. É aprendendo a levar caldo que você aprende a surfar onda grande. Tô errado ou tô certo?
É isso aí.
Kalani Pirralho com...
Tem um bom treinamento pra galera que quer pegar um folha, quer pegar uma disposição.
Isso.
Entra de peito, cara, e se joga nas ondas.
Isso, aprende a levar os caldos e ver que você não vai morrer, só tem que prender a respiração.
Exatamente.
Lá vem...
Tá sabendo,
Ih!
E lá vem. Prioridade, Pierre usou prioridade nessa onda. bom rolo.
Completou.
Manobra, mas vamos ver o que, o que vai rolar aí. Ele precisa de um 8.26. 30 segundos para acabar a bateria. E onda do Antônio Cardoso, um rolo, não vai entrar em somatório, só para sair d'água. 10 segundos, término de bateria, vamos ver aí se vai ter mudança no rolo do Pierre. Eu acredito que não, mas vamos ver aí que eu não decido nada, quem decide é os juízes.
Ai, daqui a pouco é você dentro d'água.
E agora empieza la manga de los chilenos Sasha com o brasileiro Uri. 7.3, não vira a bateria. Então passa a bateria Antônio Cardoso de Portugal em segundo Pierre. Porra, bateria casca grossa, tá de parabéns os dois atletas.
Parabéns, cara.
Porra,
Muito
boa
bom.
Portugal, galera de Portugal ainda ali
Aí, Hugo Pinheiro tá vibrando aí, né,
Tá
irmão?
vendo aí, ô Pipi?
Ô, Pipi! Oh, não pode fazer isso. A gente te ama. We love you.
Eu vou deixar aqui agora o Steve e minha mãe, que eu vou ali.
Ai, boa sorte, meu filho. Boa sorte, boas ondas.
Aloha.
Aloha.
Tá de sacanagem.
You know, I think it just gives you access. It's like a key or a doorway into a kinetic world of beauty, and you're actually in the medium. So you become part of you're in the water. You become part of the water, and bodyboards just give you that access to experience all those little facets and all that beauty that's out there.
All right, welcome back to day 5 of competition here at the Itacoatiara Pro, presented by Toyota SGA. This is the final day of competition. Back in the booth, Steve Action Jackson joined with Ian Campbell from South Africa. And that last heat, a little bit of a shocker.
Yeah.
PLC going down at the hands of Portugal's Antonio Cardoso. So congratulations to Antonio for pulling out the win.
Yeah, big surprise there. I mean, we know PLC is always on form, and Antonio just getting a good right-hander, little barrel, and coming out of it pretty smooth, a little bit in front of it, but getting the score that he needed and going through.
So right now out in the water, Ori Valadown, the 2008 world champion, coming into this event ranked 3rd in the world, going up against a Chilean, Sasha Damjanic. Ori Valadown in red, Sasha Damjanic in yellow. And I was downstairs during that break while we had Kalani and his mom here in the booth, and I actually got to watch the APB priority puck toss. And it was the Chilean, Sasha Damjanic, winning the priority toss, so he entered the water with first priority.
Yeah, it's something very new, Steve, and I think that's kind of how the sport's going to progress a little bit and show a little bit more to the viewers exactly what goes on in the water, and it's a cool new system that they got going. I mean, I know we had big discussions about it over emails and everyone talking about it. So it looks good, and as we see Yuri with a decent clean invert there.
Opening things up with a 7.25 on his scorecard. Meanwhile, Sasha Damjanek, not much to work with on his first wave there. You can see waiting for something a little more substantial to roll his way. So real quick, like to thank Kalani and his mom for jumping in and taking over the commentary booth for a heat. So we figured we'd try something a little different here in the commentary booth. Also gave me an opportunity to take a quick breather, grab something to eat, and give people a chance to learn a little bit more about the mother-son dynamic of the Latanzi family.
Yeah, for sure.
So thanks everybody for staying tuned to the live action here on the final day of competition at the 2015 APB Itacoatiara Pro, presented by Toyota SGA. I'd also like to thank our other sponsors, but we'll get to that right after this. We've got Paolo down on the beach with the winner of the last heat.
Hi, Steve. Round 7, heat number 6 with Antônio Cardoso from Portugal. He just come really ripping all contas. Como é que tá ali dentro, Antônio, que você fez a diferença agora, que você ganhou?
O mar está muito melhor, ontem estava super difícil e hoje está muito perfeito. Eu estava sem expectativas e só queria apanhar e posicionar-me no melhor sítio para apanhar as melhores ondas, e isso correu muito bem. Consegui apanhar as melhores, o Pierre teve um pouco de azar, mas pronto, eu sei que ele é um bodyboarder muito bom, é o campeão do mundo e a qualquer momento podia virar a bateria.
Você está constante durante todo o evento, tem ganhado as baterias todas em primeiro, né? Pelo que eu estou vendo. Você fez algum treino para vir para o Brasil ou só continuou treinando como você sempre faz?
É assim, eu não tenho um treino específico, eu apenas queria vir competir esta onda porque é muito semelhante à Nazaré, de onde eu venho, e acho que o melhor treino que eu tenho é mesmo surfar na Nazaré, na Praia do Norte, e acho que isso é o suficiente para chegar aqui preparado para estas condições e para enfrentar o que tiver que ser.
Você que é de Nazaré, que tem o famoso canhão de Nazaré, que é a onda gigantesca, você acha que é possível surfar lá de bodyboard?
É assim, eu acho que o bodyboard ainda não chegou a esse patamar, ainda não temos um material específico para apanhar ondas grandes, é preciso pranchas mais pesadas, é preciso coletes próprios, e acho que o bodyboard perde um bocado aí nas ondas grandes, porque ainda não estamos evoluídos nesse aspecto, mas eu já tentei apanhar uma onda com o Havaiano Garrett, e não correu bem, eu estava super assustado, as ondas estavam muito grandes e o meu colete era péssimo. Eu acho que se levasse com a onda em cima, eu acho que podia passar muito mal, e eu acho que tenho muita vontade em treinar nessas condições muito grandes. O norte é muito assustador com essas condições, é preciso treinar mesmo a sério.
E o mar é gelado ainda, né? Parece que você sai quicando, o bodyboard fica sem estabilidade também, né?
O que eu acho da água fria é que quando passamos muito tempo debaixo d'água, a água parece que puxa sempre para cima. Aqui na Itacoatiara eu acho que passamos mais tempo debaixo d'água, a água parece que não tem tanta força, tanta pressão a puxar para cima, acho que empurra sempre para baixo.
Aqui é para cima, para baixo, você não sabe mais onde é que é, né? Parabéns, Antônio, te vejo nas quartas de finais.
All right, thank you, Pella, and congratulations again to Antonio Cardoso. He is advancing on to the quarterfinals. So, good job to him taking out the 2011 World Champ PLC, coming in as one of the favorites to win the world title this year. A little bit of a shocker in that heat going down in round 7.
Yeah, I mean, he got some good waves with some very big backflips into quite heavy sections, and unfortunately just not getting the scores that he needed to go through. But Antonio really did show his kind of strength there, got like a really good right hand barrel, and got I think it was a 9.25 on that wave. So yeah, just a little bit of a surprise, little upset to the guys, but I mean, this is competition, this is how it goes.
Yeah, we see upsets all the time. You never know when the next one is going to go down. We just saw it there. And you know what? A lot of supporters back home in Portugal watching that heat, cheering on Antonio. We had Felipe Moura, Daniel Carpintero, Miguel Guerra, and Rita Serra tuning in and lending their support from across the Atlantic. So again, thank you everybody for tuning in, and congratulations again to Antonio Caruso. Also tuning in, South African bodyboarding legend Billy Thiel, checking in saying, please send my congratulations to Ian and all the Safas. Stoked on all the boosts. Ian, Billy checking in. Stoked to have Billy watching along with us, and good to hear from him.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, he's been probably one of the biggest supporters that I've had other than my parents. Always checking in with me, telling me exactly what I should be doing and shouldn't be doing, and it's really nice to have him on board and just to be there almost as a manager and friend, helping me out all the way through. So big ups to Billy. Thanks for all the support, and I really appreciate all the hard work you're putting into me.
Meanwhile, getting back to the action out in the water, there you can see plenty of people down on the beach watching the action out in the water. Scores filling in while we were away at interview. 7.25 for Ori Valadon on his opening wave. We had told you he backed that up with a 6.90. He holds the lead. Sasha Damjanek having a little trouble putting it together so far. Hasn't really put anything substantial on his scorecard. A couple of throwaway scores as his top scores at the moment. Still plenty of time to get the job done out there, but he's got some work to do. He's currently in combination situation, needing 2 new scores totaling 14.16 if he's going to overtake the former world champion, currently ranked number 3 in the world.
Yeah, I mean, we saw Yuri during that interview do a nice little invert on a left-hander, so he's just showing his versatility. I mean, his first wave was a right-hander with an invert. Second wave, he didn't really get much, and then on the third wave he went on the left and did another little invert. So really showing his versatility in the water, and this is what Yuri's about. I mean, he's won a world title before, so he knows how to do it, and let's just see how this heat goes as we see Sasha paddling on here.
All right, Sasha trying to get some work done, and again, really not lining up the way he would like, so just kicking out and paddling back to the lineup. Meanwhile, that man right there in the red jersey, Ori Valadon, the heat leader right now. Again, leading the heat on the strength of a 7.25 and a 6.90 at the moment. So again, I had mentioned that Ori came in ranked number 3 on the World Tour entering the 2015 season. And there you can see one of our spectators down on the beach enjoying one of the free samples from Mineirinho, our soft drink sponsor. We've also been getting a lot of support from one of your sponsors, Red Bull. So big props to them for helping out with this event. Always appreciate the support of Red Bull in the sport of bodyboarding.
Yeah, I mean, it's a great drink. I really have no complaints. I actually do some training on it too, which is quite cool. And I mean, if you trust in a product like that, it's really going to benefit you and show you the strength and what you can do in the water. So big up to Red Bull. I mean, I'm sipping on one now, so thanks very much for them coming on board here at the Itacoatiara Pro.
And on that last wave, we saw Sasha Damjanek, smaller left-hander, but able to, get a couple of maneuvers off of it, finished with the roll. That will actually help improve his situation a little bit. Again, he's currently in combination situation, needing a new combined heat total of 14.16. He needs 2 new wave scores. We'll see how the scores fall on that last wave, and we'll see if it helps him out of combo land at all. Meanwhile, here we go. The priority puck toss down with the beach marshal, Vina Lisboa, and it's coming up yellow. So it looks like the Australian young gun, Louis Finnegan, gaining the advantage of the priority toss. So he will enter the water with first priority in the next heat.
As we see Yuri taking off on this one. Oh, nice, clean one.
Pulls into a nice little drainer, but that thing pinches on him. So no exit for the former world champ. He pops up and will collect his board, head back out the lineup.
Yeah, I mean, we see that again, that wave's kind of not holding up enough for him, and unfortunately just getting stuck a little bit too deep in the wave and pinching at the end and not making it out. So Yeah, I'm actually staying with Louis at the moment, and he's a really cool guy, so energetic, and just yeah, he's just full of energy, and it's so sick to see in some of the guys here. I mean, this morning when I got here, Steve, it was just crazy. Everyone was just on another level, and I mean, everyone just gets so amped up for these contests, and just a huge thanks to everyone for putting these on. I mean, without the people here and the support that we have, we'd never be in this situation. So, huge up to everyone who's set this contest up, and just, yeah, a big thank you to getting us all together again.
All right, and some more messages coming in online. Daniel Santana sending good vibes to Ori Valadown, his fellow countryman, and threw in a little hashtag there, keep bodyboarding. Meanwhile, check this out. Getting ready to hit the water, Elton Lorero tuning out, vibing out to some music at the water's edge, kind of dancing around, keeping it loose as he's about to hit the water for the last heat, Heat 8 of Round 7, before we get into the men's quarterfinals. We're really getting down into the thick of things, and I can't wait to see what goes down out in the water once we get into the quarterfinals. I mean, we've seen some heated battles out there, some highly contested heats coming down to the closing seconds. If that's any indicator of what it's going to be like with increased intensity in the quarterfinals, we're in for one heck of a show.
Yeah, it's going to be a good show, I'm sure, for the rest of the day. The guys in the quarters are really going to push it. I mean, you're kind of in the final stages of competition, so there's definitely going to be some big stuff going down, and I just think everyone should just keep stuck to the screen, and it's definitely going to be crazy riding going down.
All right, so that last score filtering in for Sasha Jamjanek, a 3.25. That does not help his situation any. He remains in combo land. He needs 2 new wave scores totaling 14.16 if he's going to advance to the quarterfinals. Right now it's Ori Valadown in control. And there you can see down on the beach, one of our event sponsors, Havishtar Haidet, Ride It Bodyboard Magazine, Elmo Hamos, down on the beach. I'm going to have to try and catch up with him during the day sometime before he bails out. Elmo, a really good guy, one of the supporters of DK Wars. So Elmo does a lot for the sport of bodyboarding. His online magazine, Ride It Bodyboard Magazine, definitely worth checking out. Thank you to him for lending his support to this event.
Yeah, I got to see the magazine that they just brought out, and it's absolutely unbelievable. I mean, the cover alone is a huge stand on its guy doing a massive invert. So
that's right.
I mean,
the special anniversary edition just came out. They actually did a print edition that they did some crowdfunding for online. So not only does he have the Ride It online magazine, but for the anniversary edition, they actually went to print.
Yeah, and it just looks so good. I mean, the guy's putting in long hours to keep bodyboarding alive, and it's just absolutely unbelievable what him and the rest of his crew is doing and putting together stuff like this. I mean, it's awesome to see. So big ups to him. I mean, he's always so enthusiastic about the bodyboarding, and it's just so sick to see. And yeah, just a huge shout out to Ride It, and get your hands on a copy because it's mental.
And also tuning in, lending his support for that last heat, Antonio Cardoso. Telmo Nogueira tuning in from Portugal as well. So again, thank you to all the Portuguese bodyboard fans for tuning in, watching the event, supporting Antonio Cardoso and the rest of the Portuguese riders, as well as tuning in and supporting the APB World Tour and professional bodyboarding. You know, you guys help make the sport possible. This is, everybody's deal. I mean, we all live and breathe the sport and lifestyle of bodyboarding, and without the fans, there's no World Tour. There's no point in having a World Tour if there's no fans.
Yeah, that's exactly it. I mean, just from me personally, a huge shout out to everyone, and it's been amazing. I mean, I'm getting messages right now from a guy called Mark Watts. I don't really know where he is at the moment, but huge shout out to you, Mark, and for everyone else at home that's been supporting and around the world. It's just so good to see that bodyboarding is definitely still alive, and we're going to push on and get through this for sure. I mean, just the support from this event alone has been huge, and it's going to just keep getting better and better. So stay tuned, and watch these up and coming heats because they should be really good.
All right, so again, coming up next, we are going to see Elton Loureiro from Brazil go up against Louis Finnegan from Australia in the last heat of round 7. The winner of that heat will round out the quarterfinals and go up against the winner of this heat. And just taking a quick look ahead to the quarterfinals. Quarterfinal number 1, we're going to see Kalani Latanzi against Tanner McDaniel. Quarter 2, Matias Diaz against Amaury Laverne. Heat 3, Francesco Ferreira versus Antonio Cardoso. And again, Heat 4 will be a battle between the winner of this heat and the winner of the next heat. So we'll see how that shakes out. Right now, currently out in the water, it looks like we're going to see Ori Valadown unless something dramatic happens for Sasha Damjanic, who remains in combination situation. Ori Valadown took control of this heat from the beginning, the very first wave he had, and has not looked back. He has held on to that lead throughout the course of this heat. Meanwhile, Sasha Damjanic trying to work his way back into this and get himself out of combination situation.
Yeah, it's definitely a tough situation for him. I mean, with only about 15 minutes or so to go and he's in combo land, I mean, it's really tough, and I'm sure he'll just keep pushing and keep trying to get the scores that he needs.
So there you can see Ori Valadown cruising across the lineup. Meanwhile, Sasha Damjanic taking a look. Ori Valadown up and riding on the left. Flips it out.
Yeah, that was big.
And he rides out of it. So Ori Valadown not done. He's not going to give up that lead if he has anything to say about it. Already sitting on a 7.25 and a 6.90, trying to combine his overall heat total. Meanwhile, there you can see Sasha out in the water and just slapping the water. It looked like he's getting a little jittery out there. Meanwhile, there's the replay of that big flip from Ori. So doing some work out there.
Yeah, I mean, he's definitely put in the hours, and yeah, we can just see all our sponsors there on the beach. I mean, the guys have put on a great kind of banner and the wigwam from Red Bull. I mean, it's looking awesome down there, people hanging out underneath it, and just these guys really putting in a lot of effort to show the sponsorships and the what they can give back to the bodyboarding. So big up to all the sponsors. I mean, it's been crazy here. So
always stoked to see the Red Bull tent on the beach and cans of Red Bull in the cooler here at the Itacoatiara Pro. Thank you as always for your support. I mean, they've been involved in one way or another pretty much since the first year of this event. I mean, the first year we actually had the Red Bull, I don't know what you want to call it. It looked like an armored tank practically.
Yeah.
That actually had a DJ booth that popped out of
Yeah,
it. So there was a guy in the Red Bull vehicle with the roof flipped open and the DJ tables, and they were just rocking. As soon as we wrapped up the last heat and announced our winners, kicked into a little after party right here at the contest site, and Red Bull, providing refreshments and music. So good times, courtesy of Red Bull.
yeah, it's always good times with them. I mean, those event vehicles that they do up are absolutely unbelievable. Oh, there's my family. Lucky enough to get Serena on the camera. That's the family that I stay with here in Brazil, and they're just absolutely unbelievable. I mean,
cool.
It's like being back at home, Steve.
It's always nice to enjoy the welcome arms of Brazilian families down here. I mean, the family dynamic in Brazil, for the most part, seems really close-knit. It's something I've been impressed with since I first started coming down here. I mean, like my wife's family, very close, everybody. It's not just like the immediate family, like the entire family is family.
Yeah.
All the aunts and uncles and cousins and nieces and nephews, the whole 9 yard. Everybody is close and stays in touch. It's really cool to see that kind of family dynamic.
Yeah, it's awesome. I mean, we get taken in here every year since I've been coming here, and it's just like, it's honestly like I just moved from one family back home to straight into another one, and these guys just look after me so well, and just a huge shout out to them. I think that's kind of half the success that we've had here as South Africans in Brazil is definitely thanks to them, so huge up to them. And as we can see, the pampa, just a lot of guys out there. I think everyone's just loving the sun to be out, and there's some waves, so everyone just getting down onto the beach and enjoying the day. As we see Sasha here just really battling to kind of get going here in this heat. Unfortunately not landing that one and just looking a little bit frustrated out there. Hopefully he can just keep pushing and try to get a score.
Well, I can definitely understand his frustration. I mean, right now, getting down to the closing moments of this heat, and he's sitting on a 3.25 and a 1.75. Meanwhile, Ori Valadown with the 7.25 added an 8.0 on his last wave, increasing the gap between the two riders out in the water. Sasha now needs a combined heat total of 15.26.
Yeah, I mean, at this stage, Steve, it's kind of difficult to say that he's going to get it with 1 minute to go. But, I mean, yeah, it's really tough when you get into these situations and trying to get out of that combination situation even with limited time to go. I mean, anything's possible in these heats. You never know when an interference or something like that might come into play. But it looks like Yuri's a good competitor, and so Sasha, I mean, he's come this far, so we can't really count him out at any stage of the competition. So let's just see what happens at the end of this heat, and we'll take it from there, I guess.
There you can see a nice pan back shot of the beach here at Praia de Itacoatiara. Nice crescent shape surrounded by the mountains on both ends. And there's a quick replay of Ori Valadown, a little icing on the cake for this heat. A little exclamation point on his performance. And Ori Valadown commanding that heat. Here's another replay looking at his performance in this heat. Those flips have been his bread and butter so far in competition, getting him through heats. It gets him through another heat and into the quarterfinals.
Yeah, for sure.
We're going to get into the last heat of round 7 right after this commercial break.
You know, I think it just gives you access. It's like a key or a doorway into a kinetic world of beauty. You're actually in the medium, so you become part of you're in the water, you become part of the water. And bodyboards just give you that access to experience all those little facets and all that beauty that's out there.
Sempre sonhamos em ter uma loja de bodyboarding. Depois começamos a sonhar em trabalhar com as melhores marcas. Também sonhamos em termos uma grande equipe. E um dia sonhamos com o maior campeonato de bodyboard do mundo.
And welcome back to day 5 of competition. The final day here at the 2015 APB Itacoatiara Pro Brazil, presented by Toyota SGA. Thank you again, real quick, to all of our sponsors. Prefeitura de Niterói, Esporte e Lazer. Governo de Rio de Janeiro, Secretaria de Esporte, Lazer e Juventude. Also, again, our presenting sponsor, Toyota SGA, as well as our other sponsors, Aguas de Niterói, Kimono Surf Shop, Mercado Giamanchi, Minarinho, Nechi, W9 Board Shop, Quatro Cantos, DXE, Way Suplementos, Saboreando, Kapaloa Swim Fins, Joama, Radio Cidade, HicoSurf.com, Canal Off. And right now out in the water we have in red Elton Lavero and in yellow Louis Finnegan. Louis Finnegan winning the priority toss, so he enters the water with first priority. We are underway with the final heat of round 7. From here we will go into the quarterfinals. The winner of this heat will square up against Ori Valadown in quarterfinal number 4. Meanwhile, on deck, we'll start off the quarterfinals with Kalani Latanzi against Tanner McDaniel. And then in between those two quarterfinal heats that I mentioned, quarter number 2, Matias Diaz against Amari Laverne. And quarter 3, Ransole Ferreira versus Antonio Cardoso. So some big names and a Brazilian presence in the finals. I mean, as we can see, you know, we've got a former event champion and 2-time defending world champion in Amari Laverne, former world champion Ori Valadown, and here we have one of his Brazilian countrymen, Elton Lavero, getting things started here in the water. Meanwhile, there you can see Louis Finnegan taking a peek. So a nice mix getting into the quarters. Brazilians, you've got the Super Grom, Tanner McDaniel making a deep run here. Here we have the Australian young gun, Louis Finnegan, up and riding. Driving, looking for the section, tweaks the invert. Nice maneuvering there from Louis.
Yeah, that was very sick from Louis. I mean, the guy surfed some crazy waves in Western Australia, the right, and yeah, I've seen some crazy pictures. So to see him surfing in these conditions, you kind of see his variety that he holds, Steve. And it's really good to see in these bodyboarders. I mean, I think he's only about 20 or 21, and he's really coming out here and showing the big guns exactly how it's done in the bigger and the smaller waves. So big ups to Louis. I mean, I know he's going to be throwing it down, but you can't really forget Heliton. I mean, he came out yesterday with a perfect 10 on probably one of the most ridiculous barrels I've seen out here since I've been here, and it just really shows that these competitors will come out flying no matter what the conditions will be like. So this should be a really good heat.
Here's a look at that first wave from Elton Lavero. You can never sleep on this guy, a very dangerous seasoned veteran from here in Brazil. I actually got to watch him on the 2013 Circuit of Carioca, which he walked away as the men's champion on. Very dangerous. Meanwhile, you saw a replay of Louis, and now to live action out in the water. Louis looking for a backup score, hits the flip, and gets it around.
Yeah, another nice clean move. He'll be stoked to get 2 really early scores, and that'll be nice to build on from there, I'm sure.
So Louis Finnegan coming into the 2015 season ranked 19th, sitting in the top 20 on the World Tour rankings for 2015. Nice tweak there, again on the replay. So honestly, right now with his 7th round appearance, he has an opportunity to make the quarterfinals, but he also has an opportunity to move up in the rankings. A lot of people last year were talking about the absence of the Australians. You know, it was one of the first years in, you know, basically bodyboarding history where there wasn't a top 10 dominated by Australians. But you know what? Louis Finnegan came out, carried the flag for his country, finished in the top 20, and now here he is, the lone Australian at this event, the only one who made the right call in coming out for this event. And he's in round 7 man-on-man competition on the verge of the quarterfinals if he advances on to the quarters. I mean, I'm sure he'll be stoked, but he's already improving upon his opening ranking for the year.
Yeah, I mean, it's good to see at least one Australian comes out here, and I just wish there were more. I mean, these guys are such good competitors, and it really helps the sport when they come out and compete. But I mean, saying that, it's just been good having Louis here to kind of show the Australian support, and he is a really good competitor, and hopefully we'll see more of the Australians later on in the tour and back on the tour in future years. So
Well, I can understand Ben Player not being here. He's been recovering from a ruptured spleen he suffered during a free surf session in Ireland. So he's been recovering from that. He's just now, trying to get back into form out in the water. But there's guys, like Dave Winchester, the 2012 winner here at Itacoatiara. Guys like Jake Stone, two-time national Australian champion, just won the ABA Tour for a second straight year.
Yeah.
These guys absolutely kill it. And I don't understand why they're absent from the World Tour. I mean, this is the ultimate stage for the sport of competitive bodyboarding, and, these guys not being here, I don't know what the deal is with that.
Yeah, I mean, everyone's got their reasons, I suppose, and you can't really judge them for that, I suppose, and we don't know what's going on. So, as you see, I mean, talking about Australians, there's Louis just kind of finding the doggy door on that last one and getting a nice little barrel on the left. So, Hillerton looking around and kind of just waiting for a wave to come through. It's really not easy out there, Steve. I mean, the peaks are really shifty, and you have to kind of be you have to definitely have concentration the whole heat. And
look at this set. There's still some good-sized sets rolling through, still some solid sets. I mean, we've been saying it's about 4 to 6 foot. Every once in a while we see one of those roll through.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, that's exactly what I'm just saying. Like, you never know. That's so shifty, and the swell just comes through every now and then. So, I mean, these guys it's really difficult conditions out there. So, big ups to everyone riding today. I mean, I'm sure they're going to put on a good performance for the whole contest.
Oh, I agree wholeheartedly. And just to wrap up my thoughts on what we were saying about the Australians, or lack of Australians on the tour at the moment, it's not that I'm judging, and I'm not trying to, bag on people. It's just, there are some extremely talented guys coming from Australia, and, their presence is always noticeable. Their absence is equally noticeable.
Yeah, for
and
sure.
It's just a shame because, I mean, guys like Dave Winchester, he kills it prone and drop knee. I mean, him and Dave Hubbard are guys that it doesn't matter what discipline you're talking about in bodyboarding, they'll go out in the water and just absolutely kill it. I mean, when Dave Winchester won, he was banging out air reverses in his sleep practically. I mean, he had a semifinal heat against Ben Player here in 2012. And the performance that Dave Winchester put on here was just absolutely ridiculous. I mean, Winnie, if you're by chance watching this, dude, we want to see this on the international stage again. So I know he's got a family to tend to, and everybody's got their own personal stuff to take care of.
Yeah, for sure.
But it's like if there's an opportunity to get guys like Dave Winchester and Jake Stone back out on the World Tour, and even guys like Dallas Singer, these guys, it just absolutely kill it. And then, on the South African end, guys like Sasha Specker, Mark McCarthy. Mark, your presence is missed on the tour, buddy.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, he's still killing it back home. I surfed with him quite a bit while I was in Cape Town, and then back up in Durban now for the Cape Rock Invitational. So, yeah, Mark and Sasha, I mean, they both kill it back home, and it would be nice to see some more South Africans. I'm sure Tristan Roberts will be back, or will be on the tour next year. I mean, he's got his last year of schooling this year, so.
Yeah, I mean, all the guys we've been mentioning, I love watching these guys. I mean, Mark is one of the coolest guys I have ever met or ever shared, the lineup with. And having him in the commentary booth is always cool because, he's an intelligent human being and has some cool insight. And, Sasha, I know he was recently married. Meanwhile, here you can see down on the beach the APB priority puck toss, and it looks like Tanner McDaniel is going to win priority over Kalani Latanzi. So again, when they enter the water for their first quarterfinal, Tanner McDaniel will have first priority out in the lineup. So again, a new feature here on the 2015 APB Tour. So progress.
Yeah, I mean, I love that. I love that we can kind of do something new and something different. So big up to everyone who was a part of that, because that's something that's really cool and different, and I don't think it's really done in any other sports.
Honestly, the only time I ever see a coin toss is in the NFL, American football.
Yeah.
If they, especially for the Super Bowl, to pick sides. So yeah, it's cool to see that added. I know Alex Leon was saying in some rugby tournaments they do that.
Yeah.
It's a nice addition. You know, one less thing for the riders to worry about. They don't have to worry about scrapping it out to establish priority first thing out in the water. Also, you know, it's kind of like a gentlemanly agreement there. You saw after the coin toss, both riders shaking hands and getting ready to hit the water. You know, good sportsmanship playing into it. And I think it's a good step forward. It seems like something small and inconsequential, but I honestly think it helps.
Yeah, definitely. At the end of the day, I mean, if your mind's in a place where you can kind of, you know, exactly where you're going to be sitting and what you can do in the first couple minutes of the heat, it's definitely a good indication of how your heat's going to go. And for some, they like to get the first wave. I know Tanner does, and for myself, I enjoy getting the first wave of the heat. But there's some guys that just like to sit and wait. So I mean, whatever it takes to be out there and just to kind of understand exactly what's going on and mentally prepares you for the heat.
So there you can see down on the beach, Kalani being interviewed before hitting the water for his quarterfinal. We had Kalani in the booth being interviewed by his mother. They took a heat to jump into the booth earlier. And now Kalani getting ready to hit the water. So again, just looking at the tour rankings coming in to this event. Obviously, this will all shuffle around after this event. But entering the 2015 season prior to the start of this event, Marie Laverne, the defending world champion, two-time world champion from Reunion Island. Ranked second was 2011 world champ Pierre-Louis Costas. Finishing third last year and coming in ranked third this year, Ori Valadown. We saw him advance to the quarterfinals in the previous heat out in the water. Meanwhile, Jared Houston coming into this event ranked number 4 in the world. He won this event this year. Had a bit of a shocker here going down in competition. Meanwhile, doing his best not to go down in competition out in the water, Elton Lavero. Again, Elton in second position right now with the 5.0 and a 3.0, trying to scrap his way back in. He started off with the early advantage, but then Louis Finnegan dropped the 6.75 and backed it up with the 6.25. The young Australian has the lead right now as we get into the back half of this final heat of round 7, heat 8 out in the water. Again, the winner will go on to the quarterfinals. The second place finisher will finish with an equal 9th and 900 points towards their 2015 ranking.
Yeah, I mean, every heat counts, I suppose, in getting your rankings up, and these guys are going to push it and get as far as they can to get the most points that they can. So that's why you see all this craziness go down in these heats, and the guys really want it. Everyone's hungry here, so Louis kind of starting his heat off really well with 3 good scoring waves, so I'm sure he'll just look to build on this. And Heliton kind of started on a good note, and he's just been unfortunate in not landing those last 2 waves, so I'm sure he'll get back onto it, and he's definitely going to come out firing in these last couple minutes of this heat, so it'll be a good one to watch.
And while we wait for the next waves to be ridden, continuing on with a rundown of the world rankings coming into this event, Alex Uranga came in ranked 5th, Israel Salas 6th, Lucas Nogueira 7th. The ageless wonder, the 9-time world champion Mike Stewart came in ranked 8th in the world. And here we have Elton Lavero up and riding. Setting his line, drives down, flips off of the end section and comes out. And there he throws a quick signal to the judges before ducking out. We've been seeing this with an increased frequency over the last several years. The riders hitting a maneuver, coming out of the whitewater, throwing a quick little claim to the judges just to let them know that, hey, I'm here, I completed, and then ducking out.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, especially yesterday, it was kind of necessary. With these big heavy waves, you kind of want to show the judges that you're in complete control, and just to come out of that foam and just, as you'll see here, it's it's really difficult if you come out of the foam and then you get sucked back in, and the judges might not see it sometimes. So as he just pops out, quick little claim and straight out. I mean, we've seen it in some years at the Power Pro and definitely at the Port Escondido contest. I mean, when these waves are heavy like this, you need to kind of show your control to the judges, and that is one of the way of doing it. Otherwise, you're just going to have to ride all the way to the beach, which gets a little bit tiring on the paddle back out. So that's just some of the insight on how and why you do it. So as we see Louis paddling onto this one here.
Louis Finnegan up and riding on this right-hander, driving down the line, looking for a section. It goes up, a big flip, comes around clean. So Louis Finnegan looking to strengthen his hold on the lead while we wait for that score to come in. We're going to throw things down to the beach. Paola's with the winner of the last heat.
Hi everyone, we are here with the round 7 and heat number 7 as well. With the Brazilian from Bahia, Yuri Valadão, that just won again and goes straight to the quarterfinal. Uri, como é que tá ali? Depois de você ter chorado porque o Guilherme vai embora e eu também me emocionei, mas você tá com garra agora para deixar o título em casa, né?
Acabei ficando emocionado ali na primeira entrevista, porque o Guilherme ia se aposentando, eu acabei caindo com ele, ganhei a bateria e tal, fiquei um pouco triste por ele estar parando, mas agora consegui me recompor, já tô tranquilo. E continuo, quero manter o foco aí, como eu fiz essa bateria, fui mais inteligente, competi melhor, isso foi bem também, consegui pegar boas ondas ali, e isso foi o suficiente para passar. E é isso, é manter o foco aí para as próximas baterias, para tentar deixar esse caneco aqui no Brasil.
Isso aí, lembrando que o é um excelente atleta e um excelente competidor também. Ele surfa pra caramba e na hora de competir ele mete brasa. Não é à toa que ele já foi campeão mundial também em 2008, né? Foi 2008, né? Só pra lembrar. E é isso aí, Yuri, quer mandar um alô pra alguém, pra próxima bateria, pro Guilherme, pra alguém, pra Bahia?
Eu só quero agradecer a galera, eu sei que tem muita gente torcendo, uma galera grande aí da Bahia, aqui do Brasil no geral, e lá fora também eu sei que tem muita gente que torce por mim. Muito obrigado a todo mundo, continue mandando essa energia positiva aí que vai dar tudo certo.
Isso aí, te vejo nas quartas de finais. Obrigado. Congratulations, Uri. See you in the quarterfinal.
All right, thank you once again, Paola, for bringing us the beach interview, and congratulations to Uri Valadão, making it through another heat, another round. He will be coming up in the quarterfinals. All right, so Steve Action Jackson back with you here in the booth with Ian Campbell holding it down on the commentary. Again, right now out in the water, Louis Finnegan in the lead. He just dropped an 8.25 on that last wave. Score came in while we were away at interview. And the 20-year-old, I believe, 21?
I think he's 20.
The young Australian is doing some work out there right now. Meanwhile, Elton Lavero doing catch-up work. He needs an 8.90.
Yeah, that's definitely, I mean, Heliton he's a really good competitor. We saw him yesterday dropping a 10, so this is definitely not out of his reach by any means. And yeah, Louis just a really clean backflip on that last wave, getting him an 8.25, which is, it's a pretty good score, and I'm sure he'll just keep trying to build on those scores. He started off on a really good note, as we see the replay here of his last wave. Really clean, stylish backflip, coming straight out of the white water. Absolutely, it was really clean, and that's why you get the score like that.
And taking a quick look at 5.55 for Elton Lavero on his last wave. He still needs an 8.90 to catch up to Louis Finnegan. Meanwhile, there you can see paddling out for the first quarterfinal Tanner McDaniel in yellow. He will have first priority when he gets out to the lineup and we begin the first quarter. He will go up against Kalani Latanzi in the red jersey. And we have Kim Feast checking in. Stoked to watch Louis going nuts. And let's see. Suggesting we turn down the volume a little bit on the athlete interview microphone. So thanks for the heads up, Feasty. We always appreciate some positive feedback and stoked to have you tuned in, following along, supporting your fellow countrymen out in the water right now. And appreciate you supporting this event by tuning in and watching the live broadcast. There you can see a couple of girls down on the beach by the beach marshal area. Meanwhile, out in the water, Louis Finnegan holding the lead. He maintains advantage over Ellerton Lavrero right now. Again, Ellerton with a 5.5 on his last wave, his secondary score. But he needs an 8.90 as we get to the closing moments of this heat. Louis Finnegan sitting on an 8.25 and a 6.75 at the top of this heat right now. So as we wind down this heat, any last comments or shout outs you'd like to throw out there? Whoa, throwing out an invert.
That was big, yeah. That was really cool from Hellerton. As I said before, you can never count this guy out the heat. I mean, he was really eyeing out that section when he took off there, Steve, and it just shows that everyone is capable of getting the scores that they need here, especially at this contest. I mean, you're just in the right place at the right time, and you can definitely get onto some good ones. So that was a sick wave. To see what the score is for that.
Here's a replay of that last wave. Driving off the bottom, hits the section perfectly. Nice invert off of that section for Ellerton Lavrero. He will paddle back out as we wait for that score to filter in. Again, he needs an 8.90 if he's going to catch up to Louis Finnegan. And we're going to count down the final seconds of the heat, waiting for that score to drop. While we wait for the judges to sort that out, we're going to cut to a quick commercial break.
I think it just gives you access. It's like a key or a doorway into a kinetic world of beauty, and you're actually in the medium. So you become part of the, you're in the water, you become part of the water. And bodyboards just give you that access to experience all those little facets and all that beauty that's out there.
Ter uma loja de bodyboarding. Depois começamos a sonhar em trabalhar com as melhores marcas. Também sonhamos em termos uma grande equipe. E um dia sonhamos com o maior campeonato de bodyboard do mundo.
All right, and welcome back to day 5 of competition here at the 2015 ABB Itacoatiara Pro, presented by Toyota SGA. And scores came in on that last wave for Elton Navarro. Came up a little short, so coming away with the win, this young man down there in the yellow jersey, Louis Finnegan. Here's a look one last time. Actually, I believe this is the heat that's out in the water right now. We are already underway. Kalani Latanzi in the red jersey, putting up a 7.25 on his first wave. So even though yellow Tanner McDaniel had first priority, it is Kalani Latanzi grabbing the first wave, putting up a 7.25 to take the early lead. Meanwhile, Tanner McDaniel waiting to get on the board with his first wave of the heat. Here in men's quarterfinal number 1, we are already into the quarters, working our way towards the final. Again, as I mentioned earlier, we're going to run the men's quarters and semis. Then we're going to go into the Pro Junior final, which will feature the young gentleman out in the water right now, 16-year-old Hawaiian Tanner McDaniel. He'll be facing off against Mateus Bastos from Brazil. So that's coming up. And then after that, we will go back into men's competition with the consolation final, something new this year, to differentiate third and fourth place instead of just issuing equal third and an even amount of points to both riders.
Yeah.
This is something that will help differentiate and come into play with the point standings by the end of the year. So this will help create more separation and make for a more interesting battle down the line, because those extra points for getting third in the consolation final over fourth could very well come into play in the title hunt before all is said and done. And then, of course, we will go into the men's final so that we can crown our champions. And there you can see in front of the event structure, the Itacoatiara Pro Toyota event organizer Giuliano Lara has been driving that around to all the special promotional events and promoting the event on 4 wheels.
Yeah, it's really sick to see that these guys have got on board this year. I mean, it's been great to have these guys. I know they gave this car as like a sponsorship and a really cool introduction to the events at the beginning. So big ups to them. I mean, it's been a huge support for us as we see the local guy Kalani going for another one here.
So Kalani with a couple of quick waves to get his first 2 scores. Meanwhile, getting on the board here, Tanner McDaniel dropping in, driving down the line, goes for the flip, but got a little caught up in the lip, and it came down underneath the lip. That thing just kind of unloaded on him.
Yeah, it looks, I mean, Tanner's really light. We've seen him in the competition just flying all the time, and I think it sometimes might get a little bit difficult for him, just kind of getting caught under the lip there. We saw him just getting a little bit smashed onto the bank, so everyone's been paying their dues here. I mean, we've seen Jared Houston getting pumped in a couple. We've seen even the local guys here. I mean, everyone is really getting some waves handed to them, and it's quite surprising to see that even all these professionals at this stage of the competition are still getting what you would call the beatdown, Steve.
Yeah, I mean, it's not hard to catch a beat down here at Itacoatiara, even when it drops in size. I mean, it's still got a ton of power, still seeing some solid waves come through. Nothing monstrous like the last 2 days, but still, enough to, put the riders through the rinse cycle, and for guys that just get completely donutsed out there.
Yeah, for sure.
So, meanwhile, again, out in the water, we're waiting for that second wave of Kalani Latanzi to register. A 1.75 falling into place for Tanner on his opening wave. So, Kalani with the early advantage. Tanner playing catch-up at the moment. But as we've seen before, this kid has a way of just finding waves and breaking out big maneuvers at any given moment. So it'll be interesting to see, the dynamic out there. Touched on it earlier. A lot of people look at Kalani Latanzi and peg him as a big wave bodyboarder, someone who's been pushing the limits because of his antics, his wave riding pursuits in Mexico earlier this year.
For sure,
But
yeah.
he knows how to get the job done in smaller waves as well.
Yeah, of course. I mean, we've seen him over the last couple of days. Even he's just such a strong competitor, and you really can't count him out. This morning he came out with some really sick waves and got a couple barrels, a couple little flips, and now we're seeing him again. I mean, he just goes the first wave, just a really good invert, and now just backs it up with a roll. So, I mean, he's just put Tanner into combination. It's still really early in the heat, but just to know that you got those 2 waves under your belt, you're really in a positive mindset, and you can really start to kind of build on those scores.
And there you can see behind the event structure, the elephant rock, the mountain that resembles a giant elephant's head, part of the imagery iconic with this event. I mean, this is only the 4th year of the event, but you know that mountain, the image of the elephant's head, is synonymous with this event already, and becoming pretty synonymous here at this event with the beach interviews. We've got Palace Mountain down on the beach with the winner of the last heat.
Hi, Steve. We are here with the hit number 7, the hit number 8, sorry, and the round 7, the last hit of this phase, with the Australia Louis the Fly from Perth, Western Australia. He just comes going straight to the quarterfinal. Sorry. Let me know what's happening inside there.
Yeah, baby. Well, the waves are pretty fun, and yeah.
Enjoy just this, and like Australia.
Yeah, frothing to be here in Brazil. It's a pretty nice place, and yeah, hopefully keep going and make the final.
Yeah, this is your first time in the world tour. You're gonna do the all tour?
Nah, I'm probably not gonna do the whole tour. Just a couple of the events and see how I go. Yeah.
It's your first time in Brazil too. So what do you think about Itacoatiara, the waves, the people?
Yeah, it's beautiful, and it's good. There's lots of people on the beach. You can meet new people. It's a good place. I love it.
So you are just the Aussie guy that's here, like defends the title to Australia. So what are you gonna do to try keep the title, not keep the title, but bring the title to Australia?
Yeah, I don't know. I'll try my hardest. I just want to say to all the Aussies back home, you're pretty slack for not coming, just leaving me here by myself. Davis and George, I'm looking at you, but yeah, I'm trying to hold it down for the boys.
That's it. Congratulations. See you in the quarterfinal.
All right, so there you have it. Thank you again, Paula, and congratulations again, Louis. That kid's got me tripped up right now. That was such a fun interview. I love the fact that he just called out like all the Aussies for not coming here. So always, you know, we were talking about it earlier. There's always so much positive energy with that kid. And, you know, just talking to him, you can't help but smile yourself.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, him being around really uplifts spirits, and it's just great to see he's continuing through this competition. I mean, he's had a tough couple heats, and just for him to kind of come out of that last one with some clean moves, and you can kind of see he's building, and he's definitely going to be a force to be reckoned with at the end of this competition here as we come to the closing stages.
And here's a quick replay from while we were at commercial, or away with the interview, I should say. Tanner McDaniel tweaking out a little jammer there off the end, a 5.50 taking to the air, a little inverted tweak. And meanwhile, here he is up and riding, pull it into the closeout, punches through the lip with the roll, but comes unglued. There you can see his board pop up. So right now, again, Kalani Latanzi with a 7.25. He backed it up with a 6.0. He holds the lead. And the advantage over Tanner McDaniel. Tanner with a 5.50 looking to replace a 1.75 as a secondary score. He currently needs a 7.75 if he's going to move into the top spot ahead of Kalani Latanzi, the Brazilian wild card, the Itacoatiara local here.
Yeah, I think it's good that Tanner's kind of come out and put that lower score in there. I mean, he's got a 5.5 and he only needs a 7.75, so he's got himself out of combination situation, and he'll just look to keep building on that and probably just build further and further into the competition and see if he can get that score that he needs, while Kalani will just keep going with exactly what he's got at the moment and keep pushing and get through to maybe the next heat. Guess we'll have to just wait and see.
And meanwhile, we have some more comments coming in online. Felipe Mora tuning in from Portugal. He was cheering on Antonio Cardoso before, sending in a quick little message saying, "This kid is hilarious." So apparently Louis Finnegan winning some fans here at the Itacoatiara Pro, both in Brazil and abroad from our viewers. Honestly, I think having a character on tour and involved with the sport of bodyboarding has always been an important part of our sport. You always have these different personalities. You always have somebody that's like that real, upbeat, humorous personality that, just keeps everybody smiling, makes everybody laugh. Louis Finnegan is one of those guys to the T.
100%, yeah.
Honestly, I would love to see him spend more time on tour, because between the video clips of him out in the water and just him being himself, no shortage of bodyboarding talent and no shortage of humor in that kid either.
Yeah, he's such a, almost like a blessing for us at this contest. I mean, he's always just so energetic and just throwing out the craziest comments and just doing some crazy stuff. So I think we saw him earlier on the live feed kind of slamming the workout ball into Tanner. So, I mean, he's just that kind of person that really uplifts his spirits and really gets everyone amped to surf and get everyone amped in the competition area.
Well, for years we had Damian King on tour, and he nicknamed the Joker. Wow.
That was
Tanner
huge.
McDaniel trying to bust out the air reverse, unfortunately unable to land the maneuver. He'll paddle back out. But to finish what I was saying, for years we had three-time world champion Damian King on the world tour, known as the Joker. He had the video named the Joker, and he was one of those personalities. He could rip out in the water. Obviously, he has 2 men's world titles and a drop knee world title, but he was always a bit of a prankster, a bit of a goofball out of the water. And the tour has always benefited from having that kind of person involved with the sport.
For
And
sure, yeah.
I'm not saying Louis Finnegan is a Damian King type. Louis Finnegan is his own person, but he's just got such a great personality. And you put a great personality with tons of bodyboarding talent together in the same person, that's somebody you want involved with the sport.
Yeah, I mean, it's so good to have him here. I mean, I love how he just kind of calls out all the Aussies while on his beach interview after he's winning his heat. So it's really cool to see that kind of personality in the sport, and I'm sure we're all going to benefit from it at a later stage as we see Tanner here on another one.
Tanner throwing into the air roll spin, gets it around, and then ducks out. This will probably be a little more to his liking. Again, he has a 5.50 as his high score and a 2.50 to back it up. He needs a 7.75. I'm not quite sure this is going to help attain that 7.75, but that wave should definitely replace that 2.50 as a secondary score.
Yeah, for sure. It was a nice clean move straight off the top. Kind of came around, and as he came around, just ducked out. So it shows a lot of control that doesn't let go of his board. As we see Kalani looking at a good one here.
Kalani dropping in, comes off the bottom, hits the roll, comes out of the whitewater, and then ducks out. So Kalani Latanzi maintaining control of this heat right now. Tanner McDaniel on the hunt for a 7.75. And right now, more than halfway through this heat, just over the halfway point, getting into the back half of quarterfinal number 1. Coming up next in quarterfinal number 2, we're going to see Matias Diaz from Chile go up against Amory Laverne. Here's a replay of that last wave from Kalani. So actually going to let Ian duck out of the booth for a little while, and we'll have some more people coming in. I believe the Secretary of Sports and Leisure from Niederoy, Bruno, will be cruising in just a minute, and then we'll get some more guest commentators. Thank you, Ian, as always, for jumping in the booth to share the commentary with me, call the live wave-by-wave action out in the water. Any last comments or shout-outs?
Yeah, thanks for having me, Steve. It's been an absolute pleasure joining you here, and just a huge shout out to all the support back home. I mean, everyone's been absolutely unbelievable. To my mom, and I know they're up in the Drakensberg at the moment in the mountains, cycling and enjoying their time up there. So just a big up to them. Enjoy your break, and to my dad and everyone else, all the guys back home. I mean, it's been amazing support for the South Africans, and I just want to say a big thank you to everyone, and also the sponsors, my sponsors, Red Bull South Africa, Theo Bodyboards, and Sun Zappa sunscreen. Yeah, you guys have just been unbelievable for this trip, and I'll see you guys in Chile, I guess, if I'm not back in the booth. So thanks very much, Steve.
Thanks again, Ian Campbell, for joining us in the booth, and we'll let him out, and we'll get back to the live action in just a second. All right, and there you can see down on the beach the APB priority puck toss, and it is Matias Diaz coming away with first priority when he hits the water for quarterfinal number 2. Again, that's coming up on deck. Those guys are going to be hitting the water in just a couple of minutes. Meanwhile, out in the water, situation remains the same. Kalani Latanzi holding on to the top spot. He has a 7.25 and a 6.15 on his scorecard. Meanwhile, Tanner McDaniel with a 5.5 and a 5.9. He needs a 7.5 if he's going to take the lead and advance on to the semifinals. So Amaury Laverne and Matias Diaz getting ready to hit the water. Meanwhile, out in the water there you can see Tanner McDaniel trying to work his way back into this on the hunt for a 7.50. As we get down to the latter portion of this first quarterfinal heat in the men's pro division. Again, situation out in the water right now. Kalani Latanzi first, Tanner McDaniel second. Latanzi looking to advance on, fill in that first semifinal slot. Meanwhile, taking a look ahead at the men's quarterfinals. Again, Matias Diaz and Amaury Laverne looking to hit the water in just a minute. They're coming up next. Then they will be followed by Heat 3 of the quarterfinals. Francerli Fajera from Brazil will go up against Antonio Cardoso against Portugal. And in the fourth heat, we just saw Louis Finnegan win the last heat of round 7. He will go up against former 2008 world champion Ori Valadão. So again, all of that on deck right now. The mission at hand, getting a winner in quarterfinal 1 to advance to the first semifinal. And again, at the moment, Kalani Latanzi with the advantage as the riders in the next heat prepare to paddle out. Again, Kalani with a 7.25 and a 6.15. He's in the lead. Tanner McDaniel, meanwhile, needs a 7.50 or better if he's going to advance out of this heat ahead of Kalani. So the Itacoatiara wild card up and riding on this one, driving down the right. Throws the air roll spin, gets it around, comes out clean. So he's not done doing work. He knows he can't go to sleep on the Hawaiian Super Grom out there. So the wild card continuing to do work out in the water. Again, with a 7.25 and a 6.15 on his score sheet, Kalani Latanzi holds the lead. All right, and there it is, falling in a 6.80 to go with his 7.25, so he improves his secondary score. Kalani Latanzi holding the lead. That now pushes Tanner McDaniel a little deeper into a competitive hole out in the lineup. Tanner now on the hunt for an 8.15. So Kalani Latanzi increasing his advantage over Tanner McDaniel. So getting into the last few minutes of this heat, and Kalani up and riding again, going for an air roll spin on the left-hand side this go around, unable to complete the move, or that will not affect his overall combined score. So again, getting down to the closing moments of this heat, it is Kalani Latanzi in the lead. Tanner McDaniel trying to suss out an 8.15 if he's going to make it to the men's semifinal. Keep in mind we will be seeing Tanner McDaniel in the Pro Junior final coming up in just a little bit. He'll be going up against Brazilian Mateus Bastos. But right now, doing work in the men's division, pulling double duty here at Itacoatiara, and getting some pretty solid results in both divisions. I mean, finals berth in Pro Junior, a quarterfinals appearance here in the first event of the 2015 Men's World Tour. 16 years old, and this kid knows how to get the job done. So regardless of how this day finishes off, I mean, he's got to be pretty stoked with his overall performance so far. Granted, you know, Tanner, being the competitor that he is, would like to win the Pro Junior final and maybe even pull a double-double like fellow Kauaian Dave Hubbard is known to do. But right now, Kalani Latanzi standing in his way there. Kalani up and riding on the right-hander, gets another air roll spin around, and he's staying busy, keeping the pressure on Tanner McDaniel and trying to maintain the lead here. Tanner taking a look. Again, Tanner needs an 8.15. Here he is up and riding on the left-hander. Drops in, drives down the line, throws the big flip, and he's still going. Throws an air roll spin off the end for good measure, and even a little roll off of the whitewater there. So counting down the final seconds and waiting for that score to drop. Oh, again, counting down final seconds, waiting for that score to come in for Tanner McDaniel. He needed an 8.15. Waiting for the score to be announced. And whoa, Kalani Latanzi goofing around on that wave, goes over the falls head first. Here's a replay, that last wave from Tanner McDaniel, waiting for the score to drop. A 7.75, not enough. The Super Grom comes up a little short. You know, it's a great last-ditch effort, but again, coming up just short. So it's going to be the local wild card, Kalani Latanzi, going to the semifinals. And here you can see Tanner walking over and congratulating him. You know, Kalani led the heat throughout. Tanner was forced to try and play catch-up. Gave it one last-ditch effort. Came close, but just a little short score-wise. So it will be Kalani Latanzi going on to semifinal number one. And we'll talk more about this in just a moment as we take a short commercial break. We'll be back right after this.
Sempre sonhamos em ter uma loja de bodyboarding. Depois começamos a sonhar em trabalhar com as melhores marcas. Também sonhamos em termos uma grande equipe. E um dia sonhamos com o maior campeonato de bodyboard do mundo.
And we are back here on day 5 of competition, the final day here at the Itacoatiara Pro Brazil, presented by Toyota SGA. Thank you to them for their support. Also, a big thank you to the Prefeitura Niterói, Esporte Lazer, for their support of this event. And joining us, the Secretary of Sports and Leisure, we've got Bruno in the booth with us. Let's get him mic'd up and we will get going. All right, welcome to the booth, Bruno.
Thank you, Steve. Nice to be here. Nice also to see the last wave, that the crowd was really happy at the beach, because the local player Kalani passed to the semifinals, and is really proud for the crowd here. And nice to stay here. Nice really to see how developed the Itacoatiara Pro in the last years.
So we just saw the local wild card, Kalani Latanzi, punch his ticket to the semifinals. You were talking about that a little bit. Also, we have another Brazilian from the other side of the bridge, Franzarle Ferreira, coming up in quarterfinal number 3. So the Brazilians defending home turf, a little bit of a home field advantage. You were on the Brazilian Olympic team for handball. You know what it's like to have the crowd cheering you on. And what's it like to see these guys experience success here for you?
It's quite different when you represent in the Olympic Games, and also handball is like in the hall. Here we are outside, and the people saw these guys every day at the beach, have another relation. But for us here, for Niterói, special that we try every year to make the event better, and the Brazilians like to come here. Itacoatiara is really very nice place to do the bodyboarding, and we are really happy about the presentation for all the concept for the tournament, and have to win who get the best wave, but we are always in the side for the Brazilians, of course.
Now, real quick, I'm sure there's a lot of Brazilians tuned in and a lot of people out in the competitor and guest areas listening in. Is there anything you would like to say to them in Portuguese?
Primeiro, obrigado para toda a galera que compareceu, que está comparecendo aqui. É uma satisfação muito grande para a Secretaria de Esporte, para todo mundo, a gente conseguir entregar um evento da maneira que vocês gostariam de receber, e não da maneira que um ou outro quer entregar. Então, acho que a gente está evoluindo, e muito, muito obrigado pela presença de todos vocês. Espero que vocês tenham curtido.
All right. And real quick, just a situation update out in the water right now. Amaury Laverne, the 2013 Itacoatiara champion, defending two-time world champion, has the early lead at 2.0 to open things up. He backed that up with a 5.65. He has the early advantage over Chilean Matias Diaz with a 5.50 on his scorecard, looking for a backup wave. And again, joining me here in the booth, Bruno Souza, the Secretary of Sports and Leisure here in Niterói. Welcome here in the booth. And real quick, I wanted to ask you, this is one of the bigger sporting events in Niterói, and the last couple of days we saw really big waves coming through, basically putting this event in the bodyboarding history books. We saw a lot of guys with big scores yesterday, some really heavy conditions, actually some scary moments yesterday. And just explain how you feel about this event and what you're seeing here in 2015.
So this year was a little special for me, because I have to work this week. I have a little travel to Amsterdam, we signed a new concept between the both cities, Amsterdam and Niterói, about the sport relation. And I saw in the internet, and I was really happy because it's possible today to see around the world the championship. And nice that this year they come really the swell for a few days, and you have a really big waves yesterday, special yesterday. But all the support are there, and we are really happy that nothing really bad happens, and only good things happens. Good waves, good people, the crowd at the beach, the families walk around here at the Itacoatiara, and you saw a lot of commercials open, the restaurant also. Everything goes good, and we hope that the next year we can go one step up when possible is to satisfy all this bodyboard world. And we think that we put definitely Niterói in the middle point for the Bodyboard International.
All right, and there you can see down on the beach being interviewed the winner of that last heat, the local wild card, one of the locals here at Itacoatiara, Kalani Latanzi. He's our first semifinalist today.
Yeah, Kalani have a really nice year. He grow a lot. He take one for the biggest waves in the world, and in Mexico this year. And we are really expect one good result for Brazilian here. And we saw Kalani like every day at the beach, and it's nice to saw that the local in the championship also can arrange such a level.
Meanwhile, back out in the water there, you can see the Chilean representative Matias Diaz paddling into position. Taking a look at this one, he kicks into the right-hander, drops in, driving down the line, looking for a section, and there it is. He tweaks the invert and comes out clean. So again, Matias Diaz looking to get a second wave on the board. There he has it. We'll wait for that score to fill in from our judges booth. He's currently in the second spot trying to catch up to Amaury Laverne from Reunion Island. Now, you've seen a lot of the international guys cruising around during the course of the event. You yourself have traveled playing sports. You spent a lot of time in Germany playing professional handball. Here we have a quick look at the replay of Matias Diaz on that last wave. But how important is it as a traveling athlete to be embraced by the local community where you're performing your sports, where you're playing?
Yeah, it's like for my life, I changed really much my life when I go to Germany really young, like 20, 21, and stay for 11 years there. And when you come back, you like to give the opportunity for the others to know your city, the place where you go to surfing, the beach, your friends. And now, as a secretary for sport, I have this opportunity to give back to my state all the things. Take out. No, not this time. And it's nice to give this feedback. And also, Niterói and Itacoatiara special have a lot for hospitality.
I know a lot of the competitors have been talking about the hospitality of the local community, welcoming them with open arms. Some of our riders staying with local families, and I mean, the feedback from our riders is overwhelmingly positive every year. What does that mean for you, when traveling athletes come here and have such, warm things to say about the people and the surrounding area?
Yeah, it's exactly what we try to transport for them. Like, we only represent the population for Niterói. Yeah, I represent the sports population for Niterói, and in my chair now, I think all the locals and all the people are really happy because we really try to transport that. And about the people, the local people, and the hospitality, that's one thing that what happens here. It happens not only because we have the World Championship now, that happens like a normal day, and the people have opportunity to come before the championship or to stay after, they feel that and like to come back. And our idea is year after year, more and more people come to our championship.
So, have you discussed future plans for 2016 with the event organizer Giuliano Lara at all? If so, is there anything that you are able to discuss on air?
Yeah, after every year we make a really big report. We sit together with the mayor for the city. He was here. He was really happy. He called me and tell me he was really impressive. Look at that.
Up and riding, Amaury Laverne, a little check turn, sets up his line, hits the air roll spin off of the section and rides out clean. So Amaury trying his best to stay in this. Again, Matias Diaz needed a secondary score. He got a 4.75. That was enough to move him into the first spot.
Laverne feel really comfortable here. He win already 2013, I think.
Yes, the 2013 event winner, Amaury Laverne. So he has experience, knows how to get the job done here in Praia de Itacoatiara. But right now, he's playing catch-up. Matias Diaz with a 5.50 and a 4.75 holds the lead. Amaury Laverne trying to chase down a 4.60. Needs to replace a 2.0 as a backup score. That last wave should definitely help him out a little. So here's a quick replay of that last wave. Drops in, drives off the bottom, comes up mid-face, check turn, and then boom, there it is. Air roll spin comes out before the wave closes out. Good wave there for the defending two-time world champion. Meanwhile, Matias out in the lineup, still cruising around, waiting for his next opportunity to strike. So again, I have Bruno Souza, the Secretary of Sports and Leisure from Niterói, em português, pouco. Aqui comigo agora eu tenho Bruno Souza, da Secretaria de Esporte e Lazer aqui no Niterói. Desculpa, meu português é muito mal.
Tá ótimo, Steve. Cada ano vai melhorando o seu português. Bem, o que a gente estava falando, na verdade, é que a gente tenta sempre, depois do campeonato, se reunir e ver a situação, como foi o campeonato, como foi para os organizadores, como foi para a associação de bodyboard, como foi para os atletas, e principalmente para a prefeitura, e para que a gente possa, ano após ano, estar entregando um campeonato um pouco melhor e que o campeonato seja realmente satisfatório em todos os termos, de onda, de estrutura, de hospitalidade. Então, acho que estão todos de parabéns, assim, né? We congratulate everyone to take a part of that.
All right, and there you can see on screen Kalani Latanzi making his way back up to the beach marshal. He'll be jumping in front of the camera with Palace Amount shortly for an interview. And actually, I'm going to let you get going so you can get out there and catch up with Kalani, doing well to represent the local community. Thank you very much for joining me here in the booth. Any last words you would like to say to everybody out there, English or Portuguese, whichever you choose?
Thank you, Steve, one more time to come here and to give me this place and pleasure to be beside you one more time and so many good athletes. Para a galera do Brasil, muito obrigado por acompanhar a gente. E mais uma vez, Niterói, enquanto a gente estiver aqui com muita força, fazendo o melhor e maior campeonato de bodyboard do mundo em águas brasileiras. O Itacoatiara Pro a cada ano só cresce e a gente tem muito orgulho disso. Muito obrigado por acompanhar a gente.
All right, valeu. All right, again, that was Bruno Souza here in the commentary booth with me, the Secretary of Sports and Leisure, and giving us a little insight into the event. And can't thank him enough for the support. I mean, the support of the local community and the Secretary of Sports and Leisure has been key essential in making sure this event is possible. Thank you once again, Bruno. Muito obrigado. So back to it out in the water. 7.25 for Amaury Laverne on that last wave is enough to move him back to the top spot. So that's the current situation out in the water as time ticks off the clock and we get into the back half of quarterfinal number 2. Amaury Laverne with the advantage right now, holding top spot. Meanwhile, Matias Diaz in search of a 7.40. And here we can see the riders for quarterfinal number 3 with the priority puck toss. And it goes for a little roll. And it looks like red is going to win the toss and be granted first priority out in the water when the heat starts. So Francois Fajera from Postal Cinco, he will start things off with first priority out in the water in quarterfinal number 3. Meanwhile, there on the beach, you can see the wind banners flying and trying to do a little flying of his own, but kind of getting stuffed on that section. Matias Diaz currently looking for a 7.40. Looked a little indecisive on the maneuver he was going to go for, and unfortunately got caught under the lip on that one. That will not help his overall combined score, and he will make his way back out to the lineup and see if he can take another shot at Moz and that top position. So again, thank you one more time to Bruno Souza, the Secretary of Sports and Leisure, for the Prefeitura de Niterói. Mais uma vez em português. Muito obrigado, Bruno Souza, Secretaria de Esporte e Lazer aqui no Prefeitura de Niterói. Meanwhile, down on the beach, ready for the next beach interview. Take it away, Paula.
Hi, Stevie. We are here with the first hit for the quarterfinal with Kalani Latanzi, the local big rider, and I think it's doing step by step really great. I don't have comments to do because he's my friend as well. So, Kalani, me conta, o que você fez ali?
Pô, dei sorte ali já de subir uma boa pra mim, já comecei com aéreo bom, já garantindo uns 7 pontos, então já fiquei mais tranquilo e já consegui administrar bem a bateria, fui trocando nota com a mesma estratégia de sempre e consegui avançar aí, semifinal, pódio.
Amada, o único representante de Niterói, e Kalani também é aluno desde sempre do Dudu Pedra. Claro que ele se tornou um monster big rider também. E é isso, Kalani, eu te vejo agora na semifinal e você é o único representante que tem a obrigação de fazer uma final, hein? É uma pressão. Obrigada, congratulations, and see you in the semifinal.
All right, so there you have it. Our first semifinalist, Kalani Latanzi, the local wild card from here in Itacoatiara. And meanwhile, out in the water, Omri Laverne tweaking it out. Hits off that end section, airs it out, throws the invert. He's already got the heat lead right now at 7.25 on his last wave, backed up by a 5.65, trying to build on that 5.65, create a little more distance between himself and Matias Diaz. Right now, Matias needs a 7.40. There you can see Diaz paddling across the lineup, checking the time on his watch. Here's a look at that last wave from Omri Laverne, and he dials in a 7.40. So that increases his advantage over Matias. Matias now needs a 9.15. Matias Diaz approaching the edge of combo land. Definitely not territory you want to investigate during the course of a competition. For those of you wondering what the heck I'm colorfully alluding to, combo land, referring to combination situation where he needs 2 new whole scores. He's not quite there yet, but a 9.15. He needs something really big, or he needs to get a couple of new high-scoring waves to replace the 5.50 and the 4.75 because those scores are not quite cutting it at the moment. Matias has looked really strong throughout the course of competition. At one point in the first day of competition, he actually had Actually, I stand corrected. The second day of competition, he had the highest combined heat total of the day for a short while until being outdone by six-time world champion and wild card Guilherme Tamega. But I mean, this kid knows how to post some big scores. It's just a matter of putting it together and having the waves roll your way. Unfortunately, this heat, he's got some moderate scores, and he's in need of a 9.15. Here he is, up and riding. A nice-looking little right-hander driving down the line, trying to find a section. This one's going to get small and foamy on him. Tries to bank the reverse and pulls off the back. So it looks like he's getting a little frustrated out there. He knows time is counting down. Time is definitely not working in his favor. And right now, the waves that have been coming his way really have not been working in his favor either. So still some time to get the job done, but he's going to be pressed for time to do it. So again, counting down, Amaury Laverne holds the lead. Matias Diaz looking for a 9.15. And again, coming up next, we are going to see quarterfinal number 3. Frontside Lake Fajera from Brazil in red. Antonio Cardoso from Portugal in yellow. Meanwhile, there you can see down in the competitors area by the Judge Marshall's tent, lots of people cruising in and out. Wristband access only. But still, lots of people assembled on the beach, cruising around the competition site. And there you can see, actually, in the foreground of your picture, in the green jersey, floating out in the water, bodyboarding legend Marcelo Pedro out in the water, getting some of the water shots here at the Itacoatiara Pro. And up and riding, Amaury Laverne setting up his line, looking for a section. He's going to kind of roller coaster up to the top and down, and then decides to duck out, as that wave never really stood up and gave him a good section to work with. Again, he remains in the lead right now, getting down to the last few minutes here in quarterfinal number 2. Matias Diaz still on the hunt for 9.15. All right, so coming down to the 2-minute mark, Matias Diaz still needs a 9.15. Amaury Laverne holding the advantage over Diaz right now, looking to round out semifinal number 2. And then we will get into quarter number 3. So again, time counting down. And just a quick reminder, be sure to stay tuned to www.apbtour.com for all of the latest news, updates, press releases, highlights, tour scheduling, and live webcast coverage of the 2015 APB World Tour. Again, next week we will be heading to event number 2, the second stop on a 3-leg run through South America. 3 events on the South American leg, I should say. We're wrapping up the Itacoatiara Pro today, and then we will be off to the Arica Chilean Challenge July 17th through July 26th. That will be followed by the Antofagasta Bodyboard Festival July 28th through August 2nd to wrap up the first leg of the 2015 World Tour. Then, as I have mentioned previously, we have a couple of specialty invitational events for this year. The Anel Challenge in Brittany, France, making its return yet again this year. That was an amazing event last year. We had Pierre-Louis Costas in the booth talking about it a little bit yesterday. It was Jeremy Arnaud taking the win in the 2014 edition of the event, the Enel Chilean Challenge, the Enel Challenge, has a waiting period of July 1st through October 31st. They are looking for one optimal day for this special wave. I mean, this wave doesn't break very often, but when it does, it is magical. And here we go. Closing seconds. Matias Diaz trying to work his way back into this heat. One last ditch effort. And that's going to be all for him. He will make his exit in the quarterfinals. He will finish equal fifth with 1,098 points. And we're going to take a quick break. We'll be back right after this with quarterfinal number 3.
You know, I think it just gives you access. It's like a key or a doorway into a kinetic world of beauty, and you're actually in the medium. So you become part of the, you know, you're in the water, you become part of the water. And bodyboards just give you that access to experience all those little facets and all that beauty that's out there.
And welcome back to day 5 of competition. The final day here at the 2015 APB Itacoatiara Pro Brazil, presented by Toyota SGA. Right now out in the water underway, we have quarterfinal number 3 in the red jersey. Francisco Ferreira from Brazil. He is joined by Antonio Cardoso from Portugal. Antonio in the yellow jersey assignment. So slowly but surely working our way through this event. We've already got semifinal number 1 set. We're going to see later on Kalani Latanzi go up against Amaury Laverne. And here up and riding on the very first wave, going for the air roll spin, punching through the lip and getting caught up in the white water. Francisco Ferreira getting things started out there. Actually already has gotten going. He won the priority toss before entering the water, so he entered the water with first priority. Francisco Ferreira getting on the board. So a 1.75 to open up his account here in quarterfinal number 3. Now waiting for Antonio Cardoso to get on the board with his first wave of the heat. Again, working our way towards the end of the day, where we will crown our Pro Junior and men's champions right now in quarterfinals. Then we will go into men's semifinals. From there, we will do the Pro Junior final and then transition back into men's for the men's consolation final. The second place finishers in the semifinal will battle it out for third and fourth position to differentiate point standings. And then, of course, the men's final, where we will crown this year's event champion. And there you can see Antonio Cardoso wasting no time answering back, getting a solid flip off of that left-hander. He will paddle back out. So Antonio Cardoso coming out here strong. We'll see if we can't get a replay of that last wave. Again, a nice opening wave for Antonio Cardoso. Meanwhile, there you can see Matias Diaz coming in from that last heat. Unfortunately, being eliminated from competition, but had a solid run here. And it sounds like a solid score coming in for Antonio Cardoso. So just waiting for it to register officially. But he is going to take the early advantage in quarterfinal number 3 over that man in the red jersey, Francole Ferreira. Francole opened up with a 1.75. But again, Antonio Cardoso with a 6.0 on his opening effort. You can see him paddling back out to the lineup. So a strong opening wave for the man from Portugal. There you can see raising his hand, asking for another situation update from the beach announcer. Again, early going here in quarterfinal number 3. Antonio Cardoso with the advantage, opening up with a 6.0. He will now look for a backup score. Meanwhile, Francole Ferreira still looking to put a solid score on his score sheet, 1.75 to open things up. He'll look to replace that as quickly as possible. And just real quick to revisit what I was discussing before we went to commercial break. Specialty events lined up for this year. The Enel Challenge with a waiting period of July 1st through October 31st. Also confirmed the Shark Island Invitational. Andrew Lester won last year's event. This year's waiting period for Shark Island, August 10th through September 18th. And once the waiting period for Shark Island wraps up, the World Tour is off to Portugal for the 20th anniversary running of the Sintra Portugal Pro, September 22nd through September 27th. And then the inaugural Nazare Pro on the APB World Tour, September 29th through October 4th. And then, of course, the season finale will be going to Puerto Rico. Meanwhile, going to town on this one, flipping out Antonio Cardoso. Only one maneuver on the wave, but he made it count. He scored a 6.0 on that wave. That gives him the early lead. Now looking to build upon that with a solid backup score on his next opportunity. Meanwhile, that man, Francole Ferreira, currently in the second spot, needs to play catch-up at the moment. So just to wrap up my thoughts, wrap up what I was saying, the World Tour will wrap up in Puerto Rico. And meanwhile, there's still a couple of events in the process of being confirmed for later this year. So again, stay tuned to apbtour.com for all the latest news and updates. Also be sure to hit up all of the social media, especially the APB Tour channel on YouTube. But also be sure to check out APB Tour on Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, and the new APB Tour Snapchat. So again, stay tuned, hit us up. And for hashtags, especially with everything related to this event, hashtag APB Tour, hashtag Itacoatiara Pro, hashtag The Elephant is Rising. Meanwhile, up and riding on this wave, driving down the line, Francole Ferreira going for the air roll spin and unable to complete the maneuver. Meanwhile, the current heat leader, Antonio Cardoso, driving down the line, punches the roll, comes out clean. So another strong wave from the man from Portugal. Antonio Cardoso looking really stout out in the water today. He already upset 2011 world champion Pierre-Louis Costas in man-on-man competition in round 7. And now here he is in quarterfinal number 3, doing his best to take it to Francole Ferreira, putting Ferreira in a bit of a hole score-wise. Again, just waiting for scores to filter in on that last wave exchange. We'll give you a situation update as soon as possible. All right, and it looks like I've got another guest commentator cruising in. Six-time world champion Guillermo Tamega making his return to the commentary booth. Second time in this week. We'll get him mic'd up and going. Never boring having GT in the booth. Always very animated. Good to have the animal back in the booth.
Yeah. Can you hear me?
You're live.
All right. Nice. Yeah.
So just make sure to hold the mic close to your mouth so everybody can hear you at home, and you're all good, brother.
Right on, right on. Let's do it.
So, all right, right now you have one of your Posto Cinco proteges out in the water in quarterfinal number 3. Francisco Ferreira going up against Antonio Cardoso from Portugal.
Yeah, tough heat for the one of my prodigies, but I'm still confident. Francis Lee is a very good competitor, and I think it's still a lot of time left. Yeah, 15 minutes. Yeah, still a lot to go. So.
All right, so scores coming in on that last wave exchange. Cardoso drops another 6, so he's sitting on a pair of 6s right now. Meanwhile, Francois having a little difficulty out in the water, landing his air roll spins. He's got a 1.75 and a 2.25 for the attempt, but still hasn't had a make in the heat so far. It's kind of a different story from what we saw earlier. His last heat, he won the heat and was just nailing those moves, and a little trouble finishing off on the first 2 attempts here in this heat. But as I was saying earlier today, you know, he knows how to dial these moves in and nail them down when he needs to. We'll see if he can settle down out in the water and get the waves he needs before all is said and done. But right now, you really can't take much away from Antonio Cardoso. He came out and just started throwing down 6s.
Yeah, Antonio is on a run, and Francis Lee, I told him to turn up a notch, but the waves are pretty tricky. The wind's coming up a little. It's kind of, it's not as rounded as before. You really gotta, be picky the waves that you pick right now, and I think it's. Yeah, sometimes you just gonna need to be patient and just wait. Get the priority, wait, because there is some out there, and if you don't get it, the other guy is gonna get it. So.
Now, just taking a quick look ahead, the last quarterfinal, we're going to see Ori Valadown go up against Louis Finnegan. Ori Valadown, 2008 world champion, actually one of your team riders. You have his signature model released through your company, actually several versions of his signature model. And you went up against him earlier today. You had a bit of a shocker of a heat out in the water this morning.
Yeah, I did. I just couldn't get a connection with the ocean. I was trying to get it was a lot of little waves, fun little waves coming through. I said, if I can nail some good score right now here. But yeah, Finnegan, he started with a really solid score with the 8.5 on those lefts, and that's kind of it's hard to take when a guy starts like that. And then Uri came with another 8 later, right after that, and I was like, oh boy, I need to get a really good wave, to catch up with the heat, or I'm gonna stay behind. I try. I got anxious a little bit, kind of forgot a little bit of all my experience, 25 years experience, but I'm pretty stoked. It's all good, and now my team riders are doing great.
And there we just saw the replay of Francois Ferreira waiting for that score to filter in from the judges, but hitting a nice little invert, starting to get himself back in line, get himself refocused and centered out there, and starting to go to work, trying to work his way back into this heat. Again, right now he needs a 9.75. That last wave will definitely help replace one of his first 2 scores and help build from there as he tries to track down Antonio Cardoso. And there it is, a 5.65. So that definitely helps close the gap a little bit. Now he needs a 6.35 to take the lead.
Yeah, like I said, there's still a lot of heat to go. 11 minutes and 30 seconds. That's a lot for Itacoatiara. You know, anything can happen in the matter of seconds, really. And yeah, I'm cheering for my boy, and getting kind of nervous here. And then Wood is coming right after this, and yeah, it's gonna be pretty exciting. Next 40 minutes.
So, I mean, this must be a little bit of a reversal for you. For, you know, a long time now, you've been one of the most dominant competitors in the history of bodyboarding, and usually it's you watching what's going on out in the water because you're going to be out there. Right now, you're sitting here watching your team riders. You know, do you get anxious watching your guys compete out in the water?
Oh, definitely, definitely. I become very picky. You know, I watch every details of them. You know, every move they do. You know, so we can fix in the next heat. You know, we do a teamwork. You know, I try to pass all my experience. Uri is already a world champion. He got a lot of experience. You know, some of the guys they just don't touch too much. You know, they have their own instinct and they have their own way of win, and you just gotta respect that and just let it go. You know, other guys need more push, more insight, and that's what I'm here for. That's what the GT Boards team is. You know, is a close team, yeah, united. We're here, you know, to help each other, to cheer to each other, and you know. And now I'm focused more to have my guys world champion than myself. You know, I'm more worried about them than myself. You know, myself is just the type of guy that always search for challenge. I've been, you know, challenge is what moves me really. And for the last couple of years, I just don't see any really, I don't see any challenge that move make me want something from deep inside. So so I decided to retire, just focus on my team, focus on my company, you know, just make the best boards, and just you know show you know the world a different company. We are a different company, and that's what made me a winner so many years on the tour.
All right, so continuing with the theme of excellence, competition-wise, with GT boards, and the next phase of the legacy that is Guilherme Tamega. Now, looking back on your competitive career, are there? I mean, you've had an illustrious career. I said it earlier that you've had more wins in your career than I could possibly ever hope to recount. Have you ever, along the way, been like, you know, I wish I had done this event differently, or you know that event differently? I mean, are there any accomplishments out there that have eluded you to this point in your career?
Yeah, definitely. I look back. There's some stuff that I could have done differently, but you know what? I think in life everything happened for a reason. You know, if you do it right or if you do wrong, there is a reason for that, and you gotta find the reason. It's deep. It's somewhere there. You gotta find it, and you just gotta keep going and do not do the same mistake. You know, and it's all a learning curve, and I think we're gonna die with 80, 90 years old later, you know, still learning. Life is an experience. Life is a learning experience, and this is a learning experience forever. Every single day, every single competition, every single heat is a different kind of situation, and you're always learning. And I have a 25 years career, actually 30, and there goes Francis Lay. Nah, that was a closeout, no good. So I got almost a 30 years career, and there's a lot that I learned and a lot experience right there. And now I'm just trying to put all my experience to my team riders and all my experience to my boards, and to make the best boards for every kind of human being, not just the technical people, you know, everybody.
Now, besides the boards, you also have some accessories out on the market as well. You've got the GT fins, you've got the GT signature bicep leash. which I personally like. It's just a wraparound leash without the plastic, without the plastic buckle.
Buckle.
And tell us a little bit about some of the things you're developing through GT boards.
Yeah, I like to do stuff differently, and I learn since the beginning. There goes Francilei.
And there he gets the ARS around, gets a little caught up in the whitewater, but he does push through and come out ahead. So that will be a make that will definitely help improve upon his 2.25 he has as a secondary score and looking to replace. Meanwhile, this man right here, Antonio Cardoso, in the yellow jersey, still sitting on a pair of sixes. He holds the lead. Francilei Ferreira trying to dial in a 6.35. We'll see what that last wave gets from the judges.
Yeah, I think he's gonna still need a score. Still sometimes 5 minutes. I think he's gonna get another chance, and hopefully he nailed this one, the next one. Like I said, the waves are tricky now. They look like they're gonna be a good wave, but they close out really fast, and it's kind of choppy. The wind's kind of coming from the south, and it's making the waves kind of choppy. There goes Antonio.
Cardoso up and riding, driving down the line. Sees it's about to section off on him, so he hits the roll and comes out. So looking to build upon his score. But we were talking about the products you're looking to develop.
Yeah. I always look outside the bond. I like to do things functional. But with all the experience, I was one of the first guys to use the bicep leash. And back then we used to put a surf leash, the surf Velcro cuffs. I used to take off the broken surfing leash and attach to the coil leash to make my biceps, because they used to only make wrist leashes, and I love to put them on my bicep since I started pretty much. So and back then the leashes didn't have any buckle, didn't have any plastic thing on the way, and to tell the truth, I'm not a fan of the buckles. I don't like anything. We bend a lot of our arm, and for me those buckles just stay on the way. On a big surf just hurts, and sometimes you get those red marks from getting pounded too much. That's because of the buckle.
The red impression marks from the buckle.
Yeah, I'm not a fan of the buckles. And Antonio just got a really good wave there, and I think he just nailed the whole thing right there. Still 3 minutes left. Francilei need a really good wave just like that.
Yeah, he still needs a 6.35 to play catch-up, but again, waiting for that last score from Antonio Cardoso to register. That could increase the gap a little bit. But again, sitting on 6.0, a pair of 6.0s. His previous wave of 5.25 was a throwaway score. He won't need that, but we'll see how this last wave filters in. So it's funny that you mentioned the buckle mark in bigger waves. Something bodyboarders can relate to on a wide basis. A lot of bodyboarders deal with that. You get that little, almost like red triangle on your arm from the plastic buckle. So Tomega opting to go with a signature leash that has not included the buckle. It's just a wraparound Velcro strap. I've actually checked it out, and it's a really comfortable leash.
Yeah, it's all a matter of being comfortable. If you get pounded by a 15, 12 feet wave, if you get caught, you just need to be comfortable. It's one last thing to think about it, and those buckles, sometimes they can hurt. And that's why I released my signature model. I made sure this is a signature Tomega model, leashes, no buckles, just a wraparound. It's going to take a little longer, come on, and just to wrap around your arm, and it's so comfortable. I love it.
And there it is, an 8.0 falling into place for Antonio Cardoso. He increases his advantage over Francilei Ferreira. Right now, Francois needs an 8.35. Time counting down, about a minute remaining in the heat.
Yeah, Francis Lee need a miracle right now. I don't think that's gonna be a miracle wave, but
Throwing the ARS off the closeout section.
yeah.
So again, coming down to the closing moments of this third quarterfinal. Antonio Cardoso leading the way with a 6.0 and an 8.0. Francois Fajera chasing down an 8.35.
Yeah, I think he thought he still needed a 6.35 because I don't think that wave would, never be like a 8.5. Yeah, Antonio's on a run. Antonio's been really good connection with the ocean. He's confident. He looks confident, and yeah, Portugal, vamos Tugas.
And the heat counts down.
It's great to see new names, coming from Portugal and other countries. But Antonio, I always see him out of pipe and wearing helmet and with his helmet. I never knew him before, but he's one of the new guys, I think, from Nazareth, and he deserves to be there, man. He's ripping this contest.
All right, so we will recap this last heat and get into quarterfinal number 4 right after this commercial break.
Sempre sonhamos em ter uma loja de bodyboarding. Depois começamos a sonhar em trabalhar com as melhores marcas. Também sonhamos em termos uma grande equipe. E um dia sonhamos com o maior campeonato de bodyboard do mundo.
Welcome back to day 5 of competition here at the 2015 APB Itacoatiara Pro Brazil, presented by Toyota SGA. There you can see Francois Fajera making his way in. Unfortunately, he went down at the hands of Antonio Cardoso. Still, a lot of the kids from Posto Cinco on the beach cheering him on. We saw Diego Berto, fellow bodyboarder from Posto Cinco, there kind of coaching along at the water's edge. And a lot of support for Francois and the Posto Cinco family.
Oh yeah, Posto Cinco, for who doesn't know, is my home break. It's the post 5 of Copacabana, which is right in the middle of Copacabana Beach. And these kids, they come from the slums that lives right on top of the mountain. And we do a social work. We do a great work with these kids, and they become very successful riders, because they want it. They have a lot of energy, a lot of, they want it really bad, and I'm here to help them out. And Francis Lay just came out of the water. He's one of the top, one of the first on the group. And then we have Socrates and now Mateus. Mateus is on the final, the Pro Junior. He's gonna come up today against Tanner McDaniel, and it's gonna be great. We are very united. There goes Uri.
Meanwhile, out in the water, already underway. Waveala down on his second wave.
Well, really well served. Wave from Woody. Woody feels really good in this type of wave, and I think he's gonna do great. I'm really confident that Woody's gonna do it. But yeah, Finnegan is a very hard competitor too. Really well talented Aussie kid, and should be interesting.
And so just to recap, in the last quarterfinal, quarter number 3, Antonio Cardoso from Portugal taking the win. He will take the first spot in semifinal number 2. We'll get to him with a beach interview in just a moment. Meanwhile, out in the water right now in red, Ori Valadão from Brazil. Louis Finnegan from Australia in yellow. Here he is kicking into this one on his second ride, dropping in. Mid-face turn, hits the roll, but dug his nose on the landing.
Yeah, that wasn't a very worth it wave. Very short, not much score potential, and there's a lot of heat to go.
So while we wait for the scores to filter in on that last wave exchange, we're actually going to throw down to the beach now. Paula's with the winner of that last heat, Antonio Cardoso.
Yes. Hi, Stevie. We are here with the first heat of the quarterfinal with Amaury Lavenes from Reunion Island that going to the semifinal with the local guy, Kalani Latanzi. Amaury, how was there now? The wind come a little bit. Do you think it's getting worse?
Yeah, it's a bit tricky now with the wind, but the tide is pretty good and still a bit of waves. So it's getting pretty tactical now and technical. And yeah, I'm really stoked to be on the semi. That was my main goal, to arrive in the semis. And now I'm going to be against the local guy Kalani. That's going to be a really interesting heat, and I'm already really happy, and I'm going to try to give my best.
Let's check everybody around the world to see this heat that's going to be a really good Kalani and Amaury in the next heat, the next round. Thanks a lot, Amaury. Congratulations one more time. The World Championship, Amaury Lavene from Reunion Island.
All right, thank you, Paula. And I made a little error there. I said we were going to the interview with Antonio Cardoso. Amaury winning his quarterfinal heat prior to that. So playing catch up with the beach interviews right there. That was Amaury Laverne taking the win. In quarterfinal number 2, it was Cardoso taking the win in quarterfinal number 3. We'll have him coming up in just a little bit. Meanwhile, out in the water, second wave of Ori Valadão falling into place, a 6.0. Just waiting for the second wave of Louis Finnegan to filter in from the judges' booth upstairs. And GT shedding a few layers. It's a little warm in here. Yeah, the booth has gotten a little hot. It's like as the action heats up out in the water and we get closer to crowning an event champion, it gets a little warmer in here in the box. Meanwhile, on the replay, that was Ori Valadão with his 6-point ride. That's enough to give him the early advantage. Again, waiting for the second wave of Louis Finnegan to filter in, but I don't think it's really going to matter that much, as it wasn't a make.
Yeah, he got a 1 point.
And here we have a look at Ori Valadão. It says replay, but I believe this is live action.
Yeah, that was his second best wave.
All right, so that last wave, that was the replay. That's going to be an even better score. This will increase Ori's advantage out in the water. We saw him win the world title in 2008. Last year, he gave the title chase a run. He ended up finishing third in the rankings coming into the 2015, ranked third in the world. Then I'll ask you about Ori a little bit more when we get back from the beach interview. We're actually going to throw down to Paula one more time. She's with Antonio Cardoso this time around.
We are here with Antonio Cardoso from Portugal in the heat number 3 at the quarterfinal that goes straight to the semifinal. Vou falar em português. Antônio, como é que tá ali dentro?
As condições continuam boas. Eu acho que entrou um bocadinho de vento, mas isso acho que não está a prejudicar a performance dos atletas. Acho que o campeonato está a rolar bem e acho que pode ser um bom campeonato para a final.
Você esperava chegar na final aqui em Niterói com as condições de ontem, de hoje também? Foi uma surpresa para você ou você deu tudo para isso?
Eu, como disse ainda agora, eu estava sem expectativas para este campeonato. Eu só queria fazer o melhor que conseguisse e chegar o mais longe possível. Epá, até agora ainda estou no campeonato, por isso cada vez estou a dar mais tudo por tudo, porque começo a acreditar mais que consigo chegar mesmo à final man on man, isso era o que eu queria mesmo.
Isso aí, ele tem feito uma excelente campanha desde o início do campeonato, que você entrou lá embaixo, né? E é isso, parabéns, eu te vejo na semifinal, espero que dê tudo certo ali dentro.
Obrigado Portugal pela força toda. Pá, estou a sentir a vossa energia, isso é muito gratificante. Obrigado.
That's it. This is Antônio Cardoso from Portugal that goes straight to the semifinal.
All right, once again, thank you, Paula, and congratulations again to Antonio Cardoso as he's earned passage to the semifinals. I mean, he's looked really strong out there. He took out Pierre-Louis Costas, the 2011 world champ, earlier. Meanwhile, the 2008 world champ up and riding, gets a little cover-up, comes out, punches the roll. Rory Valadown looking strong, doing his best to hold the lead. Meanwhile, Louis Finnegan playing catch-up. Here he is throwing out on that maneuver, trying to set it up, and combos with the roll off of the end. Got a little funky there, but Louis Finnegan trying to play catch-up. In combination situation, needs a 13.26, but honestly, his last score still waiting for that to filter in. He received a 7.15 and now needs a 6. I lost the math.
Yeah, 6.15 he needed. But probably Uri increased his lead with his last wave as well. So it's back to back, is a punch after punch from these two great competitors and great riders out there, and
there it is, a 7.15 on his previous wave for Louis Finnegan. That cuts the deficit to a 6.11. But again, Rory Valadown in the lead on the strength of a 6.0 and a 7.25, waiting for his last wave to score as well. He leads the way.
Yep.
Meanwhile, there you can see down in the competitors area, the beach marshal, we've got the flags. We had the priority boxes down there. It's turned into a really nice day here for the final day. The last couple of days it was a little gray and overcast, but some really heavy surf.
Yeah, big pumping waves too. Yeah, today the waves came down a little. I mean, now a lot. Right now it just fade out really, really big. But still some waves, you know. It's amazing how the waves, the wind switch so much over here, you know. Yesterday, if you noticed, it went south, north, offshore, and then onshore. I think I saw the wind switching like 3 times throughout the day.
There's Ori taking a look. Meanwhile, up and riding, Louis Finnegan flips it out and not able to complete the maneuver. He got lost in the wash. He had a 6.0 on his last wave. He still needs a 6.36 as Ori Valadown getting a 6.25 on his last wave to improve his overall combined heat score. Now sitting on a 7.25 and a 6.25 for a 13.50. Ori Valadown with the advantage, holding on to that top spot, looking to punch his way into the semifinals, round out semifinal number 2.
Yeah, this semifinal, actually this quarterfinal is going amazing. It's like I said, it's blow to blow. I don't know. There's a lot of heat to go, and it's too early to say anything. But hopefully, Woody comes out on the top, and you know. And yeah, I'm cheering for him.
So, I mean, we've already seen Kalani Latanzi, Amaury Laverne, and Antonio Cardoso make their way into the semi. And now Ori Valadown looking to do likewise, but he's got to fend off a hungry Australian young gun out in the water.
Yeah, he's the only representative, really, from Australia.
You should have seen his heat win interview earlier. He actually called out all of his fellow Australians, especially a couple of his friends, for slacking. He said.
Oh, really?
It was kind of funny. I mean, he was really animated, typical Louis Finnegan style, just almost comical during his interview down there.
Yeah, that's cool. That's the spirit.
This kid's got a really cool attitude, really positive energy about him, and he's got the skills too. I mean, big waves he charges. He can do the contest thing. And there you can see the replay of his last wave. Again, that was enough for a 6.0, but he still needs a 6.36. So he needs to replace that 6.0 sooner rather than later. Meanwhile, there you can see Marcelo Pedro in screen again, out in the water taking some water photos. So
Yeah,
Marcelo
Marcelo's
Pedro, a legend in Brazilian bodyboarding.
Yeah, he's one of the Chargers legends of our sport. And now he's a photographer. He's doing great. He's taking some amazing pictures. You know how the bodyboarders can become a really good photographers because they always have a good position.
Yeah, it seems like it's
especially
really
when they
easy
surf.
for bodyboarders to transition into photography because they know very well where to line up and how to get the shots.
Yeah, we used to stay very low on the lineup sometimes and to take off kind of deep and late. And that's the kind of feel we kind of used to. And being a photographer and just holding the camera, you kind of get the knowledge pretty fast. And I done some photos, I've done some photography, and yeah, it's doable, definitely.
Yeah, we've seen a lot of bodyboarders. We're talking about Marcelo Pedro here. We've seen Alistair Taylor kind of transition into taking photos. Paulo Barcelos, former 2000 world champion, another perfect example. He actually has a program on Canal Off, one of our event sponsors, called Retratos de Mar, where he profiles water photographers in the sport of surfing.
Yeah. Paulo has is doing great in photography and videography, and we have Tim Jones, another legend from the Aussie team of bodyboarders, and which he became a really great photographer. And the list goes on and on. There's a lot of great photographers that was you should be a bodyboarder.
Yeah, I mean, I could even throw out Todd Glazer as another perfect example. He's done very well for himself. And then even from my neck of the woods, Seth Stafford started out as a bodyboarder from the East Coast before transitioning into photography.
Yeah, exactly.
So now earlier, before we went to the beach interview, I was asking you about Ori Valedon. I mean, he's a 2008 world champion. Obviously, it's been a few years since he won the world title, but he's still been competitive enough to be in the battle for a world title. I mean, last year we saw him, finish third. He was in the mix along with a handful of other guys until the very last contest. And if results had gone a little differently in Sintra, he might have walked away with a second world title. Have you had conversations with him about, his pursuit of a second world title this year?
Yeah, like I said, with Uri, I don't say too much. He has his own way to win, and he's really well known photographer. I mean, there goes the coin toss. Let's see who's gonna get the priority. Kalani Latanzi got the priority. First priority for Red Kalani, the local boy, against Amari Laverne.
So again, that's coming up in just a couple of minutes. Those guys getting ready to hit the water. We're going right into the semifinals. Again, coming up, we will see Kalani Latanzi against two-time world champion and defending world champion Amari Laverne.
Yep, that's gonna be another great heat. Things are firing up really, really strong. towards the end of the event. You know, we are coming to the end soon, and we soon gonna know who's gonna be the Itacoatiara 2015 champ.
Acai. I need to hit Pirosuku for some acai after we wrap up here. Pirosuku, one of our event sponsors, and that's been basically a social hub around here, not even just for this contest, but on a regular basis. I mean, it's really nice to be able to come to a spot like this that's as consistent as Itacoatiara, and then just walk right down the street and hit up Pirosuku for some acai or pastels or an Italiano.
Yeah, that place is great. The acai is great, and has great food too. Very fresh. Everything's fresh. And every time I go there, you are there eating acai, Steve. What's up with that? I see you eating more acai than staying in the booth here.
What's that? Sorry.
I see you eating acai more than you sitting on the booth over here at Purosuco. Every time I go there, you're there eating acai.
Yeah, pretty much. The only one has me beat for more time logged at Pirosuku during this event is Tanner McDaniel.
Really?
That kid practically lives over there. I walk in for breakfast, he's there. I walk in during the afternoon, he's there. Yeah. Not only do they have great food and great acai, but they have Wi-Fi as well. So Tanner Grom has been over there almost on a daily, well, pretty much on a daily basis, morning, day, and night. You know, he'll spend a few hours here, a few hours there.
Yeah, I don't blame him.
I'm surprised they haven't started charging him rent over there.
Yeah, I don't blame him. You know, you gotta take advantage. He's in Brazil. You gotta eat as much as acai he can, just like all the other foreigners that come here. You know, I remember a band player last year. He's always there too, talking about acai all the time. So annoying, Benny. We miss you here, Benny. Where are you? Jesus. You said you were going to go, you're going to come, and you never came. Come on.
Yeah, I cut the guy some slack. He's still recovering from a ruptured spleen in Ireland.
Yeah, I think he went to Indo or something. That's all good.
So, yeah. Again, for those of you out there in bodyboard world that didn't hear earlier this year, a couple months back, BP in Ireland had a nasty little session in Ireland that ended up in a ruptured spleen. He had to be airlifted out by the Irish Coast Guard and spent some time in the hospital before heading back to Australia. So glad to hear he's cruising Indo and recovering from his injuries. Also, Jeff Hubbard suffering a broken foot. He's been out of the water for the last 6 weeks, finally getting back out in the water. Meanwhile, out in the water here, Louis Finnegan flipping off that end section. Louis still trying to work his way back into this heat. He needs a 6.36.
Yeah.
So again, a time counting down in this heat.
Yeah, he's throwing some really nice backflips. And judges love those kind of moves. He's not have a really long extension. It's very short, and
so score coming down has not dropped on the screen yet, but I just heard the beach announcer say 5.75.
yeah, 5.75. It's kind of look like his couple other waves, and usually if you kind of repeat the same thing, if you look kind of the same, the judges start lowering your score. You know, that's what happened with Finnegan right now.
Meanwhile, there you can see Sergio Luis in the competitors area. He finished equal third here last year. This year, there will not be an equal third this year. This event debuting the new consolation final with the AP World Tour. So the second place finishers in the semifinal will have to battle it out one more time. You know, one guy will finish third, one guy will finish fourth. This is going to create a differentiation in points and will definitely play in to the final point standings at the end of the year. So it's going to be interesting to see how guys handle the dejection of losing in the semifinal, but then having to battle it out one more time to try and get third in the event.
Yeah, try to keep his third. Yeah, before you lose in a semi, you just automatically third. but now you got to battle for your third. And I think it's cool. We'll see how this thing, this new rule and this new way is gonna wrap around, and I think it's cool. I'm all down for different stuff. I'm all down for trying the new things, and if the public likes it. And I think the main thing here, Steve, is that we differentiate in points. We have a third and a fourth, so we don't have two guys on third. Who's number 3 in the world? Oh, there's two guys. What? There's two guys. No. Now you're gonna have the third place and the fourth place. That's why they're doing this right now. The consolation semifinal losers, to differentiate the third and the fourth in points.
And real quick, more people touching base online coming in from Portugal. Felipe Moura tuning in. GT, do GT boards, are they available in Portuguese stores?
Yeah, they available in Portugal, but they are available for a couple months, but they sold out. We arranging new stuff, new boards coming up soon to Portugal.
Fala em português.
As pranchas estão chegando em Portugal de novo. Elas acabaram a primeira leva.
Whoa! Sorry to interrupt.
Vai, Uri. Uri
Valadão busting out another big flip. We've seen him doing this here and there all throughout the course of competition. I said it was his bread and butter move earlier. He has his own very distinct style of doing the flip. He flips over, legs flared out, and very dramatic looking when he gets good elevation on it. And he just nailed it down there. So again, the current heat leader right now, looking to make life a little bit more challenging for the young Australian Louis Finnegan as we get into the final moments.
Yes. See, he got 8 points. Woody just got 8 points for his last wave. I was waiting for him to get this wave, to do his, that's his signature backflip right there. And yeah. And yeah, that, I guess that wraps things up.
That was the nail in the coffin for our Louis Finnegan, unfortunately. Ori Valadão really putting it together out there. A 7.25 and an 8.0. That clinches the quarterfinal win, rounds out the quarterfinals, and now we are set to go into the semis. There you can see Louis doing a little kneeboard riding on his way in. So Louis had a very impressive run here in 2015, making it here to the quarterfinals, the only Australian in the event.
Yeah, to be the only one and came all the way here, I think it's a great accomplishment for him. He should be stoked. He was ripping all this contest. He beat me, and I lost thanks to him and Nuri, but that's all good. And he's been ripping, and that's what it is. I like in bodyboarding. I like to see people ripping no matter what.
Oh, and it's
I
nice
try to do the same thing,
And it's nice to see him representing his country so well. Again, the lone representative for Australia. A little bit different from what we've seen in years past. Usually a flood of Aussies on the world tour. But last year, Louis coming out to do some events and coming out here for the season opener. And carrying the flag solo. He did a very good job here in this event, but unfortunately just couldn't keep up with Ori Valadão in that last heat. We'll see Ori in the second semifinal. Meanwhile, while we get ready to set up semifinal number 1, we're going to take a quick commercial break. We'll be back right after this. All right, so right now out in the water, getting ready to get things going with the first semifinal out in the water. We are going to see in red, Kalani Latanzi representing Brazil, and from Reunion Island, currently residing in the Canary Islands in Spain, the two-time defending world champion and 2013 Itacoatiara Pro winner, Amaury Laverne, in the yellow jersey assignment.
Yep, Amaury is going against the local boy, Kalani. Kalani, he seems so confident, man. He's playing at his home. He's playing with this crowd. I think he looked like he's using, he know how to use the energy towards him. And it's going to be another interesting heat. The world champion, last year world champion against the local boy. We'll see.
So there you go, the local wild card against the world champion. Getting ready to go here in the semis as we just keep on plugging along, working our way towards the end here on the final day. We will be crowning our event champions in both the Pro Junior and the Men's Pro by day's end. Again, and keep in mind that following the semifinals, we will go into the Pro Junior final, where we will see Tanner McDaniel go up against Mateus Bastos. So the Hawaiian against the Brazilian in the Pro Junior final. And then we will transition back to men's. I'm sorry, what was that?
The final is going to be right after the semis.
The Pro Junior will be right after the men's semifinals, and then we will go into the men's consolation final and the men's final.
Okay.
And we will be able to crown our champions today, wrapping things up early this year and the front half of the competition window at the Itacoatiara Pro, the way this well worked out. But before we get too deep into that, we're actually going to throw down to the beach for a quick interview. Take it away, Paula.
We are here with the last hit of the quarterfinal with the Brazilian from Bahia, Uri Valadão, that won this hit right now. So, Uri, tell me, we are really happy because another Brazilian going to the semifinal. Uri, como é que você está se sentindo? A gente está muito feliz por você ir também para a semifinal e o Kalani, com o Kalani, né, que já está na água.
O Kalani está na água e, porra, eu sempre bati na trave aqui, ficando em quinto. Agora eu consegui passar para a semifinal, meu Deus, sonho. Mas sonho não acabou, acho que tem muito caminho pela frente aí, tem que passar essa próxima bateria, semifinal, e concentrar também para tentar levar o caneco. Meu grande sonho aqui em Itacoatiara, eu amo isso aqui.
Pelo menos já tem 2 brasileiros no pódio, com a terceira posição, vamos falar assim, mas todo mundo acredita que você vai fazer a final aqui, não sei com o próximo aqui. E é isso aí, parabéns, te vejo daqui a pouco, vai se agilizar que você já vai para a água. Quer deixar algum recado aí para a galera da Bahia?
Valeu, galera, continue na torcida aí, nessa vibe boa. Vou agilizar aqui que daqui a pouco eu tô entrando na água de novo. Valeu. Abraço.
Parabéns, Uri. Congratulations, Uri Valadão, World Championship that going to the semi-final with Kalani Latanzi. That's already in the water.
All right, thank you again, Paula. Congratulations again to Uri Valadão. So your team rider and fellow world champion, moving on in competition.
Yeah, so stoked for Uri. I knew it's gonna, it's not over yet. He's on the run. I believe in him. The most important thing is him believing in himself, and that's is what matters most. And for me, those guys winning now is just like I'm winning. It's just an amazing feeling. I feel like not only connected sponsor-wise and business-wise, but it's like a family. My team is a family. Everybody that buys the boards are part of the family. This company is just a different. Once you get the board, you're gonna feel the vibe. It's a different vibe. It's all positive. Everything is coming to the place. It's it's just great.
And there you can see the drone, which has been getting some really nice overhead visuals so far through the event. Well, so far it's the last day, so it's not like there's much ahead of us in this event because this is the final day. We're wrapping things up. Again, right now out in the water, semifinal number 1 Kalani Latanzi currently in the lead. He jumped out with a 4.75 and a 5.75. He leads the way. Meanwhile, Amaury Laverne with a 5.40 on his first wave.
Yeah, it's amazing how Kalani know this wave. You know, he everything he paddles, you know, there is something there, and there is. You know, and that's the difference the local guys do. But there's a trick to be local. You gotta know how to use the energy. You gotta know how to use the pressure towards you, not against you. A lot of locals they can't handle. It's just too much. Other can, and you know those guys that can handle use the energy towards himself. You know, he's gonna win the event. It's kind of unstoppable, really.
And here we have Kalani up and riding once again, driving down the line on the right, throws the air roll spin, gets the bounce around, and you can hear the people down on the beach cheering for the local boy. How big is it to have you know people lined up on the beach cheering for you like that at your own home spot?
You get chicken bumps, really. And once you get that, that's energy right there. That's a new whole level of a positivity, energy, and it's just another guy next to you. See, Kalani just boosted a really nice ARS and got a. I just heard there's a 725. It's not on the screen yet, but he got a 7.25, and it's a pretty good, solid score for the condition that we're dealing right now. Still a lot of heat to go, guys. But
all right, so again, there it is, popping up on the scoreboard. A 7.25 for Kalani Latanzi, the local wild card. Puts that together with a 5.75, a combined heat score of 13.0. Amaury Laverne, meanwhile, at 5.40, he's looking for a secondary wave. He needs a 7.60 right now if he's going to take away that top spot and move on to the final.
yeah, everybody's lined up on the beach. Go Kalani, go Kalani. You know, but Amaury is a tough competitor, man. It's just you gotta be from start to the finish, 100%, 110%. Otherwise, he's gonna get you. He's a really smart, and he's the world champion. Come on, you don't become a world champion for nothing.
Let alone two-time world champion.
Enough said. Come on.
All right, you know what? I think while we have you in here, I'll ask if you can do an update on the situation out in the water in Portuguese, because your Portuguese obviously is way better than mine.
Yeah, o Kalani tá o local, né? Ele tá bem confiante, usando bem a energia dele. Se o cara local consegue usar a energia da praia, a energia da galera gritando na forma positiva, ele vai ser praticamente invencível. Muitos locais não conseguem fazer isso, mas o Kalani, pelo meu ver, ele tá sabendo usar essa energia a favor dele. E vai ser difícil bater o Kalani aí. Vamos ver. Amaury, just unfortunately the wave closed really fast on him. He couldn't get the move done. But still a long way to go. 15 minutes left and a lot of heat to go, guys.
And while we wait for the next waves to be ridden from our competitors here in semifinal one, just a quick reminder for everybody to stay tuned to www.apbtour.com for all the latest news, updates, highlights, and tour scheduling from the Bodyboarding World Tour. There you can see Kalani Latanzi up and riding. A quick in and out as he ducked out the back of that one. It shut down on him. But as I was saying, www.apbtour.com for all the latest news, updates, press releases, highlights, and live webcast coverage for the entire 2015 APB World Tour season. Also on social media, APB Tour on YouTube, Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, and the new APB Snapchat.
Yeah, go APB.
So there you have the media rundown. And also for this event, to check up on all the results and information on this event, be sure to stay tuned to Itacoatiarapro.com. And for all the related items you may be posting on Instagram, Twitter, and Facebook about this event, hashtag APB Tour, hashtag Itacoatiara Pro, hashtag The Elephant is Rising.
Yeah. You.
All right.
It rose yesterday. Yesterday was pretty gnarly.
Oh, yeah. The Elephant definitely rose yesterday, or as the APB World Tour slogan is going, the sleeping giant of action sports has awoken. So both coming to fruition yesterday, the APB's vision and the vision of event organizer Giuliano Lara for the Itacoatiara Pro. Again, you might be wondering why we're referring to elephants in Brazil. The mountain behind the event structure actually resembles that of a giant elephant's head with two big ears. And it's also become part of the imagery associated with this event year in and year out. So the elephant symbolic. And oh, look at this. The champion trophies for the men's and the pro junior have made their way into the booth. Pass the men's trophy over to you. And let's see if we can get this up on screen to show off to everybody at home watching online. Meanwhile, Kalani taking a quick look, trying to punch the roll through on that one. But it looks like he got a little cut up. Meanwhile, Maz, a quick up and down ride. Not much going there. So again, we've got the Champions Trophy here in the booth. So Marcelli cruising in here to let us check out the Champions Trophy. Meanwhile, there you can see on screen down on the beach, Whey Supplementos, another one of our sponsors. And here we are, Guillermo Tomega, Steve Action Jackson in the booth with the Champions Trophy. And I also have here the Junior Champion Trophy. So the winners at the end of the day will be raising these and taking these bad boys home. Also, if you're in the immediate area, there is merchandise exclusively available here at the Itacoatiara Pro. They actually have smaller replica versions of those that say Itacoatiara Bodyboarding on them that you can purchase down in the guest area. Among other things they have besides the replica trophies, they have coffee mugs, they have hats, t-shirts, short sleeve and long sleeve, they have rash guards, they have hooded sweatshirts, and all kinds of goodies available for sale here at the event exclusively for now. Stay tuned again to Itacoatiarapro.com, as from what I understand, there are plans to sell event merchandise online in the near future. So again, stay tuned to Itacoatiarapro.com for upcoming information on that. And again, if you're in the local area, be sure to hit it up over there. I bought myself a coffee mug the other day. I've been drinking my tea in the morning and my coffee afterwards every day during this event, keeping myself well caffeinated with my Itacoatiara Pro signature mug.
Yeah, that's really cool.
And there you can see the girls down there with the Itacoatiara Pro hats. They also have another style that's all black with the tribal elephant logo on the front. So plenty of cool merchandise. I actually really like the 3-button black polo. I might have to buy one of those before I cruise back down to Copacabana.
Yeah, it's really cool merchandising, but I just didn't like the way they cut the Maori's wave right in the middle to show the girls. The girls are cool and the merchandise are cool, but we need to, I like the action better.
Live action out in the water takes precedence every time.
But it's all good. We still, I don't think Amari came out of the barrel. I don't think he made it. He stayed right in white water. on the, and I think he still needs how many? 7.6.
So Maz trying to chase down a 7.60. Kalani Latanzi trying to hold on to that top spot and make it to the final. There you can see Maz paddling across the lineup, trying to get back out there. Yeah, that last barrel was a no-make. So again, situation remains the same. Maz on the hunt.
Yeah, Kalani with the priority, first priority. Kalani com a primeira prioridade, está aí ainda na liderança. O Mauri está precisando de 7.6. E o bicho tá pegando, a galera tá toda gritando ali na areia. O Brasil aí já vai a Mauri de novo, mais uma. Onda com tamanho, mandou o rolo. Deve conseguir uma boa nota, mas não acredito que foi o suficiente. Vamos ver o que os juízes decidem. A Mauri got a pretty good size.
A nice wave there from Amaury Laverne. Nice left-hander. Rolls off the closeout section and comes out clean as that wave was blowing up all around him. Again, just waiting for that score to filter in. We'll give you a situation update again. Looking for a 7.60. I'm not sure if a one-maneuver wave, Rolo, is going to be enough. Actually, I stand corrected. What do I know? That's why I'm in the commentary booth and not in the judging booth. An 8.0 falling into place for the defending two-time world champion. Here's a look at that last wave. Good size set wave, critical section, and it completes the maneuver as a whitewater rains down around him. So situation change. Amaury Laverne to first on the strength of an 8.0 on his last wave. Now Kalani Latanzi looking for a 6.16. As we get down towards the latter portion of this heat. So 5.5 minutes left on the clock. Kalani Latanzi has some work to do if he's going to reclaim that top spot and make it to the final.
Exato, ainda tem still some time left, 5 minutes. The locals are going crazy on the beach.
They're going crazy now. Can you imagine what they would do if they actually saw a Brazilian win this event for the first time?
Oh, wow. I think that's the goal.
I've seen you Brazilians celebrate. It can get scary.
Yeah, it can. It can get really scary.
So there, the coin toss. Antonio Cardoso in the red jersey will have first priority when these two hit the water for semifinal number 2. Meanwhile, in semi 1, out in the water, still doing work, Amaury Laverne. And this is typical of Maz. You know, he will be trailing, and it doesn't even faze him. And when he takes the lead, he doesn't let up. It's like full steam ahead out in the water.
Yeah, he start getting more and more. He's trying to change his score more and more and more and trying to get you in a worse and worse situation as soon as he can.
This is something we see from all top competitors. We've seen it from you for years. It has defined your career, hence the nickname The Animal. It's like blood in the water. As soon as you get that good wave and you take the lead, it's like no letting up. You're just going to sink your teeth in deeper and just keep going and going and going and attack.
Yeah, I think that's the goal. You know, if you're behind, you gotta do everything you can to get it back. If you leading, you gotta hold the leadership as hard as you can, because the other guy's gonna come. It's not gonna let it go easy, and that's the whole world championship, the whole world tour thing. It's all top riders, top competitors, and this is not a joke. Every second, every decision can hunt you later, and you don't want that. There goes Amaury again.
Amaury driving down the line, airs it out tweaks the invert, and then you see a little point to the judge's tower.
He saw, yeah, he's smart because he saw getting that bigger set wave, got him into the 8 range. He said, you know what, these are the waves they're counting. I'm going to do it again, so I just going to change the maneuvers, and that's what he did. He just did an invert instead, and I think he's going to get rewarded again.
And here's a quick replay at this last wave from Maz. The invert, the clean, and meanwhile trying to work his way back into things. Kalani Latanzi up on the left-hander. He's going to throw the air roll spin and right out of the whitewater. Again, he's looking for a 6.16, trying to work his way back to the top spot and bump Maz out of the lead there. I can't even really say bump them out of competition in the semifinals, because with the new format, they still have to go up in the consolation final.
Oh, yeah.
So a different format, a little more progressive this year, introducing a few new things. We've seen the big thing, obviously, was the addition of the Pro Junior division to the World Tour, which I think everybody feels is a necessary step for the progression of bodyboarding. But then we've also seen the priority puck coin toss before the beginning of each man-on-man heat. And now we're going to be debuting the consolation final in a little while. So some new innovations, I guess you could say, to the world of competitive bodyboarding, trying to push the sport forward.
Yes.
And there it is, a 6.30 on that last wave. Not quite enough. Again, Kalani needs an 8.60 at this point, because Maz with a 7.85 on his last wave to go with the 8.0. He increases his advantage. So we were talking about Amory Laverne not letting up. His last 3 waves, he's got his 2 highest scores of the heat.
Yeah, that's correct. Amari, he bet on the biggest set and paid off. You know, he got an 8, and that changed the whole heat in a matter of seconds. And now, you know, Kalani is behind, chasing for 8 point something. And a minute left. You know, he's pretty much has his hands tied, unless a miracle happens right now. And you know, those big left come more towards the Pampo side, and Kalani catches it.
And right now, a quick message coming in for the next heat. Pedro Vegas hitting us up from Portugal. 1 step for the final. Come on, Toe. I believe in you. So sending out some best wishes to Antonio Cardoso. A lot of people tuning in from Portugal today, watching their countrymen. He's going to be coming up in the next heat. We'll bring that to you right after this.
Yeah, and
I think it just gives you access. It's like a key or a doorway into a kinetic world of beauty, and you're actually in the medium. So you become part of you're in the water. You become part of the water, and bodyboards just give you that access to experience all those little facets and all that beauty that's out there.
Sempre sonhamos em ter uma loja de bodyboarding. Depois começamos a sonhar em trabalhar com as melhores marcas. Também sonhamos em termos uma grande equipe. E um dia sonhamos com o maior campeonato de bodyboard do mundo.
And welcome back to day 5 of competition, the final day here at the 2015 APB Itacoatiara Pro Brazil, presented by Toyota SGA. We are into the semifinals out in the water right now. Semifinal number 2 will feature in red from Portugal, Antonio Cardoso. He is joined out in the water by former 2008 world champion, currently ranked 3rd in the world coming into the season opener, Ori Valadown from Brazil in the yellow jersey. There you can see him out in the water. We are underway with this second semifinal. And again, after this men's semifinal, we are going to go into the Pro Junior Championship, where we will see Tanner McDaniel go up against Mateus Bastos. So the battle of the Super Groms, I guess you could say. Hawaii versus Brazil in the Pro Junior final. Meanwhile, there you can see on screen the winner of the last heat, Amaury Laverne, continuing on to the final. He made the final in 2013 and walked away the winner. We'll see if he can duplicate the success of that event 2 years ago. Meanwhile, out in the water, the last remaining Brazilian, Ori Valadown, going up against the man from Portugal, Antonio Cardoso. So again, just the early goings of that. Real quick, I'd like to take this opportunity to thank our sponsors, Prefeitura de Niterói, Esporte e Lazer, Governo de Rio de Janeiro, Secretaria de Esporte, Lazer e Juventude. Our presenting sponsor, Toyota SGA. Thank you, Toyota, for your support. Also, Aguas de Niterói, Kimona Surf Shop, Mercado Giamanchi, Minarinho, Netchi, W9 Board Shop, Quatro Cantos Cambio e Turismo, DXC, Way Suplementos, Saboreando, Capaloa Swim Fins, Joama, Radio Cidade, EcoSurf.com, Canal Off, Itacoatiara Pampo Clube, Perosuco, Andre Eventos, Itacoa Clothing, Posada Pedras Brancas, Posada Praia de Itacoatiara, Revista Hydget, Tropicos, Albin Immobilize, and Oceanica Rent-A-Car. Thank you once again to all of those sponsors for making this year's epic event possible. So again, out in the water underway, waiting for waves to come through. It's actually gone a little quiet. This is the quietest we've seen in days. Obviously, the last couple days, a little beast mode out in the water. The last couple days, our competitors were dealing with pumping, stormy 6 to 8 foot surf with 10-foot sets. Some people saying 10 to 12 foot on the sets, and honestly, with a few of them, I wouldn't doubt it. I mean, it was pretty massive out there. A lot of times, competitors spent more time in their heat dodging set waves and trying not to get caught on the inside. Meanwhile, inside the barrel and not finding the exit on that wave, Ori Valadown, we are underway out in the water with semifinal number 2 for the men's pro. Again, going into the junior pro final after this, and then we'll resume a men's competition for the debut of the consolation final, the battle of the second place finishers in the semifinals. It will differentiate between 3rd and 4th place instead of just awarding a basic equal 3rd. This will come into play for the points race by the end of the year. Something new for the 2015 APB World Tour. And then again, after the consolation final, we will be getting to the men's final, where we will determine who will be the event champion for 2015 here at the Itacoatiara Pro. Just waiting for scores to filter in. I'll give you an update in just a moment. While we wait for the scores, we're going to throw things down to a beach interview. Take it away, Paula.
Guys, we are here with the first finalists of the the contest, the World Tour. The Amaury Lavenes from Reunion Island, sorry. Tell me again, one more time. He won here in 2013, and now repeat the same result. So he knows that gonna be maybe Reunion Island gonna keep the title. Tell me.
Yeah, I'm really happy to be in the final. That my main goal was to be in the quarter, and then I make the semi, and then now I make the final. It's really special against Kalani. It's good to feel all the vibes for him from the beach, but at the same time, it's a lot of pressure for him with all the people on the beach. Stay calm and try to get the best wave, and it's hard now. We get stronger, and but yeah, just try to never give up, and last second you can have the chance to make the hit, and this is what I did. I just fight until the last moment, and I finally made it, so I'm really stoked.
Itacoatiara bring a good luck for you hours. What happened here?
I don't know, I'm really stoked to be here, and Brazil is a really special place for us. Here the bodyboarding community, it's massive, and everybody's on the beach and understand about bodyboarding and love bodyboarding really, and they have so much respect for us professional, and this is really good for us to be here and to contest here, and this is the first contest of the year, so I'm really stoked to make this final.
Yeah, for sure, everybody loves Amaury here too. He's really special, like competing and really focused. Everybody knows that. Congratulations, you deserve be here too. Thank you so much, Amaury. See you in the final.
Thank you once again to Palace Amount for bringing us the beach interviews throughout this event. And also congratulations to Amaury Laverne making his second final in 3 years here at the Itacoatiara Pro. Meanwhile, out in the water, flipping it out. That is the man in red, Antonio Cardoso, getting on the board. This guy has been dangerous. We've seen him take out Pierre-Louis Costas. We saw him take out local Brazilian Francisco Ferreira. And here he is going up against the former 2008 world champion. Nobody's safe, whether a former world champion or local Brazilian, when it comes to going up against this man from Portugal. Antonio Cardoso has looked really strong out in the water and not letting up here in semifinal number 2. We actually have some more people tuning in online. Daniel saying Antonio Cardoso is going to win this. Meanwhile, up and riding, Ori Valadown driving down the line, throws out the flip, and there it is, and the crowd on the beach going wild. Also tuning in, Andrew Lewis giving us a quick shout out, a former schoolmate of Alistair Taylor. So Andrew checking in, watching the event online. Thank you everybody for joining us and supporting competitive bodyboarding. Meanwhile, there you can see the replay of Ori Valadown on that last wave. Waiting for the score to drop on that. Ori Valadown had a 3.25 on his first wave, waiting for the backup score. Also waiting for the first wave of Antonio Cardoso. So strong wave exchange from both our riders out in the water. And here we have scores dropping in, a 6.75 for the second wave of Antonio Cardoso. His first wave, a 1.0. So right now, Cardoso sitting on a 6.75, looking for a solid backup score. Meanwhile, a 6.90 for Ori Valadown to go with his opening wave of a 3.25. That gives him the early advantage right now here in semifinal number 2. So again, current situation, Ori Valadown first, and this man in second trying to work his way back in and replace a 1.0 as a backup score. Only needs a minimal score of 3.41. Unfortunately, that wave an incomplete for the Portuguese rider. Antonio Cardoso, one of several Portuguese riders here in attendance in Brazil. Earlier in competition, we also saw Portuguese young gun Miguel Down in action. all of the most of the riders, I shouldn't say all, but most of these riders that have assembled here will be making their way to Chile for the next two events. Again, the Eureka Chilean Challenge coming up July 17th through July 26th, and then the Antofagasta Bodyboard Festival July 28th through August 2nd, as we work our way through the South American leg of the 2015 APB World Tour. There you can see Ori out in the lineup, the current heat leader. He's been using his signature move, the backflip, to fullest advantage throughout the course of competition, and gets a decent score with the 6.90, but we've seen him get bigger, better elevation on previous attempts. He knows how to dial in some major scores given the proper circumstances and execution. But again, right now he is executing well enough to have the early lead over Antonio Cardoso. Cardoso has been dangerous, though. He cannot go to sleep on this guy, as all it takes is one wave to change the complexion of this entire heat. Meanwhile, there you can see down on the beach, making his way to the water, getting a bunch of high fives from the people around him. That is Mateus Bastos. He will be coming up in the Pro Junior Final, going up against Tanner McDaniel. So a bit of the battle of the Super Groms down there. Mateus Bastos doesn't get as much recognition as other young up-and-coming Brazilian bodyboarders. This kid, though, very quietly, very consistently, just knows how to go out and win. And there you can see, you know, a lot of support for this kid as he's making his way down to the beach. Honestly, I've watched this kid ride since he was 8 years old, and I have to admit, I'm really stoked to see him in the final. I'm friends with Mateus. I'm friends with Tanner. I wish both of them boa sorte e boas ondas, and good luck and good waves. I can't really pick a favorite on this one because both of these kids are amazing talents, and we're going to see them hit the water and go head-to-head for the first time ever in the Pro Junior Final here at Itacoatiara. But meanwhile, out in the water, the matter at hand, the task in front of us, working through Heat 2, Ori Valadão trying to advance to the final to go up against another world champion in Henri Laverne. He's bumped to second as Antonio Cardoso has become a bit of a killer out here for some people, scoring a 5.0 to go with his 6.75. So it's Antonio Cardoso with the lead. There you see Ori Valadão punching the roll through the closeout section. He needs a 4.85 to move back into the top spot. So a back and forth battle so far between Cardoso and Valadão. And we'll see how this all shakes out. But I mean, both of these guys very capable of making the final. It's just a matter of who's going to come out on top when the last second ticks off the clock. And rejoining me here in the booth, Alex Leon, APB Tour Director.
Thanks, Steve. Yeah, hello to everyone that's watching around the world, and appreciate the viewers that are tuned in to watch this spectacular day. It's been a pretty incredible week, a long week. But, you know, Itacoatiara delivered the swell, which we're very, very grateful for. And here we are, the final day and the second semi-final.
And here's a look at that last wave from Ori Valadão, driving down the line, punches the roll through the closeout section. Just waiting for that score to filter in. But again, right now, Ori currently in second, looking for a 4.85 to move back ahead of Antonio Cardoso.
Yeah, Antonio has surfed incredible this contest. You know, it's his best finish for sure in any World Tour event. And being a young guy from Portugal, I mean, you know, he's got to hold his head high here. He's surfed incredible, and you know, at the moment he's battling out with the former world champ Uri Valadão.
Yeah, we already saw him take out 2011 world champion Louis Costas earlier in competition, and now going up against another former world champion, Cardoso, up and riding, eyeing up this left-hander. Talk us through this, Alex.
Yeah, here he goes. He's missed that first section. He's eyed off down the line, and it just broke away too quick on the bank. That's a problem. It's just gone low tide, and it's just closing out a lot more. It's with this swell direction, it needs to be higher tide for it to be bowly. You can just see it's just so flat, the sandbars at the moment, and yeah, we just, as you've seen the last couple of heats as well, and just it's real tidal here, so it does affect the waves, and you've got Amori seem to he's experienced here, as we saw in that last one. Moz is so experienced, he knows where the best part of that lip is going to hit the bank. That's where he'll bust out. I think that's the difference between, like say Amori and Anthony or Antonio, or a few of the guys that haven't surfed here very often. You've got to really pick that best part in the lip and the cleanest part too. Amori knows how to get his points, and we've seen it. He got projection on the roll, the big roll. He got an 8. And it's all about your timing, obviously, but also having wave knowledge out here is definitely paramount. You've got to basically have vision of what the judges are thinking and trying to hit the best part of the lip on that whole wave. And Moz will just gain so much speed and penetrate straight where he needs to. Where you saw there Antonio getting caught up a bit across the sandbar, and it's happened to a lot of guys today.
Well, there's a reason why Amaury Laverne is now going to be appearing in his second final in 3 years here at Itacoatiara. Going to take another shot at winning this event. Already a winner in 2013, and now here we are, 2015. He's back in the final. He's going to go up against one of these guys out in the water, either Antonio Cardoso from Portugal or former world champion Ori Valadown. It would be interesting either way. I mean, we're either going to have a battle of the Europeans or a battle of the world champions in the final. So either way, the dynamic is going to be really interesting to watch once finals roll around.
Yeah, I mean, the next couple of heats coming up, we've got the Pro Junior final that's on next, and that's going to be Mateus Bastos from Brazil versus GT's little protege. So he's in Tamiga's corner versus Hawaiian Tanner McDaniel in the Mike Stewart corner. So it's going to be really interesting to watch. They've both been ripping the whole contest. As we see, Antonio Cardoso taking off there and just punching through the lip there. Incomplete. Unfortunate there for Cardoso.
And score dropped in for that last wave from Ori Valadown. A 6.25 was enough to reclaim the lead from Antonio Cardoso. So now Antonio chasing a 6.41, and we're seeing the scores go up and, the stakes go up as we get closer to the end of the semifinal and closer to moving one of these guys ahead into the men's pro final.
Yeah, and I mean, see, this is dangerous for Cardoso. He knows he's got to move away because Uri, so you watch him, he'll paddle up and he'll sit right on him with priority, and now he's got the lead. This is a tactic that Yuri does at every contest. If he's got the lead and he gets priority, he'll sit on the other man as much as he can. But, with the rules, and that's part of it, but you can only travel up and down 3 times to sit on the other athlete. But see, Antonio's he knows how Yuri's tactic is, so he'll surf up this next bank.
He's trying to keep as much distance between
That's
himself
right.
and the former world champion as possible.
Yeah, Yuri is a really strong competitor. He knows how to get through heats, especially when the waves aren't that great. He knows how to use priority into his favour. And as we see, you'll see him. He'll start paddling up. I bet you that's what happens because Cardoso's moved to the next bank.
Yeah, Ori Valadown, one of the true tacticians in the world of competitive bodyboarding. And yeah, there you can see paddling across the screen and trying to keep an eye on his fellow competitor out there in the water.
Yeah, I know. I mean, where Yuri's surfing, that bank is probably the better bank that we've seen the last couple of hours with the tide, the right hand, and the wind. The right handers are opening up a little more than the lefts down on that bank. But Cardoso's probably going to try and pick off these lefts on this next bank, and Yuri will follow him up. You'll see Yuri playing this tactic, which is part of the priority rule.
So again, just a real quick recap as we get down to the 5-minute mark. Ori Valadown currently in the lead with a 6.90 and a 6.25 on his score sheet. Meanwhile, that man in red, Antonio Cardoso, trying to track down a 6.41. Here he is taking a look at this one, up and riding. And actually, just as he was about to drop in, he turned around and opted to paddle back out to the lineup. So that was kind of curious maneuvering there from the Portuguese rider.
Yeah, so he was trying to throw off Yuri there. He was trying to basically push Yuri onto that wave, but Yuri didn't buy it. You could see he saw that wave wasn't going to offer anything there, a potential high score, so Yuri, he didn't buy into his tactic. But, you know,
So
if Yuri
trying
paddles...
to bait him a little bit.
Yeah, he's trying to bait him. If Yuri paddles for the wave and takes one hand off the board on the face, then he'll lose priority. So Cardoso, he knows he's got to try and bait him here and try and gain that priority back, especially with only a couple of minutes left, and you know he's looking for a 6.41. That's a pretty, in these sort of conditions now with this wind, that's a high score.
And here it looks like we have a set rolling through, maybe another one looking to stand up behind it, but time ticking away, getting down into the latter portion of a semifinal 2.
And here we see Yuri taking off. This is a big shot here. Big backflip. Huge back. Can he? And he sticks it.
He rolls it.
Wow.
He comes out.
Complete.
Oh, are you kidding me?
Unbelievable.
And the crowd is going absolutely nuts on the beach right now.
And he's got a cramp as well, but it's a well-deserved cramp. He surfed incredible this contest, and I'm not sure how long we've got left, but that was an incredible backflip. Let's try and get a replay of that. Here we go. Kicks. He's got a lot of speed here. Big, long, drawn-out bottom turn, and just gets the rotation perfect. He gets so much air. I think he gets more air than most people.
And that's the elevation I've been talking about all day. When he hits that flip and gets the elevation and flares his legs out, it's so distinctive. It's his own signature approach to that move. And, I mean, that's just absolutely lethal when he breaks out that weapon in any heat. And breaking it out here in semifinal number 2.
We'll wait for scores to drop. I'm going to say it's a 9-5. That's my prediction. That's got to be in the 9s for sure. And it's an 8-5. So it's come through with an 8-5. They probably just marked him down a little with the landing, getting caught up a little bit in the foam, in the milkshake. But, you know, it was... like I said, that's put Cardoso in a very tough position.
Yeah, now the deficit increased. Cardoso trying to track down an 8.65. So
it can be
he's
done.
definitely got his work cut out for him. It can be done. All it takes is one good wave. But
That's
he
right.
needs that wave to roll his way.
And he's got to be careful because he has priority. And, you know, if he starts to paddle and look for everything, he'll lose that priority if he shows any commitment at all. So he's got to sort of be very, very careful here and see how much time he's got left and wait for that decent wave. But, you know, time is running out now, so it's I believe it's only a minute left.
Yeah, we're within the last minute of this heat, counting down the final seconds. And right now, Cardoso just hoping he gets a wave and gives him an opportunity. Here you can see paddling hard for this one as he tries to line this up. One last opportunity for Antonio Cardoso, up and riding.
Can he do it? He's got to do something huge here. And, no, that's not going to get him. Well, Cardoso's had a terrific run here. You know, he's made the semi-finals. He'll surf off against Kalani Latanzi in the consolation final for third and fourth position. And Yuri Valadao will advance through to the final to meet Amaury Laverne, our 2013 champ, which is going to be Reunion Island versus Brazil. So congratulations to Yuri Valadao. You know, that's what happens when you got GT in your corner. You know, it's amazing. Just the team out there. I just walked past before, and he's got another rider in this Pro Junior, Mateus Bastos, who's also in his corner and on the GT boards.
Yeah, so, we're actually going to go into the Pro Junior final in just a moment, but right now we're going to cut out for a quick commercial break. We'll be back right after this.
I think it just gives you access. It's like a key or a doorway into a kinetic world of beauty, and you're actually in the medium. So you become part of you're in the water, you become part of the water. And bodyboards just give you that access to experience all those little facets and all that beauty that's out there.
Right, and we are back here in the booth. Steve Action Jackson coming at you with Alex Leon, APB Tour Director, here with me. Day 5, the final day of competition here at the 2015 APB Itacoatiara Pro Brazil, presented by Toyota SGA. And there you just saw the winner of the second men's semifinal. Ori Valadown has just punched his ticket to the final. So we're going to see a battle of world champions, two-time defending world champ Amaury Laverne against this man, 2008 world champion Ori Valadown.
Yeah, it's going to be a final not to miss. Here we see Tanner McDaniel from Hawaii. Let's see what he can do. His first wave in the Pro Junior final. Nice ARS there. Throws into a forward spin and finishes off with a roll. So good start there for Tanner. And that's what you need, coming up against Matthias. It's he's a little battler from Rio, and he knows how to compete. He's softly spoken, but he's
he's
gets
from
results.
my neck of the woods at Postal Cinco. A lot of talented guys. We saw Socrates Santana earlier this week. We saw Francile Ferreira in the men's division. Here we have Matthew Zinho up and riding, driving off the bottom, throws the flip, gets it around. This is what I was telling you about off air. This kid is very soft-spoken.
Wow.
But just goes about his business, and then he hits the water, and this kid can be an absolute killer. So, Tanner McDaniel has an amazing skill set, but you can't go to sleep on this Brazilian kid. There's so many talented Brazilian kids coming out of Copacabana, Itacoatiara, other hot spots here in Brazil. I mean, it's a hotbed for bodyboarding talent, and you see it here. And these kids are all like, Tanner's age, 15, 16 years old, and just they go out there and boost it.
Yeah, well, I mean, this is a perfect example of why we implemented the Pro Junior Series, to expose these sort of talents around the world. And, the first event this year in Brazil, and we're seeing this happen. He just answered straight back. Here's a replay now, Matthias. Hard section to hit to that win, and just perfect rotation. Bails out, bang, straight into it. Yep. Anything you can do, Tanner, I can do better. That's what he's thinking.
So, this should be an interesting battle out in the water. I mean, both of these kids know how to get the job done. And they can fly because they're lightweights out there. So, these kids will be out there boosting. Here's a look at that first wave from Tanner. Again, arrow spin into a spin. Very Jeff Hubbard-like on that one.
Yeah, I think the majority of the points are going to come from Tanner's first move, and then they're going to put that on scale and compare that with Matthias. I think Matthias is going to get him there here. Matthias's flip had more projection outwards, and I know that the judges like that. So we'll wait for the scores to drop. But like I said, the guts of that points are going to come out from that first move of Tanner's. So this is going to be a 25-minute final. And the first event on the Pro Junior Series this year. And this will sort of sort out the rankings and the seedings.
And there the scores drop in from the judges. Tanner opening up with a 7.0. Mateus Bastos answering back with an 8.5. So the battle has begun out in the Pro Junior Final. Battle of the Super Groms out there right now.
Yeah, and interesting point here. Mateus had priority. He won priority with the puck. So Tanner started off and, obviously had to take that first wave. Because once you start the heat without priority, it's sort of good to get one, straight off the bat. And he's done that, but he opened with a 7, which is, that's a pretty high score. But then Mateus just answered back with an 8.5. So here he goes again, Mateus. He's paddling into this. He's going to pick off these rights. He's going to go for another flip here. And he just throws a roll out. Nice clean roll too. So now he's got a backup score. This is how GT's probably working his corner. Get the 2 waves and then go for the moves.
Well, something I've learned riding at Posto Cinco, these guys all ride together. They've come through the bodyboarding school together. They all train together. I mean, I've seen these guys out in the water on, little knee-high days running simulated heats against each other, and actually the rest of the guys around the beach judging. I mean, for a long time when I first came here, Equipe de Posto Cinco would be on the beach 3 times a week training for competitions. I mean, this is where you talk about the grassroots of the sport and building through clubs and schools and, feeding into the Pro Junior.
Here we go. Tanner's scratching in this here. He's going to have a section here and throws a nice flip there. And, finishes with another roll. And Tanner, well, he answers back. Let's see, try and get a replay of that first flip. Because it looked like a bigger wave. Had a bit of cappuccino to the face. Bit of foam on it, but it was probably the biggest section out of the last 3 waves ridden. So let's see what the judges throw down for this.
Well, the last wave for Mateus Bastos, a 5.0 for his backup score, but I think Tanner McDaniel definitely got the better of the second wave exchange. So we could very well see a situation change. Here's the replay. Tanner Grom throwing it out, then the air roll off of that side section.
It was a smooth roll too. It was he articulated that really well, that roll. So I believe the scores are coming through soon. It'll be around the high 7s, which will put him into the lead here.
And Jonathan Cardoso tuning in from Copacabana, saying, "Go Posto Cinco." So all the boys tuning in to support Mateus Bastos. He's also got a bunch of guys on the beach. Meanwhile, I'm pretty sure there's quite a few people tuning in, cheering for Tanner. And there it is, a 7.75. That moves Tanner to the lead. But up and riding, Mateus Bastos looking to answer back. Driving down the line. Nice setup on the wave. Hits the invert. And it comes out clean. You know what? I have to say right now, what we're seeing from these 2 kids out in the water, it's like watching one of the men's pro heats, only, a mini-me version.
Yeah, that's right, yeah. that was a good section, but I'm not too sure he's going to get
He really didn't get a lot of elevation on that. It was more projection out than up.
Look, he sort of got held in there, too, in the lip a little bit. He wasn't, as we saw, Uri and Maury's inverts, how they get flown out and up. Sort of, tracked away from the lip. He's sort of stuck in the lip there. It'll be interesting to see what they give this, because this will definitely be his backup score. It should be better than his 5. But Tanner's moved into the lead. Look, 14.75 is total now, with 17 and a half minutes remaining in his Pro Junior final. Here we'll see a replay ready. He's going to get a lot of speed here. Skips a little bit there on the tracking, and then you can just see, he got sort of caught up in the lip a little. Just a little bit of late. The timing was just a touch too late there to sort of get the projection that he was looking for. But looks like it's going to be in the 7s. So
7-point ride for Mateus Bastos, so that will improve his secondary score. He needed a 6.25, so this wave is going to move him back ahead of Tanner McDaniel. We've got a lightweight fight out in the water. These guys just going back and forth, exchanging blows out there, wave for wave exchanges. So there it is. Mateus Bastos moving ahead of Tanner McDaniel at the moment. Tanner now needs a 7.76. I mean, these guys are 16 years old, and we're seeing them battle it out like, we've seen some of the seasoned veterans leading up to this point.
Yeah, this is a great start to the Pro Junior Series this year. I mean,
now this is something you felt very strongly that the sport of bodyboarding needed, a middle ground to help graduate and work as a stepping stone for the young bodyboarders out there that want to start getting their feet wet on the world tour, but don't want to jump in and have to go up against guys like Amaury Laverne or Pierre-Louis Costas. But, I have to say, I think what you have done here with adding this to the APB World Tour is genius, and it's great for the sport. I can't wait to see how everything unfolds with 4 events this year and these kids chasing after it.
Yeah, it's exactly what we needed to invest our time into is, the development side of our sport. We can't rush into trying to create this great world tour. We've got to start from the bottom up, and this is something that we really need to implement. And it creates that career path now for these guys, the stepping stone into the world tour. It's and like I said, we're unveiling amazing talent all around the world, as you see here. There's a lot of people around the world wouldn't know who Mateus Bastos is, or Socrates Santana. So, Pro Junior, we're exposing these talents, and this is the future of our sport right here.
And right now we have a future finalist. Well, he just won that last semifinal heat down on the beach. We have Ori Valadown with Palasamão.
Finally, we got one Brazilian in the final with Uri Valadown. Takes a lot to be here and bring this for us, too, this feeling for us. Uri, me fala rápido aqui o que você está sentindo.
Bom, falta uma ainda. Tô feliz, mas concentrar aí para a próxima, porque vai ser a bateria principal e jogar para cima agora.
Vamos ficar de olho, eu não quero mais atrapalhar ele, que eu tirei ele dali se concentrando. Mas isso aí. Obrigada, amigo. Parabéns e a gente se vê na final, hein? Traga o título pra gente. Thanks a lot, Uri Valadown, going to the final with Amaury Laverne.
All right, so there you have it. Palasamão one more time down on the beach with the winner of the last heat. Congratulations again to Ori Valadown. He is going to the final where he will face off against 2-time defending world champion Amaury Laverne. So battle of the world champions here this year for the men's final. Meanwhile, battle of the Super Groms out in the Pro Junior final. Tanner McDaniel going up against Mateus Bastos. Bastos currently in the lead. Meanwhile, Tanner McDaniel trying to chase down a 7.76.
Yeah, so we've got about 15 minutes left in this Pro Junior final. And we've seen the lead change a fair few times. Look, Tanner's paddling in this one here. He's got this nice right-hander. This could shape up nicely for Tanner. Let's see what he does here. Beautiful backflip. And just finish again with a roll. Look, he's surfing very smart, Tanner. He's more experienced than Mateus, and that's where it shows. Nice, clean. That was a clean face, a clean lip, and managed to finish off with that roll. So we'll see what this score comes in, whether he's going to jump in front again or stay in second position. But we'll try and get a replay. That was a really nice flip. But
he had a similar wave on his 7.75. We'll see how it matches up. Meanwhile, Matthew Zinho rolls off that section as it flares with the backwash and trying to set up a section on the inside. It combos with another roll off of the smaller foamy inside section. So Mateus Bastos trying to keep pace with Tanner McDaniel. He currently has the heat lead, waiting for that last wave to fall into place from Tanner. Here's the replay.
Yeah, here's the replay. Tanner there. He eyed off that section, and that was probably the best flip he's done, I think, in this final. It was nice and smooth. The second flip, we saw his legs sort of catch his landing, but this one was nice and smooth. And it actually had a good section. It was almost a reverse bowl section, but I think he did the right maneuver there because he got projection sideways as well. to go past that and then finish with the roll.
And the beach announcer I can hear announcing that score, a 7.8, that is going to push Tanner back into the lead. So
He needed a 7.76, so a 7.8 just got him into the first position.
Again, we're seeing the back and forth between these two. You know, Tanner leads and Mateos leads. Now Tanner back to the lead.
Yeah, this is incredible. This is so good.
I mean, this is, you know, when you put together the Pro Junior Tour events, I'm sure you were hoping you would see something like this. Just, you know, really progressive bodyboarding from the young guys, back and forth battle. Here's a look at that last wave.
Yeah, it's amazing, you know, and
and look at this. A 7.0 for that last wave of Matthew Zeno.
He's back in first.
He's back in first. Actually, wait, I stand corrected because that 7.8 actually hasn't filtered in on the live scoring yet.
Yeah.
So let me just refresh my screen.
Yeah, so, you know, this is exactly what we visioned for our sport, you know, with a Pro Junior, a final like this, you know, a great showdown, and it's a spectacle for the viewers as well and the audience. Like, they're surfing, you know, incredible. Backflips, like, this is unbelievable. And Tanner's having another look at this one here and opts not to go. But Mateus on the left here. Let's see what he can do here. He's got a lot of speed if he can get around this section. And he's just going to have to try and bust through. And he's pulled through that. Yeah, it broke across the bank too quick. But here's Tanner. Let's see what he can do on the right here.
Tanner driving down the line. This one got foamy on him, but he's still going, driving for speed. Banks the reverse.
Nice smooth reverse, but that won't count in his top two. And I wonder if Tanner's parents, I'm sure they're tuning in from Hawaii, Mark and Dawn. Hello if you're watching, and your son's doing really well. He's in the final, so he's and he's in the lead. Is he in the lead or second? We're not sure. We're just waiting on some points.
Waiting for scores to drop from the last couple of waves exchange, refreshing the live scores. We'll bring those to you in just a moment, give you a situation update. But again,
Tanner's still in the lead.
Tanner was in the lead.
Tanner's still in the lead, yeah.
There you can see Tanner making his way back out to the lineup. Meanwhile, down on the beach, the priority puck toss for the consolation final comes up red. Kalani Latanzi is going to win the toss. He'll get first priority when these guys hit the water for the consolation final. Another innovation added to the 2015 APB Tour will be making its debut in just a few minutes. So there you see Kalani Latanzi and Antonio Cardoso making their way to the water. The consolation final will determine who gets third, who gets fourth, and gets the according points that will be awarded. So meanwhile, just waiting for some scores to filter in. Here's a look at that last wave from Tanner. Driving down the line, waiting for it to stand up for him. Finds that end section and banks the reverse nice and clean and smooth.
Okay, so there we have the consolation final coming up. The battle for third position. Kalani Latanzi, the local boy. He's Hawaiian, but lives down here in Itacoatiara. Brazilian. He's Hawaiian-Brazilian, as you'd say. And he's taking on Antonio Cardoso, who we just saw before, from Portugal, who's basically done incredibly well. So we've got some scores that have come through. And Tanner is in first position. There's 7.8 and a 7.75 with 5 minutes remaining. Mateus is chasing a 7.05 now to get into the lead.
And you can see Matthew Zinho trailing Tanner, basically pulling out some of the Brazilian competition tactics and sitting on his competition. The two of those were practically glued at the rail a minute ago. And now, a little bit of separation as Matthew Zinho, Mateus Bastos, looking for his next wave opportunity. These two have been going back and forth throughout the course of the heat. Right now, Tanner McDaniel with the advantage. And on the other end of things, Mateus Bastos trying to track down a 7.05. So the stakes have been rising with each progressive wave exchange. And again, right now it's Mateus Bastos in the second spot, chasing a 7.05, trying to track down Tanner McDaniel, who maintains the lead as we get down and towards the end of this final. And this Pro Junior final has not disappointed.
No, that's been incredible, the swapping of first position there. And, let's see who can hold it out in the last couple of minutes. And this will come down to experience with a priority system, wave choice, and knowledge, obviously, with this wave. And, hopefully Mateus understands that for what he needs to do with his moves, he needs to project out more, and it will enable him to get this score if he gets more projection and cleans away from the lip a bit more. So that invert he did do. If he managed to get a bit more projection up and out, he would have been in the high eights, I think, maybe even a 9. It was a really good section, but he just got caught. So he'll look back on that and obviously see, it's just training and these guys, it all comes with experience too. And,
Well, I can tell you for certain, when he gets out of the water, I'm sure that the people around him, Diego Alberto from Posto Cinco, who's on the beach, as well as Guilherme Tamega, they are going to kind of dissect what he did right, what he did wrong. Tamega was in here earlier, and he says this is something he does intently with his team riders, pointing out what they need to do better so that they can be a more efficient competitor out in the water.
Yeah, it's good. You're going to listen to everything GT says. 6 times world champ. For a young kid like this, was so much ahead of him, and having GT and being on that team and what GT doing for the sport too here in Brazil is just incredible, and it's exactly what we asked for and from our athletes, for the next generation. And Mateus is going to just have to, he's got about 200,000 sponges of knowledge he's going to have to soak up from GT over the next few years. But it's interesting. I'm going to like to watch him and Socrates on the tour this year, and especially over the next couple of years, along with Tanner. I believe these three are some of the best in our world.
Well, you look at the legacy that Guilherme Tamega and Mike Stewart have created for themselves, and the future legacy they're creating by passing on their knowledge to the next generation. These young kids, Tanner McDaniel learning from the 9-time world champion Mike Stewart, Matthew Zinho, Socrates Santana, who we saw earlier, learning from 6-time world champion Guilherme Tamega. They're planting the seeds for a bigger and better future. These kids are only going to benefit from their insight. And as a result, bodyboarding as a sport is going to benefit from that as well.
Yeah, in a major way, Steve, in a major way. It's something that we've been working on, like I touched on earlier, for the last sort of year and a half. We've got a good team on the board now at the APB, and we all share each other's thoughts and knowledge, and it's a team effort, the APB, and we've all decided to come up with this Pro Junior Series. It's great. It's help from the athletes as well. Jeff Hubbard and GT and Mike, they've got a lot of input as well with the board. So and Jared Houston, Ryan Hardy, they're also board members, and they invest a lot of time for us too, which is good. About helping the future of the sport. We got 1 minute remaining here. Tanner McDaniel's in the lead. The first Pro Junior event on the circuit this year, the Itacoatiara Pro Junior final. Tanner McDaniel from Hawaii is in the lead over Mateus Bastos from Brazil. Mateus, he's chasing He needs a 7.05 to get this win. And let's see if Tanner can hold it out, or it's going to be Mateus, the local kid.
No matter how this turns out, and right now it looks like Tanner McDaniel is going to take the first Pro Junior win of the year. Both of these kids looked very impressive out in the water in this final, and definitely looking forward to seeing what the Pro Junior has to offer for the rest of the year in the other remaining 3 events.
Yeah, well, we go to Chile next, and Pro Junior will be in Antofagasta. And there's some good talent there too we're going to expose. And there we go. Tanner McDaniel takes it out. Itacoatiara Pro Junior champion from Hawaii, Tanner McDaniel. Look how stoked the kid is.
And looks like he's going to get a little jet ski assist on the way in.
That's great. Look at the stoke in him. That's the future of our sport, people. If you're watching at home, this is the future of our sport. Unbelievable, Tanner McDaniel.
Congratulations, Tanner. There you can see jumping on the ski. He's going to get a ride in. I love this. This is something you see in Brazil at major events. You know, the jet ski giving you an escorted ride in. I love this. This is a nice touch. All right, so Alex is going to duck out of the booth and head down to the beach. And
cheers, Steve. Yeah, I've got a lot of stuff to do. So thanks everyone for tuning in around the world. Appreciate your support. We really need it. And bodyboarding's back, everyone.
All right. So again, congratulations, Tanner McDaniel taking out the Pro Junior final. A great battle between him and Mateus Bastos, but McDaniel was just too much for him in the end, dropping a 7.75 and a 7.80 as high scores in the heat, putting together some flip to roll combos out there. And there you can see Tanner McDaniel, the 16-year-old Hawaiian Super Grom, getting an escorted ride in from the lifeguards on the ski and rescue sled. A little victory lap, if you will. This is awesome to see. And you know this kid is stoked. And to cap it off, there's even a little GoPro footage being filmed as he makes his way in. So Tanner McDaniel taking out the Junior Pro final. Also made the quarterfinal in the men's. So Tanner having a pretty good go of things here in his second year in Brazil. And here you can see he's getting the carry up the beach. South African Luke Kitchen and Australian Louis Finnegan grabbing Tanner and carrying him up. Look how stoked this kid is, man. Smile from ear to ear. This is awesome to see. I mean, I know a lot of people expected to see this, but nothing is ever a guarantee in the world of bodyboarding. And also helping out, grabbing Tanner's board to carry it up, Brody Gleason. And here's a look at Tanner's winning waves. That first wave, a 7.75 for the flip to roll on the left. That helped pave the way to his victory. Meanwhile, already underway out in the water, we have the men's consolation final. This is a battle for third and fourth place out in the water. So again, right now out in the water, we are watching Kalani Latanzi in red, Antonio Cardoso in yellow. And here you can see the second place finisher, Mateus Bastos. And Tanner McDaniel getting a security escort up the beach. Yeah, this kid is so stoked right now. It's not even funny. So there you have it. The winner of the 2015 Itacoatiara Pro Junior, Hawaiian Tanner McDaniel, taking it out. Meanwhile, out in the water, Antonio Cardoso going for the air forward. Again, we are in the men's consolation final. This will distinguish who finishes third and who finishes fourth. We'll get you a score update in just a moment. There you can see Tanner. This kid is pumped right now. I'm so stoked for this kid. I mean, he's been cruising around. He loves Brazil. He is, acclimated very well to here. This is only his second year in Brazil. And here he is, the Pro Junior Champion. We'll have an interview coming up with him in just a moment. So stand by for that. But again, out in the water right now, we have the men's consolation final. Up and riding, Kalani Latanzi kicking into this one, drops into the right-hander, drives down the line, throws the flip, combos it with the roll. Unfortunately, unable to stick the land. Actually, I stand corrected. It looked like he got caught up in the whitewater, but he will kick out ahead of the whitewater. He got a little hung up, but he does make it out. So a flip to roll combo for Kalani. And while Kalani paddles out and we wait for scores to register, we're going to throw things down to the beach where Pelisamon is with the winner of the Pro Junior Final, Tanner McDaniel.
Hi everyone, we are here with the winner for the Pro Junior, the Tanner McDaniel from Hawaii. Congratulations 1,000 times. What are you feeling?
Yeah, I'm so happy. This is probably it was the toughest heat. He got like an 8.5 right at the beginning, and I was just so stressed out the whole time, and just stoked I got kind of 2 decent scores and came out with the win. So yeah, I'm so happy.
You want to say something to Mike Suit and the people from Hawaii?
Yeah, just big shout out to Mike. He supports me big time. I know my parents are probably watching, all my friends back home in Australia, just everyone out there supporting me, and just, big thanks.
Congratulations. Thanks to be here, Itacoatiara. Everybody love yourself. That's really great. Thank you.
All right, once again, thank you, Paula, and congratulations to Tanner McDaniel, the winner of the 2015 Itacoatiara Pro Junior Division Final. And I can't help but be really stoked for both of these guys in the final, especially Tanner for taking the win, but for Mateus Bastos, this kid is really soft-spoken, but, just goes out and does the job in his heats. He came up short against Tanner, but like Tanner was saying, dropped an 8.5 at the beginning of that heat. It was an interesting back-and-forth battle between the two of them, and this is exactly what we're hoping to see with the creation of the Pro Junior Circuit as part of the World Tour. And event number 1, right off the bat, first event of the year, did not disappoint. So congratulations again to Tanner McDaniel. The celebratory acai later is on me, kid. Meanwhile, out in the water again, the consolation final for the men's to determine third and fourth position. Kalani Latanzi leads the way with 5.50 and a 6.75. Antonio Cardoso with a 2.0 on his first wave, going for the air forward attempt, but unfortunately dug his nose on the landing. He is out in the water looking for his next opportunity, looking for a and there's another score filtering in, a 2.50. So a little bit of a difficult start in the men's consolation final for Antonio Cardoso. He has 2 scores on the board, but still looking to build there. He needs a 9.75 right now, dangerously close to combination situation. Meanwhile, Kalani up and riding on this one. Nice roll off the closeout section. And right now, Kalani looking kind of tough, trying to improve his overall combined heat score. Meanwhile, Antonio Cardoso with needing a 9.75 on the verge of combination situation. So Cardoso with some work to do. He has looked extremely impressive, very dangerous out in the water against his fellow competitors. Nobody ever safe with this kid at this event. I call him a kid. He's in his early 20s, I believe. But this guy has done some serious work in this event and definitely made people pay attention. I mean, coming in, people, you know, in the world of bodyboarding knew the name, knew what this kid was capable of, but he put it on display at this event, and he looked really solid. Unfortunately, he came up a little short in his semifinal. Here he is in the men's consolation final, trying to procure the third place finish. But right now, Kalani Latanzi trying to fend him off. Kalani with the lead, a combined heat score of 12.25. Cardoso trying to play catch up at the moment. All right, so Steve Action Jackson back with you again out in the water right now. The men's consolation final. The winner will take home third place points, 1,314 points, and the second place finisher in the consolation final will finish fourth overall with 1,206 points. Again, something new for the 2015 APB World Tour season. This is the debut, the first time ever of the consolation final, following a similar format as you would see with like World Cup soccer, where you have a consolation match to determine who finishes third and who finishes fourth. And here you can see Antonio Cardoso putting together a little bit more to his liking. A nice, clean, cylindrical roll on that wave. We'll see if this helps get him back into the mix a little bit. Again, needing a 9.75. Pretty much needs a couple of new scores altogether to jump ahead of Kalani if he's going to grab that third spot and get the extra points in the ranking. But as I was saying, the consolation final determining who finishes third, who finishes fourth, and who gets the better of the points. This will definitely come into play at the end of the season when it comes down to determining final rankings and quite even who will be our world champion for 2015. So the APB experimenting with new things, implementing new innovations to the sport. Again, the Pro Junior, all new for this year, the Pro Junior World Tour, 4 events to crown the World Pro Junior Champion. Also, the priority puck toss before the start of each man-on-man heat to predetermine who has first priority out in the water, so there's no issues there. And then, of course, the consolation final being introduced here. And right now, it's Kalani Latanzi ahead of this man. Antonio Cardoso trying to work his way back in, and here he comes. He had a 6.50 on his last wave. That cut the deficit. Now looking for a 5.76. So he will paddle back out and try to go to work on the next one to put together that score. So again, counting down through the men's consolation final. Kalani Latanzi in the lead. Antonio Cardoso chasing at 5.76. Meanwhile, in case you missed it, we just wrapped up the first Pro Junior final of the 2015 season. It was Tanner McDaniel taking the win over Mateus Bastos. And there you can see back out in the water here in the men's consolation final, Antonio Cardoso punching the roll through the lip. He's trying to nail down a 5.76 and move ahead of Kalani Latanzi. So again, the consolation final determining who will finish third, who will finish fourth. And like I mentioned previously, 1,314 points available for third, 1,206 points available for second. As we count down through this heat, on deck, we will wrap up competition with the men's pro final. Again, that is coming up next. Our men's final this year, a battle of the world champions. Two-time defending world champion Amaury Laverne, the 2013 winner here at Itacoatiara, will be out in the water next in red. Joining him in the final, former 2008 world champion Ori Valadown will be in yellow, and that will be on deck. All right, so Steve Action Jackson back with you as we wind down the final day of competition here at the 2015 APB Itacoatiara Pro Brazil, presented by Toyota SGA. Again, right now out in the water, we have the men's consolation final. Kalani Latanzi currently in the lead. Antonio Cardoso in second. He scored a 4.0 on his last wave. That gives him a new secondary score. But he's still trying to track down a 5.76 if he's going to jump in front of that man right there. Kalani Latanzi trying to take the third spot here in the event. Obviously, every position further that you can finish will help with your overall point standings and the final end of year rankings. And one of the purposes of this new consolation final is to determine third place and fourth place and award points accordingly. And this is obviously going to come into play in the end of season rankings and point standings for all of the competitors on the World Tour. There you can see the ski out in the water. The lifeguards gave the winner of the Pro Junior final, Tanner McDaniel, a little victory lap, bringing him in to the beach, and then security escorting him up the beach to the event site. Again, right now out in the water, Kalani Latanzi leads Antonio Cardoso in the men's consolation final. Meanwhile, the men's final coming up on deck. We will see Amaury Laverne against Ori Valadown. A battle of world champions to wrap things up here at Itacoatiara. And I was just informed that joining me for the men's final in the commentary booth will be South African Jared Houston. So stay tuned. Not only do we have the men's final coming up, but we'll also have Jared in the booth with me as well. And there you can see Antonio Cardoso continuing to try and do work. There you can see out in the water, Kalani Latanzi, the current consolation final leader. He's trying to hold off Antonio Cardoso for the third spot. Again, consolation final will determine who finishes third, who finishes fourth, as opposed to years past where the second place finishers in the semifinals would just take equal third and split the points evenly. With this new consolation final installed into the heat progression format, third place will get 108 points more. We've seen at different points in bodyboarding history where less points than that have determined who wins the world title. So this, again, will be a big factor at the end of the year. Meanwhile, trying to find a new score to factor into his combined heat total. Antonio Cardoso, nice forward spin, combos it with a reverse spin, and he's going to roll off of this end section. All right, so joining me here in the booth, Jared Houston from South Africa. Jared, how are you doing?
Yeah, no, not too bad, Steve. Pretty excited to see how the final goes down. Always tough for the swallow getting knocked out, but get to watch from the best seat in the house. I'm pretty excited.
So right now we have out in the water for the first time ever, making its debut here, the men's consolation final. This consolation final will determine who finishes third, who finishes fourth, and there will be a difference in points instead of just finishing equal third. So the winner of this heat will gain a slight advantage points-wise in the ranking.
Yeah.
And there you can see Kalani Latanzi with the advantage, trying to maintain the lead over Antonio Cardoso.
Yeah, it was a pretty nice roll that Kalani just threw down there. How good's Kalani going? It's kind of amazing to see him. As a local guy from Itacoatiara, pretty sure he's a wild card in this event.
Yes, he was one of 4 wild cards for this event.
Yeah, so that's great to see. It's you give the wild cards out every event, and it's always a bit of a wild card to see how they're going to do. But Kalani's really used it to his full potential, and it's great to see him this far along in the event.
Well, we've seen this in events past. I mean, just last year here at this event, wildcard Dudu Pedra actually finished equal third at this event. And then to go a little further back, a few years ago, I believe it was Jace Finley was given a wild card for the season finale at Fronton, and he actually had a really solid event there. So, sometimes all you need is an opportunity, and these guys will gladly take it and use it to the best of their ability.
Exactly, that's great to see. That's kind of, in theory, the point of a wild card. And here we got Kalani up and going on a pretty nice looking wave. Fortunately, didn't really break the way I was expecting it to there, but he's made the most out of that one. He's he's done 3 rolls. You can see he's having a good laugh there because I guess he wasn't expecting to do that either. But great, definitely a boost there for him, and looking to maintain his lead.
So, yeah, I can understand why he's laughing. We went from riding, well, not me because I wasn't out there, but you guys went from riding some really beast waves the last couple of days.
Yeah.
And now here the waves are getting smaller. This is the tail end of that groundswell. And guys are out here, throwing spin combos, spin roll combos. And, there he just had 3 rolls on one wave as that wave got real small on him. So, these guys getting their real contest groove on right now.
Exactly. Look at the crowd on the beach. It's been pretty cool to see the amount of the turnout for this event. I was down surfing in Pampa now and looking at the beach. The beach is pretty full. And definitely a lot of Brazilian fans out there. Every time one of the Brazilian guys gets a wave, you hear the crowd blow up. So it's great to see. Great to see the good vibe down there.
And here we have Antonio Cardoso taking a look at this left-hander. Nice size set wave, and he just gets caught underneath. And compression time.
Yeah, he got pretty pumped there. I reckon if he'd managed to do a roll of that, Steve, I think that could have been the score he was looking for. He was only looking for a 5.81 or something to that effect, which is not much. So, unfortunately, coming up a bit short there on that one, but there's still, just a little bit of time on the clock. Anything could happen.
Yeah, counting down to the end of the Constellation Final. And again, right now, Kalani Latanzi in the lead with a 6.75 and a 5.55.
Yeah, Kalani up in a nice looking wave, came off the bottom pretty strong there, but he tried to do an RS. He hit it a bit under the lip, so pretty hard to land those moves when you hit them under the lip, and coming up short on that. But Kalani's holding on to his lead here, and he's looking like he's going to see himself to a third place in his first event as a wild card.
All right, so right now it looks like no matter what, there will be two Brazilians finishing in the top three here on their home soil. So not a bad way to represent your home country.
Not at all, and for Kalani, not a bad way to represent his hometown. He pretty much grew up on this beach, so he must be really stoked. I imagine a lot of people out there are stoked for him too.
Now, I know there's a bunch of invitational events in South Africa, and South Africa has its own regional and national tours. Some of the invitational events, like the Tand Invitational, you've taken part in the past. Also, the Cave Rock Invitational, which just recently ran and was run by Jacob Romero. How important do you think it is to try and get a World Tour event in South Africa, as we see Alex Leon down for the priority toss? It looks like Roy Valadown is going to take priority in the men's final. He will have first priority when these two riders paddle out for the final. Now, back to the question I was asking you, how important do you think it would be to have a World Tour event in South Africa to have that kind of exposure for bodyboarding there?
Yeah, it'd be absolutely key. It would be actually here we got a nice shot of Kalani getting up on the jet ski. It looks like he actually finished that heat in first place, Steve. So he's going to earn himself a third position at the Itacoatiara Pro for 2015, and huge congrats to Kalani. Look at him doing a little joyride there on the way in.
Yeah, so he's going to come away with 1,314 points. Meanwhile, Jonathan Cardoso finishing second in the Constellation Final, fourth overall. He will walk away with 1,206 points. So an extra 108 points for third place.
Awesome, man.
I was saying before, 108 points can be a big deal at the end of the season.
Definitely. It's very big. Definitely a very critical heat, that one. You really want to you really want to attain that third position. So huge congrats to Kalani. Massive congrats to Antonio Cardoso too. I mean, this is the first World Tour event he's done in a long time. He's definitely one of the most talented riders in Europe, I'd say, and it's pretty awesome to see him up there as well. So huge congrats to those two guys, and best of luck to Amari Laverne and Yuri Valadao coming up in the grand final that we're about to see starting soon.
All right, and here you can see the lifeguards jumping in and throwing an event hat on Kalani's head, but I think he's going to go grab one of his sponsor hats. And meanwhile, you can see carrying the Brazilian flag, proudly displaying that as he comes away with the Constellation Final win and finishes third overall.
Yeah, man, that's awesome, man. It makes me really happy to see when a really good guy like that gets a good result. He's a great rider, great person, great competitor, and awesome to see him up there where he belongs.
All right, so while we get ready to set up the men's pro final and watch them carry Kalani up the beach right now, we're going to throw to a quick commercial break. We'll be back right after this.
ter uma loja de bodyboarding. Depois começamos a sonhar em trabalhar com as melhores marcas. Também sonhamos em termos uma grande equipe. E um dia sonhamos com o maior campeonato de bodyboard do mundo.
All right, and we are back from commercial break. And there you can see Kalani Latanzi being greeted by his mom, wrapping her in the Brazilian flag. His mom, always very animated. She's a piece of work.
Yeah, she's definitely pretty pumped. She's always around, always supporting Kalani. They've actually come together to a couple of the Puerto Rico events, the Encanto Pro, and she's always there supporting him and getting in the water herself too. She's actually quite a good bodyboarder, so pretty cool to see her down there. And yeah, once again, huge congrats to Kalani. Looks like we got the boys out in the water already, Steve. What looks like Yuri Valadao out there, or yeah, it looks like Yuri Valadao out there in yellow. He's got priority to start off this heat. Definite advantage having priority. I mean, in a beach break, it's not as critical as what it would be at a reef break. So I think in Arica next month later on this month we'll really see it come into effect. But having priority is always a good thing.
All right, so just waiting for some updates, but there you can see Uri Valadao out in the water. The men's final, like I said, battle of the world champions. And counting down the start of this heat. So we are underway with the men's final here at the 2015 APB Itacoatiara Pro Brazil, presented by Toyota SGA. And there you can see out in the water in red, Amaury Laverne, the two-time defending world champion and 2013 winner here at Itacoatiara. He is going up against Uri Valadao, the 2008 world champion in the yellow jersey assignment. And the horn is sounded. We are underway here in the final. We're 25 minutes away from crowning a champion here at this year's event.
Yeah, man, good stuff. It looks like we set for a pretty great final. Amari's been ripping all event, consistent as ever, and Yuri's been really surfing very well too. Both very impressive riders. Definitely the two most informed guys in the event. So it's great to see them arrive in the final together. And yeah, I'm looking pretty forward to seeing the show.
And for those of you who missed the last couple of heats, it's turned out to be an interesting end to the day. I mean, the Pro Junior final, we saw a back and forth battle between the Hawaiian and the Brazilian, Tanner McDaniel and Mateus Bassos. In the end, Tanner McDaniel coming out on top, dropping a pair of 8+ rides to take the Pro Junior win. So he will leave Brazil the rankings leader on the Pro Junior World Tour. And not a big surprise there, I think, for a lot of people. A lot of people with big expectations of what's to come for Tanner McDaniel. And you know what? The kid manages to handle the pressure and take care of business out in the water and still, cruise around all smiles.
Yeah, for sure. But I think a lot comes from, he's so young and energetic that he's really just having fun out here. He's he's committed. He's committed. Don't take his lack of lack of nerves for lack of commitment, but I think he's definitely approaching with a pretty carefree attitude. He's just happy-go-lucky and he's having a good time, and he takes what comes his way and he just enjoys it either way. So he's got a bright future ahead of him.
And then in the previous heat, we saw the debut of the men's consolation final. We saw Kalani Latanzi take the win over Antonio Cardoso. And we actually have Kalani Latanzi down on the beach with Paula Simone. Take it away, Paula.
We are here with the third place of the world tour, like Kalani Latanzi from Itacoatiara, the big hide and local monster of Niterói. Kalani, tell me, now, just explain a little bit what's happened. Now, the third place they're gonna do another hit about who stay in the third and the fourth place. Galera, só para explicar agora o novo modelo, vai ter mais uma bateria que define o terceiro e o quarto lugar, que começou agora a partir desse ano, nessa etapa aqui de Itacoatiara. Kalani, me fala o que você está sentindo. Não conseguiu a vitória, mas está em terceiro.
Pô, já tá em terceiro pra mim é uma grande vitória. E eu nem sabia que tinha essa definição dos dois semifinalistas desempatam ali para não ter. Antigamente tinha 2 terceiros, agora fazer uma bateria para definir. E eu já tava cansado, eu falei, pô, vamos dividir o dinheiro, Tó. Mas não, com esse. A gente foi para dentro e vamos surfar, vamos fazer um free surf, eu e você, e vamos brincar ali. E consegui, ficar em terceiro, amarradão. Acho que eu representei bem aqui a galera. Essa vitória não é só pra mim, vai pra todo mundo que torceu por mim.
Isso aí, Claudinha, sua mãe tá ali, ó, desesperada, chorando. E deixa eu te perguntar uma coisa que você falou que não ia correr o Tour e agora que você ficou em terceiro lugar, essa ideia mudou ou vai continuar? Tô achando que você vai pro Chile, hein?
É, tenho que ir pro Chile. Terceiro colocado do ranking, né? Vou ter que ir pro Chile.
Tem que ir pro Chile, fechou vários apoios, patrocínios. É isso aí, Kalani, parabéns, você merece mais do que... Lembrando que Kalani... Kalani, Peraí, até o momento, Kalani é um dos maiores big riders do Brasil por ter pegado a maior onda surfada na remada de um bodyboarder no México esse ano. Parabéns, Kalani, você tá de parabéns, a galera tá muito feliz aqui por você.
All right, so thank you again, Paula, for bringing us all the beach interviews today, including that one, and congratulations to Kalani Latanzi. And for those of you English speakers out there, here's the replay of Amory Laverne. He scored a 7.0 on that opening wave while we were away to interview. So Maz dropping it down on the opening wave. But during that interview, Kalani basically saying that, you know, if he's going to be third in the points standings after this event, he's definitely going to Arica to compete to try and stay there in the rankings.
Perfect, cool. I look forward to having him there. Maz really came out strong out of the gates here, Stevie. So, you know, netted a 6.0 on that last wave too. So, you know, he's looking strong already.
So Maz wasting no time. Here's another look at his last wave. Flips it out. You know, we kind of saw this kind of dynamic last year with the finals battle between you and Pierre. Pierre, known for his backflips, and you used the backflip against him last year to take the event win here. And now out in the water, Ori Valadown, renowned for his backflip, and it's Maz using it against him out in the water.
Yeah.
Some interesting approach, strategy-wise, out in the water.
Yeah, for sure. It's definitely going to be a, you know, when the conditions like this kind of allows for the best kind of move you could really do out there are backflips and inverts. So I think that's going to be the moves you're going to see the guys using against each other out in this heat. I mean, there's still a couple of sets rolling through. You know, it's a lot longer, the waves at the moment with the tide coming in, especially the left. So it's going to be interesting to see whether or not Yuri chooses to go left or right in this heat, because he's been utilizing the rights more today so far. But, you know, Maz is really strong. Maz has got a really strong backflip too, so it's going to be pretty tight.
Now, is this when you're in a heat, whether it's a final or, you know, an earlier round, is this something that guys think in their mind? You know, all right, I'm out in this heat with this guy who's known for this one move specifically as his bread and butter move.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to use it against him to negate, you know, his advantage.
Yeah, I mean, it really depends on the surf, Steve. You know, like if it's I guess sometimes you do that, definitely. Here we go, Maz taking on a pretty nice looking left again. He's going to whack a bit of a spin. They got a bit caught up on that spin. Let's see if we can, Yeah, so you got a bit caught up doing that spin there. But, yeah, definitely, you know, you definitely think about what the other guy's going to be doing. But, you know, in a beach break like this, you're really just trying to make the most of what comes your way, because, you know, you can't really bank too much on one style of surfing because the wave changes so much.
Yeah, definitely not as consistent as a reef break where the wave might break similar, you know, wave after wave, whereas beach breaks are constantly, you know, changing in peaks here, the peaks over there, you know, shifting peaks and different formations depending on the conditions. Meanwhile, look at this, driving deep and then just getting shut down.
Yeah.
Orivala down, driving through that barrel, but just could not find the exit.
Yeah, it was a great looking wave there from Yuri. Definitely well played, waiting for that one. Kind of, if it didn't close out at the end, it would have been a really high scoring ride if he had been able to come out of that. But he did try and make the most of it and punch a roll out, but unfortunately just coming down with a lift too hard.
And there you can see Maz signaling to the beach announcer looking for a situation update.
Yeah. Yeah, he obviously couldn't really hear too well. It's a bit, even though the wave break's so close to the shore, it's really hard to hear out there because the wind's kind of just swirling around the bay at the moment. So, it's really difficult for the guys to hear exactly what they need.
And look at this, we've got a set rolling in. Maz scratching for position on it. We've still got some good sets coming through today. Not as big as yesterday, but still some solid sets to work with for our competitors.
Yeah, this one looking pretty good. He's going to flip out of that ball.
And he comes out. So Amaury with the flip technique going pretty strong out here in the final so far.
Yeah, and you can't afford to make any mistakes at this stage. It's once Yuri gets a wave, once he gets a good wave, he's going to go for broke because he needs to come back pretty strong here.
So just real quick, 7.0, 6.0, the high scores for Amaury so far, his first two waves. A 2.75 after that. Now waiting for that last wave to score. Meanwhile, Orivala down, lurking in the lineup, still waiting to capture his first wave and get on the board here in the final.
Yeah, I mean he's comboed so far. Mars actually improved his last ride of that last wave of his. So he netted a 6.40 there. So he's looking pretty good at the moment. Yuri now needs a combo of 13.41, Steve. So. Definitely, Yuri's playing the waiting game, but I dare say that Maz has made a really good decision keeping busy early in this heat, getting some scores on the board right off the bat.
Yeah, two different approaches to this final so far. Amaury getting down to work right away, keeping busy. Orivala down, playing the waiting game. You don't want to be too patient, and get too deep into a hole, although he's already in combination situation. He needs to get going sooner rather than later if he's going to make this interesting. Otherwise, at this rate, Ma's running away with it in the first 5 minutes.
Yeah. I mean, there's a lot of time on the board, but Yuri really needs to get cooking because, at a beach break like this that shifts so much, the chances of you being in the correct spot for more than one wave during a 30-minute period or 25-minute period is very slim. So, the best way to get in position is to catch a bunch of waves and just end up in different places so that you maximize the chance of getting in position for more.
You make me think of my Grom days back home and riding beach breaks, and it's just like, all right, I caught a wave here, I'll paddle back out here, down the wave. Oh, wait, there's a good wave here. Let me turn around and grab that.
Yeah.
And just kind of back and forth all over the lineup for the day.
If you're fit enough, it's definitely a good way to approach it because, you just don't know at the beach break, especially at Itacoatiara. There's so many rips, there's so many variables to go by that, swell direction plays a huge factor in it. Today, the sweep is going down that way. The day before it is going the other way. So, you can't really do too much in terms of planning pre-heat. You kind of have to take it as it comes out there.
Yeah, there's really, you can attest to this, and you can probably convey it to the viewers better than I can, but there's definitely a different approach to riding beach breaks as to riding reef breaks.
Yeah, 100%. Reef breaks, you really want to just be sitting out there waiting for the best waves. But when it comes to a beach break, unless it's a perfectly consistent beach break like Itacoatiara or something, you really want to be just maximizing your odds of getting good scores, which means taking waves.
So Ori did get on the board with his first wave, a minimal score though at 3.0. He remains in combination situation. He needs two new scoring waves. He doesn't even have two waves so far, but he needs two waves totaling 13.41 if he's going to take away the top spot from Amaury Laverne. Meanwhile, there you can see on screen out in the water our lifeguards here at Itacoatiara cruising around, waiting for their chance to give a victory lap to whoever comes away the men's winner.
Yeah, pretty excited to see how that is, Steve. At this, like I said, at this point in time, it's still wide open. There's so much time left. I don't think we're even below the 20-minute mark yet. So, Yuri's still very much in this. But he has to get busy soon.
There you can see plenty of people down on the beach. We've had a nice crowd scattered across the beach today, up in the competitors area, the guest area, and the entire surrounding area of the event.
Yeah. Did you see that guy with the thanks mom tattooed in his chest now?
Yeah, I saw that.
It's pretty cool. He must be really into his mom. Look, oh, what a sneaky shot of Tanner. Just having a bit of a creep on the beach, you know? What are you looking at, Tanner?
Tanner Grom lurking.
Yeah, that's great. I thoroughly enjoyed that one. You know, that's if you're 16 in Brazil, that's you got to do what you got to do. You know.
Yeah, I'm sure Mark and Dawn, his parents, are loving that shot.
Yeah, yeah.
Tanner cruising the beach for some scenery.
Yeah, for some scenery. Exactly. Very well said.
So, meanwhile, there you can see our current heat leader out in the water right now, Amaury Laverne, sitting in front of Ori Valadown. Here's a replay of his last wave, a 6.40, enough to pad his score a little bit more, adding a little insult to injury to Ori Valadown, who's in combo land. Combination situation needs a 13.41 to take the lead.
It's always tough being in that position. I personally hate getting stuck on the back foot, but you know, it's something that we all have to deal with at times. And here we got Mars looking like he's paddling into what could be a bit of a bomb. So let's stand by to see what goes on here. You know, he rode that pretty well. You know, he didn't do too much of a bottom turn, kind of more of a quick hack turn up to the lip to get there in time. But you know, pretty solid wave there. Definitely one of the bigger waves ridden in this heat. And, you know, punched a nice roll and landed it cleanly. So I dare say that will be in the same range as his backup score. Let's see if he managed to increase his lead.
Well, you were saying you really don't like being in combination situation. Nobody does.
Oh, yeah.
But if I remember correctly, last year you actually put Amaury in combination situation in one of your heats on the way to winning the event. I mean, it was an absolute shocker of a heat for Maz.
Yeah.
And you were just absolutely dominant last year. I mean, your march to the win last year was really impressive to watch. You nailed down your first World Tour event, a highly anticipated first World Tour win. And, you know, you put Maz in combination situation. Now he's returning the favor to Ori Valadown.
Exactly, yeah.
Out in the water right now in the final.
Yeah, it felt crazy to put Maz into combination situation, you know, because he's such a consistent competitor. I mean, I was just saying to Ian now when walking up the beach that, you know, Maz, you know, in 2013, he won this event. Last year came third, and this year he is back in contention to win it again. So, you know, he just doesn't mess up, ever. So, you know, I was kind of as surprised as I was. Definitely felt good. But, you know, I guess for Yuri right now, it doesn't feel that good at all. But, you know, like you said, like Yuri's he's a previous world champion. He definitely knows what it takes to win. He's paddling in pretty deep here on this one. Let's see if he can get around this section. He kind of got a bit caught up, but, yeah, he's going to have to kick out of that one.
And just couldn't catch up with that one as that one ran down the line. We've seen a lot of these lefts doing that. It's like they hit that sandbar, and then it's off to the races. And if you're just a little bit too far behind, you're not catching up with it.
No, the lefts are so difficult because they come in with the direction right now. They kind of come in at an angle at the beach. So where you take off, the wave's kind of breaking out the sea, going along, and it's really hard to get into them. You know, you kick, you get in eventually, and the wave can just easily run away from you. So the lefts are really technical. Something that's definitely, you know, works to the strength of Amaury. Is very, very strong on the left. And he actually managed to improve his last wave score with that last roll.
Yeah, so a 6.90 dropping in to go along with this 7.0. Ori Valadown now trying to chase down a combination score of 13.91. That's kind of a tough pill to swallow right now.
Yeah. You know, I mean, now we're down to, you know, we just passed halfway. And, you know, Yuri definitely needs to start making things happen. You know, you can't leave it too long. I have seen combination heats go completely turn around in the last, you know, 7 to 5 minutes. So, you know, he's still got a lot of time on his hands.
Well, we've even seen it earlier today. Amaury was behind with less than a minute to go, and he ended up nailing down a winning wave in the closing minutes to eliminate one of the Chilean riders.
Wow, man.
Alan Munoz, I believe it was.
Yeah.
And it was just really difficult. And then, I mean, we've seen it multiple times. In the last 30 seconds, the last, minute, whatever it is, the last 2 minutes, wave comes your way, you pull a rabbit out of the hat, and boom, you went from not advancing at all to you continue on in the event. So, he had that kind of luck earlier. It just goes to show you everything we're talking about, whether you're in combination situation, or, pulling a last-second comeback, playing the 11th hour heroics. It happens to the best of the competitors here.
Sure.
You guys are the best in the world. You have your good heats, you have your bad heats. You have the times where you're pulling off miracles, and unfortunately, there's times where you suffer a bit of a shocker of a heat.
Yeah, very true, very true. And Mars is definitely on the front foot here on this one. He's having a blinder. He's kind of not really done much wrong. Look at his scores. He's got a 7, a 6. A little bit of a stumble with a 2.75, but then backs it straight up with a 6.40 and a 6.90. So he's pretty much surfing a perfectly consistent heat here. Whereas Yuri, with his 3, 1.5, 1.65, is he's really struggling to get started.
Yeah, so interesting to see two sides of the coin here. Amaury dominating this heat, taking the lead right from the first wave, and really not looking back. And Ori Valadown just struggling to find any kind of groove out there so far. Like you said, still plenty of time left in this heat. We're about halfway through. But, right now, Ori really needs to just try and get something under his belt and get into a groove out there if he's going to have any chance of digging out of the hole he's in and working his way back into contention here in the final.
Yeah, it's definitely not a big combo he's chasing. I mean, Amaury's winning on the strength of like a 7.0 and a 6.90. So Yuri theoretically gets a good right hand or a good left hand and gets an 8. He's only need a 5 afterwards. So he's definitely not out of he's definitely not out of this. But as we nearing the 10-minute mark, things are getting a little more heated here. You time starts to become your enemy here now.
And here you can see Ori and photographer, bodyboarding legend turned photographer Marcelo Pedro paddling across, looks like a little bit of a rip over there, and trying to paddle out of it. You can kind of see the churned up water, a little bit of discoloration, usually a telltale sign of a rip moving through the water.
Yeah, but that's exactly kind of where Yuri wants to be right now. He wants you to be just on the other side of the rip. Here you see he's actually getting a nice right hand out of that rip there. Yeah, he punches a nice clean roll, but it just
gets a little caught
wasn't
up
able to
and
make
falls
that.
behind.
That's critical. That right there is a critical error because that was the wave he needed to get himself out of combination situation, but now he still finds himself there.
So, again, situation update out in the water right now. Maz in firm control. 7.0, 6.90 to his scorecard. Meanwhile, Ori Valadown continues to struggle. He opened up with a 3.0. His backup score, a 1.65. He's in combination situation, needing a 13.91 at the moment. And just having trouble putting it together. Usually he's more consistent with completing his maneuvers, but for some reason he's just a tick off out there.
Yeah.
And having trouble as a result.
Yeah, imagine fatigue comes into it, Steve. Both these guys been surfing a lot of heat today. I think Yuri's actually surfed one more heat than Amaury because he was in the bottom end of the draw.
Actually, he was in the first heat of the morning, the second to last heat of round 6. He surfed round 7, quarters, semis, and this is his 5th heat of the day.
Yeah, it's a lot of heats, man. For me, I can easily surf 5-6 hours out in the water, but put me in 5 heats of 30 minutes each, and it's very, very tiring.
And Amaury up and riding on this left-hander, driving down the line looking for a section, throws the flip out, and loses the board.
Yeah, I wasn't able to make that. I don't think that would have made too much difference. There wasn't really much it wasn't too much of a good wave. So I don't think he would have been able to improve on his score there. But good on him for having a go. That's what you want to do. You want to try and extend your lead on your competitor. And things are really, the pressure's really on for Yuri right now because we are well below the 10-minute mark, and he still is looking for 2 waves.
Yeah, so right now, time's starting to become a little bit of a factor. Meanwhile, there you can see Amarie Laverne's wife and young son Oliver.
Well, they look hell of a relaxed. So I think they're feeling pretty confident. Here we go, Yuri up on a pretty nice looking wave. Goes for a fairly large flip, but he's just getting caught up there. It's just not getting through those things. Yeah, that's another critical error there for Yuri. So unfortunately, it looks like he's feeling the effects of fatigue.
Yeah, I would have to agree with you. 5 heats in one day, and in prior heats, he was landing maneuvers that he is now struggling to complete and not being able to complete. I mean, throughout the course of this day, we've seen him hitting those flips and landing them as if they're nothing.
Yeah.
And even, a maneuver as bread and butter as a roll, he's having trouble. He can't complete the maneuvers right now in the final. And, as a result, he's trailing far behind Amarie right now.
Yeah.
And time is running down.
Yeah.
The clock is not his friend at the moment.
Yeah, Mars would be starting to feel the excitement mounting. He's he's no stranger to competition. He knows that for someone to attain a combination score in 6 minutes is pretty difficult. Not impossible, but difficult. So he's definitely, things are starting to go his way. But here we got Yuri having a look at this insider. A bit of a smaller wave, but if you can manage to do some kind of combo, Yuri's not really feeling it. You can it almost looks like he's giving up there, Steve.
Yeah, it's almost on that one, the way he just let go of his board halfway over on the roll. It looked like he was just conceding that wave and possibly even the heat. I mean, normally Ori Valadown, one of the more competent and intense competitors.
Yeah.
But right now, he's just really struggling. He's looking tired. He's having difficulty with maneuvers he normally lands without problem.
Exactly.
And as we get down towards the 5-minute mark, he's still in combination situation. I don't know. This is crunch time. This is where he's either going to need to dig really deep and take it to another level, or he's just going to fall out of this completely like he has been to this point.
Exactly. What's also going to be working against him now is that, with this amount of time remaining, it's now a very viable option for Amari to start using his priority on Yuri. And he currently holds priority, so all he really needs to do in theory now is just sit close to Yuri, and if a good wave comes, just make sure he doesn't get it. Because, any wave that comes through now, that's pretty much one of his last chances to get the scores he needs.
Yeah, we're really down to crunch time. He's going to have to pick up the pace and dig deep, or it's pretty much over at this point. And I hate to say that with 4 minutes on the clock, but 13.91 combination situation, and really hasn't made a wave yet.
Yeah. Okay. Well, that's going to improve. That's going to increase Amari's lead for sure. That's definitely going to make it a little bit harder for Yuri, more than what it already is. And Amari's stoked there with that one. That was a very, very good, clean projected backflip. Great come around.
All right, so score falling in, hasn't registered on the live scores yet, but listening into the beach announcer, an 8.0 for Amarie. That's going to be his best wave of the heat.
Yeah.
And that's going to make life that much more difficult for Ori Valadown.
Yeah, it's going to be very, very much near. You've got another pulled perfectly on the end there, and just really just threw that one over so nicely, so cleanly. And he came out strong, and a little claim there. He knows it. He knows he's got this. Yeah, Yuri's now needing a 15.01 combination now, which if what he needed before was a mean task, this is going to be difficult.
And there you can see Uri paddling over. Again, oh, that just hurts.
Yeah.
An 8.0 on that last wave for Amaury Laverne. Now Uri Valadown, his combination situation worsens. He now needs a combined total, 2 new waves, totaling 15.01.
Yeah.
Oof.
Yeah, it's rough. It's rough. It's you know, they say Mars wife Melanie could you know, head up the beach and grab a bottle of champagne and head back down there.
Oh man. So what's going through his head right now?
I guess Yuri would just be wanting to get one wave just to just make himself known in this heat. You know, he's at the moment he's sitting on a total of 5.15. You know, Amari's winning by like almost 10 points, which is a pretty much a decimation. You know, so Yuri's really wanting to just get something. You know, maybe even just throw down 1, 7, or 8, and at least get himself out of combo, put himself in, you know, in the double digits in terms of total heat score. You know, that's going to make him feel a bit better with himself. But you know, right now, I guess he's feeling tired, he's feeling drained, and I can imagine he just wants to, you know, get up on the podium, say his piece, and get on home and have a sleep.
Yeah, I can only imagine how exhausted Uri Valadown is. 5 heats out in the water today. Plus, you know, the fatigue of what everybody's gone through the last couple days. So, you know, usually by this point in a competition, you know, you start to feel it.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, they're just counting down this heat, Steve. I can hear them at the beach announcer there. So, you know, it's pretty much Amari's done it. Amari's found himself in first position on the World Tour so far.
Wow. So comes in ranked number 1 in the world. He will leave here ranked number 1 in the world. And that was just, it's a heat. It's official. Amaury Laverne dominating that final.
Wow.
A bit of a shocker for Uri Valadown. So he has won this event for the second time in 3 years.
Yeah.
And he starts off the season where he finished off last year, number 1 in the world.
Number 1, that's got to feel good. Yeah, hell of a stoke for Mars. You know, he's definitely the most committed and hard training and consistent bodyboarder in the world right now. So, you know, I'm definitely take my hat off to him. Massive congrats, Mars. Huge congrats to your family. And, yeah, everyone watching in Europe and France and Reunion Island where he's from, they must be frothing on this. And, yeah, well done, bro.
Wow, so Amaury getting a little jet ski victory lap. Coming in after winning the final. Congratulations to Amaury.
That was Pierre. Pierre just got driven over by the jet ski.
Yeah, Pierre giving a little high five as he got run over.
Yeah. So, yeah, I was enjoying that victory lap there. Oh, it's got to feel good, man. He's going to come in and pick up his son and see his wife. And, you know, everything's coming together for Mars right now. Great to see him where he is in his life. And, you know, as a sportsman, you've got another quick look at his route to victory. Opening up with a really nice back from on his first wave. You know, definitely a strong way to start off. Open up with a 7. You know, that's how you want to start a heat.
Yeah, so a solid flip at the beginning for a 7, and then a bigger flip for an 8 at the end of the heat. Here's a look at the replay.
Yeah, great surfing from Murray. You know, consistent all event, and you know, you finished out as strong as what he started there in the final.
Here he is making his way up the beach. He'll get an escort to the podium. Yeah, definitely might help to take the fins off first.
For sure, yeah. He's loving it, man. Look at that, man of the moment. He's taking his walk up. Let's see if Maleni and his son come up to meet him. Yeah, there they are.
Yeah, there they are.
Wow, man, that's amazing.
So just an absolutely dominating performance in the final. I mean, we saw Amaury basically winning all of his heats on the way to the final, and then just not letting up out in the water. Uri Valadown just not able to put it together out in the water, and meanwhile, Amaury Laverne very consistent. with the exception of a couple of incomplete waves, like you were pointing out, very consistent out in the water.
Yeah.
You know, very, proficient, almost surgical out there.
Exactly.
You know, everything, all of his waves were between a 6 and an 8 with the exception of the 2 incompletes.
Yeah.
So, I mean, model of efficiency out there.
For sure. Well, that's what Mars always is, Every event he surfs in, he's just so, like you said, surgical out there, He knows exactly what he's going to do every heat. He just never seems to be on the back foot, just always consistent. He's just, he might not win every event, but he's right up there in the final or in the semis or, in the quarters. He just never seems to, he never falls off the horse.
So, again, Steve Action Jackson here in the booth with Jared Houston. We've just concluded the men's pro final here on the final day of competition at the 2015 APB Itacoatiara Pro Brazil, presented by Toyota SGA. There you can see on screen some celebratory Mineirinho coming up. So someone's going to be taking a soda shower along with some champagne.
Sure. I think mine's going to get real sticky right now. Yuri too. I mean, we forget that Yuri Valadar, he's second place in the Itacoatiara Pro 2015. That's a huge achievement. He begins his season in second position. So as we head on to Arica in the next event, these guys are leading the charge right now. So they got to feel great, both of them.
Yeah, Orty coming in ranked 3rd in the world. He's going to leave the first event ranked 2nd. So he actually improved his situation. So I'm sure that's not a whole lot of consolation right now. Knowing Orty, he wanted to win this event. All of you guys always want to win. That's part of being a competitor. But, in hindsight, with a little space, I'm sure he will, look at this and be like, all right, I improved my situation. I'm number 2 in the world going into Chile and, try and get some work done there.
For sure, man.
As we gear up for the next leg of the next part of the South American leg.
Yeah, definitely. I think it's even better to start off the season, a little bit further back because, you start off the season in first position. You're the guy everyone wants to catch. You're like a marked man.
Yeah, you've got the target on your back.
Exactly. Mars is everyone wants to catch Mars now. So he's going to be riding into this whole season with the pressure of that first win on his back. Which Mari deals with valiantly. The first year he won his world title back in 2010, he also started with a winning pipeline. And, he managed to keep that position all the way to the end of the World Tour. So, he's an amazing competitor.
Yeah, as one of the most physically well-conditioned athletes in the world of bodyboarding, he's also very strong mentally. I mean, it almost seems like when he's got that target on his back, he's the top guy. It doesn't faze him. He just, goes about his business. He gets the job done. And meanwhile, there you can see Uri Valadar. You can tell by his body language. He's pretty worn out after today.
Yeah, he's worn out. He looks rattled. Looks a bit frustrated. I guess that he was, like you said, everyone wants to win. Everyone wants to start off the year in first position. So, but I mean, you can't be too bummed with yourself. You start off in 2nd. You surfed a lot of heats today. You surfed a great event, and you took home a bit of cash, and you find yourself in 2nd place heading into the rest of the season. So that's, job well done.
Yeah, I can't even imagine what it's like for you guys. Just on my end, from my limited competition experience with, 7 years on the U.S. Pro Tour, I hate to lose. I absolutely despise losing. And so for you guys competing on the World Tour, I mean, that must not sit very well with you guys.
Nah, man, it's rough, bro. It's definitely very hard, But she's huge. Congrats to those guys. Super stoked for them, and let's see what they have to say now on the podium.
Yeah, so I believe we're getting ready to throw things downstairs for the crowning of our event champions. So I'll let you guys take it away down there, and then we'll throw back here after all is said and done, and we will sign out for the event. But again, getting ready to be crowned event champions. Men's champion for the event, Amaury Laverne, and for the Pro Junior, Tanner McDaniel.
Good stuff. Can't wait to see what they got.
All right, so take it away, guys.
access. It's like a key or a doorway into a kinetic world of beauty, and you're actually in the medium. So you become part of you're in the water, you become part of the water. And bodyboards just give you that access to experience all those little facets and all that beauty that's out there.
Sempre sonhamos em ter uma loja de bodyboard. Depois começamos a sonhar em trabalhar com as melhores marcas. Também sonhamos em termos uma grande equipe. E um dia sonhamos com o maior campeonato de bodyboard do mundo.
All right, so Steve Action Jackson back in the booth with Jared Houston again, getting ready to get the awards ceremony going, but they're putting that all together, getting things prepped. So we're just going to give you a quick recap of everything we've seen today. Again, we've run through a lot today. We finished off the last two heats of round 6, starting out the day. That first heat, we saw Ori Valadown winning the heat and advancing out along with Louis Finnegan. Unfortunately, Guilherme Tamega eliminated in one of his last regularly scheduled appearances on the World Tour. He actually came into this event as a wild card.
Yeah.
And so that was interesting. We saw a very emotional Ori Valadown first thing this morning. And then, he had to recompose himself and compete, 4 more times, including the final. And like you were talking about and we were both alluding to, it just looks like he's physically exhausted at this point. Yeah. It's kind of hard to perform at your best when you're physically and emotionally drained from a day like today.
For sure, man. And also, having knocked out his mentor and, sponsor early on in the day, he must have been feeling feeling a bit bad. But at the same time, knowing GT is a competitor through and through, GT would have been like, listen, man, stop crying. What are you doing? Just get back out there and just smoke it for me.
Well, fortunately, Tamega was actually saying in here, he actually enjoys watching his riders experience success as much, if not more so these days, than his own personal success out in the water in a contest.
That's great.
So, Tamega really trying to cultivate a winning team atmosphere, and having someone on board like 2008 world champion Ori Valadown and seeing him, perform the way he does and the way he did today, that's definitely got to help that team vibe.
For sure. It's awesome to see the legends of, yesterday and still today to a large extent stepping back and, paving the way or supporting the younger guys in achieving their goals. So, massive hats off to Guilherme Tamega.
All right, so that's pretty much a quick look at the road for Ori Valadown. I mean, it started off the day in Heat 6, had that extra heat to serve, but still managed to persevere and make it all the way to the final. Meanwhile, in round 7, we saw Tanner McDaniel have impressive performance, taking out Ian Campbell in round 7 action. And again, I was talking about Amari taking out Alan Munoz. It was in round 7, Heat 4. Maz was trailing. He was chasing after Alan Munoz and was able to, track him down in the closing minute and nail down the score. I think the score came in with 20 seconds remaining, and Alan Munoz was just left out in the water with nothing he could really do. There were no waves coming through, and he just left with no option out there.
Yeah, I heard they won from out in the water, and I heard the lead change numerous times, and you can see it there. I mean, Mars won with 15.15, and Alan Stavey had with the 14.40. So a very small difference there. But great result for Alan too. Coming up against the current world champion, you have to give it your all.
And then, obviously, getting into quarterfinals action, looking at a quick road to the final in the men's division. Quarterfinal number 1, we saw Kalani Latanzi take out Tanner McDaniel. Tanner had a really solid run. Last year, he made it to round 5. This year, making it to the quarterfinals in the men. Obviously, we saw him win the Pro Junior final. So a very strong performance from the 16-year-old here in Brazil.
Massive performance from Tanner. Really stoked to see him, really step up and get a great result against the, in the pro field, because throughout the years he's always been surfing at an amazing level, but just not quite being able to put it together in his heat. So this event was almost somewhat of a coming of age for Tanner, in that he was really, he could have gone all the way to win it if he'd made his heat.
And it sounds like they're beginning to sound check down on the stage. And we're going to throw things to the stage right now. Take it away, guys. We get to the awards there. You can see the crowd gathering down there on the street by the award stage.
Yeah, wow, big turnout. The guys, the Brazilian crowd, the home crowd in Itacoatiara gets really into this event. It's pretty big for them to have a World Tour event on home soil. So, when the final day comes, the whole town gets down, the whole Niterói, the whole Rio. Well, I mean, not the whole Rio, but I mean, a large extent, large group of people get down there. So it's really good to see the support for the riders, and it feels great standing up there, amongst the sea of people.
And something I'd love to see for the sport of bodyboarding, a lot of media coverage, not only print media, but television crews, the whole 9 yards. So a lot of media exposure for this event. And thanks to the last couple of days with the massive surf, some of the surf websites even picking up this event. Saw articles on magicseaweed.com and surfertoday.com covering this event. So all eyes in the wave riding world seem to be paying attention to this event and just the heavy surf we had the last couple of days. And now here we are, smaller, cleaner conditions, much more manageable today. Still plenty for our riders to contend with and plenty to work with, but managing to draw the attention of the international wave riding community to this event. For me personally, I feel like this event is going to be something that will be talked about for years to come with that swell, because that's what everybody hopes for when they schedule a tour event as a promoter. And then all riders always hope, for big, powerful waves to perform in.
For sure. Yeah, no, it was great to see that swell turn out the last few days. It could have been a bit cleaner, but the guys definitely made the most of it. And there were some absolute bombs out there if you managed to get them. As you can see, it was either a 1 or a 10. And don't think I've seen so many 10s go down in a comp in maybe since I started doing this. So, it's pretty impressive to see that. And, quick look at the boys again. What's happening, guys? Good to be here. And yeah, waiting to see the champion being crowned.
Yeah, I can't wait to see these guys take the stage. The crowd down there is going to go absolutely wild. And I'm sure there's going to be some champagne flying and some Minarino spraying around.
Yeah, for sure. I got pretty roasted last year, so I'm hoping someone out there is going to be drowning Mars in champagne this afternoon.
So I know last year you got a pretty good champagne shower.
Yeah, I did. Yeah, no, I did. I thoroughly enjoyed it. So I'm looking. Might have to. As soon as I switch down the beach, I think I'm going to jump out there to go get involved in drowning Maori.
All right, and it looks like the Red Bull party vehicle is already set up. I love that thing. That vehicle looks like an armored tank practically, but it opens up into a DJ booth.
Yeah, it's pretty amazing, those Red Bull trucks. You know, they often have them at the events down in South Africa, and it, you know, creates such a nice vibe. It's such an amazing sound system, so it's pretty cool that they showed up to show some support.
All right, so getting ready to throw things down to the beach. We're going to let them take things down there. We'll come back and sign out after this. I think Jared's going to cruise down there and take some pictures and join in the celebration. So, Jared, I'll let you duck out of the booth and make your way down there through the crowd. Any last comments, shout-outs, hellos?
Yeah, thanks a lot, Steve. No, just a huge congrats to Mars and to Yuri, and yeah, best of luck for the next event. And yeah, I'm out of here. Going to get ready for Rica. So, yeah, enjoy, everyone. Have a good one.
All right, thanks a lot. And once again, Jared Houston in the booth here with me, and he's going to make his way down to the awards presentation. I'll be hanging out here in the booth to sign off afterwards. So again, stay tuned for our awards presentation. We're throwing things down to the beach right now. Take it away, guys.
Aqui na cidade de Niterói, já na semana que vem aqui mesmo na região oceânica, Mercado Diamante, um dos patrocinadores aí do Itacoatiara Pro 2015, a quem a gente tem muito que agradecer. Valeu a galera do Mercado Diamante junto com o Bodyboarding. Ok, então gostaria de convidar agora aqui em cima Gabriel Oliveira e Sócrates Santana. Palmas aí para os dois terceiros colocados da categoria Pro Júnior, ficando aqui à minha direita. Parabéns a essa galera. Queria chamar aqui em cima também o Juliano Lara, principal organizador aqui do Itacoatiara Pro 2015. Gil Lara, por favor, aqui em cima também. Queria convidar também o Alex para ficar aqui à minha esquerda. Alex, please come to the stage. Alex é o diretor técnico lá da Austrália, comanda aí o circuito mundial. Vamos lá, galera, um passinho para frente aqui. Instruções aqui do fotógrafo Tony D'Andrea, fotógrafo oficial aqui do Itacoatiara Pro 2015. Já já aqui o Alex vai falar, o Gil Lara também vai falar. O Julara vai chegando aqui do meu lado também. Acho que nada mais justo do que abrir aqui a premiação com a palavra do principal organizador, cara responsável por botar aqui essa festa bonita na praia para vocês. Aqui também o Fabiano da Toyota SGA, grande incentivador aqui do esporte, desse campeonato, subsecretário de Esporte e Lazer também, o Zeca Azevedo. Valeu, Zeca, todo mundo presente aqui, vamos premiar então. Eu quero convidar o Tanner McDaniel para vir aqui também para cima. Tanner McDaniel from Hawaii, havaiano, surfou demais nesse campeonato. Congratulations, Tanner, just stay there. E o Matheus Bastos também já está aqui, pode subir, Matheus, parabéns também, vai chegando aqui no palanque. E agora, enquanto a gente visualiza aqui os 4 finalistas aí, o campeão da etapa, o Tanner, o Julara vai dar uma palavra para vocês.
Galera, muito obrigado a todos vocês. Acho que Itacoatiara, ela mostrou para todo mundo o que é o bodyboarding. O que a gente teve de onda aí é aquilo que a gente realmente quer mostrar para as marcas, para todos os desportistas, que quando você vem para cá você vai ser bem tratado, você vai pegar onda grande, você pode pegar o tubo da sua vida ou você pode passar uma situação que pelo menos alguma história você vai ter para contar. Então eu queria agradecer a cada pessoa que hoje está representada por uma marca aqui nesse backdrop ou nos nossos folders. Por trás de toda a marca existe uma pessoa e eu queria agradecer a essas pessoas que acreditaram no meu trabalho, no nosso trabalho, no trabalho que vem sendo feito desde 2012. E eu só preciso dizer que o bodyboard está cada vez mais forte e vai melhorar a cada ano. E obrigado a todos que vieram ver o campeonato pela internet, em casa, aqui na praia. Valeu, galera, até a próxima!
É isso aí, ano que vem, Itacoatiara Pro 2016. Julara, agora, por favor, entrega aqui a premiação dos terceiros colocados. Por favor, vamos entregar ali ao Sócrates Santana e ao Gabriel Oliveira. A pequena musa aqui do campeonato vai fazer a entrega, então, desse troféu. Uma salva de palmas para a mascotinha aqui do campeonato. Essa linda mascotinha entregando o troféu aos terceiros colocados. Parabéns aí ao Sócrates e também ao Gabriel Oliveira. Entrega ali, ó, esse de camiseta branca. Muito obrigado. Recebendo também mineirinho aí para comemorar. Com direito a estourar, hein, galera? Agora, eu gostaria de chamar aqui o Fabiano da Toyota SGA. Ele também vai participar aqui dessa entrega da premiação ao vice-campeão Matheus Bastos. Fabiano, muito obrigado aí pela aposta da Toyota SGA, da região oceânica, aqui no Bodyboard, no Itacoatiara Pro 2015. Gostaria de convidar também o Zeca Azevedo, subsecretário de Esporte e Lazer, aqui para cumprimentar o campeão Tanner McDaniel. Tanner is one of our big sponsors, telling you congratulations. Zeca, eu gostaria aqui de um comentário seu aqui a respeito do trabalho da secretaria e também aqui dessa entrega da premiação. Parabéns a vocês e muito obrigado pelo apoio.
Valeu, obrigado a todo mundo presente aí. A presença da galera mostra a força do bodyboard em Niterói e a Secretaria de Esporte vai cada vez mais incentivar e melhorar o Itacoatiara Pro. Valeu, galera, pela presença.
Muito obrigado aí ao subsecretário de Esporte e Lazer da cidade de Niterói, o Zeca Azevedo. A gente agradece mais uma vez e parabeniza a todos os atletas Pro Júnior. Vamos lá, salva de palmas, foto oficial aí da premiação. Valeu, galera. Congratulations. Tanner McDaniel from Hawaii, grande campeão. Ok, galera, liberados. Obrigado, thank you very much. O Alex vai fazer uma foto oficial agora ao lado de vocês. Isso aí, galera, parabéns. Valeu. Congratulations, Tanner. Great job, man. Great job. E agora eu gostaria de ouvir umas palavras aqui rápidas do diretor técnico. O Alex vai dar umas palavrinhas aqui para você, o australiano Alex, que dirige aí o circuito mundial de bodyboard. Alex, great to have you back here. Itacoatiara loves bodyboarding. Bodyboarding loves Itacoatiara. And it's great to have an event like this big here at our beach. So thanks for being here. And what is your impression? How does it look like for you?
Yeah, I want to thank everyone, especially the local community here, for lending us your beach for 2 weeks. So, muito obrigado. Also, I'd like to just thank all the competitors from around the world that have flown out here for this event. I truly want to thank you all. You know, you've kept the tour alive, and also want to thank big thank you to our team, the APB, Chico, and all the judges. And also a big thank you to Giuliano and Bruno for putting this event on. And you know, we envisioned this event to be like this when we first started. Giuliano first started 4 years ago, and you know, it's just it brings me great happiness just to see the support and the growth and what happened here with this event and the sport. So a big thank you to everyone here, to the fans, and the audience was incredible, and it's getting bigger every year. And on behalf of the APB and the whole team, we thank you all for that, and especially the athletes. Thank you.
É isso aí, basicamente aqui fazendo uma rápida tradução. Primeiramente ele agradeceu a comunidade local aqui de Itacoatiara por emprestar esse pico alucinante, esse paraíso aqui ao circuito mundial de bodyboard por 2 semanas praticamente. Então ele começa agradecendo a comunidade, por aí vai. Ele agradece ao esforço do Gil Lara, a equipe técnica liderada pelo Chico Garritano, enfim, a todos os competidores, a todos vocês que estiveram aqui prestigiando o evento. Sem vocês não há por que fazer um evento desse, né? Os patrocinadores estão aqui porque sabem da força do bodyboard e, né, de como vocês gostam desse esporte. Então, antes de mais nada, muito obrigado a todos vocês que estão aqui prestigiando e aos patrocinadores que eu aqui represento na figura da Toyota SGA aqui da região oceânica. Muito obrigado a todos. Já eu vou mencionar o nome de todos os patrocinadores, que isso é muito importante, ok? Então eu gostaria de chamar agora aqui em cima para dar uma palavra para vocês, um cara muito especial. Eu queria chamar aqui um ex-campeão mundial de bodyboard, Guilherme Tâmega, que anunciou a aposentadoria nesta etapa. Nada mais justo do que a gente ouvir a palavra aí do Guilherme Tâmega. Ele que é um ícone desse esporte, é um espelho para quem deseja iniciar no bodyboard. Cara que chegou lá, saiu de Copacabana e foi lá e ganhou 6 vezes o circuito mundial, várias vezes o campeão pan-americano, ISA Games, ganhou tudo que tinha para ganhar. O Guilherme ganhou, galera. Ganha aqui uma placa do Itacoatiara Pro em reconhecimento a todos os seus feitos dentro do esporte. Guilherme, antes de mais nada, parabéns por tudo que você fez, parabéns por ser quem você é e por ter levado a bandeira do Brasil lá em cima sempre. Parabéns, Guilherme, parabéns mesmo.
Eu vou tentar ser resumir um pouquinho tudo aqui para ser rápido. Bem, a história do bodyboard brasileiro começou desde 1980, né? O Marcos Calcung, Cláudio Marques, Xandinho, aquela época das irmãs Nogueira, Stephanie Petersen. Dali veio a nova geração, que fui eu, Marcelo Pedro, Fábio Aquino, a galera toda que veio, meu irmão, representando o Brasil com tudo. Eu segui em frente, segui porque comecei a despontar, comecei a ter objetivos como ser campeão mundial. Depois que eu fui campeão mundial em 94, pela primeira vez, não parei mais. Representando o Brasil sempre, representando vocês. Sempre vou representar vocês. O Brasil tá aqui no meu sangue, entendeu? É contra o gringo mesmo. A gente passa sufoco lá fora, gente, vocês não têm ideia. E, meu irmão, a guerra é real. Quando vai lá pra fora, a guerra é fogo. Então, é isso que eu quero passar para a nova geração, quero passar para os novos talentos. Hoje o Guilherme está deixando as competições, mas nunca vai deixar o bodyboard. Bodyboard é minha vida. Investi minha vida no bodyboard.
E eu quero, hoje eu me concentro em fazer novos campeões. Para mim, ganhar isso aqui não me interessa mais. Eu gosto de desafio. E o desafio novo hoje em dia é fazer os novos campeões. E, com a ajuda de todo mundo, a ajuda do Brasil, a gente vai conseguir fazer muito mais campeões mundiais aí. Valeu, galera. Parabéns a todos do evento. Brasil!
Parabéns, Guilherme Tâmega, valeu pelas palavras aqui do ex-campeão mundial Guilherme Tâmega, ele que agora se dedica à atividade empresarial, tem sua própria marca de prancha, GT Boards, eu tenho certeza que vai arrebentar como sempre arrebentou. Agora eu queria chamar aqui o nosso secretário de Esportes e Lazer da cidade de Niterói, o Bruno Souza, vai chegando por aqui. Quero convidar também os finalistas da categoria profissional. I'd like to invite all finalists from the professional Bodyboarding Division, ok? Amaury Lavem from Reunion Island. O Amaury lá das Ilhas Reunião. Great job, Amaury, once again. Uri Valadão, baiano, campeão do mundo. Quero chamar também o terceiro colocado, o Kalani Latanzi. Kalani que é local aqui da praia, certamente aí sendo ovacionado pela galera. Chega aí, Kalani. E o quarto colocado também, Antônio Cardoso de Portugal. Antônio, o Tubo Man, cara dos tubos aí no campeonato, arrebentou. Antônio Cardoso, surfou demais. Chega aí, Uri Valadão, baianinho aí, campeão do mundo, Uri. Chegando aqui também, representou muito bem. E o Kalani aqui, local de Itaquá, chegando na área agora para ser cumprimentado pela galera. Terceiro lugar aqui, o Kalani. Quero mais uma vez convidar também o Fabiano da Toyota SGA para estar aqui com a gente, representando aí todos os patrocinadores desse campeonato alucinante. Muito obrigado aí mais uma vez ao Fabiano da Toyota. O Gil Lara mais uma vez aqui com a gente. Gil, você pode pegar ali a placa, por favor, do quarto e do terceiro lugares, para a gente premiar aqui o Antônio Cardoso, quarto lugar, e o Kalani Latanzi. Galera, vamos dar um passinho à frente, one step ahead from the back door, ok? Enquanto ele vai premiando o terceiro e quarto lugar, antes da gente... Antes de premiar o grande campeão, segura a placa aí, Gil, segura a placa aí. Antes de premiar o grande campeão, eu queria ouvir a palavra do secretário, que a gente sabe é muito difícil botar um campeonato desse nível na praia. A gente estava conversando mais cedo, a filosofia dessa Secretaria de Niterói não é só fazer mais um campeonato de uma modalidade esportiva, é fazer o campeonato da modalidade esportiva. E eu tenho certeza que ele foi muito bem sucedido, porque o Itacoatiara Pro hoje é o campeonato do bodyboard no Brasil. Então parabéns, secretário, muito obrigado. Como é que é um esforço para poder botar uma estrutura dessa aqui em Itacoatiara e fazer uma referência de um campeonato mundial de bodyboarding?
Primeiro, boa tarde a todos. Eu queria só... Ô, Gil. Na verdade, o que a gente faz aqui, e a gente faz só porque vocês estão aqui, a gente só representa essa galera de Itaquá. Quem cresceu aqui, como eu cresci, a gente se encontra quase todo dia aqui na praia. E a gente faz porque a gente ama muito, não esse esporte, a gente ama muito todos os esportes. E a gente faz porque... A gente faz pela família, e Itacoatiara nada mais é do que um dos melhores lugares do mundo de hospitalidade. Então, a gente vê as pessoas vindo, trazendo suas famílias, a gente vê a mãe do Kalani torcendo em todas as baterias, correndo na praia de um lado para o outro. Então, assim, agradecer mesmo a família e as pessoas que fazem a família de Itacoatiara hoje, Itacoatiara se transformar num dos maiores campeonatos do mundo. O que a Secretaria de Esporte faz é só viabilizar isso tudo que está acontecendo. E aí a gente agradece a todos vocês, né, a população, na verdade, todos os patrocinadores e a toda a galera que faz esporte profissional e com muito amor. E muitas vezes não profissional e com mais amor ainda. Então, a toda a galera da antiga que começou, Guilherme, chapô, meu, muito respeito a todo o seu profissionalismo, a você ter sido esse cara que você foi pro bodyboard, e a todos os cascas grossas aqui da antiga, aqui de Itaquá,
que surfaram muito já por muito tempo, que esses moleques hoje correm atrás e tentam estar no meu lugar parecido com vocês. Muito obrigado para todo mundo que ajuda a gente, que acredita no trabalho da secretaria. Esse campeonato é só para vocês, é só mais um. Ano que vem tem mais. Valeu, galera! É isso aí, galera. Ano que vem tem Itacoatiara Pro 2016. Muito obrigado ao secretário Bruno Souza, muito obrigado mesmo. A gente sabe da dificuldade. Eu quero aproveitar também, agradecer, parabenizar a Toyota SGA. Muito obrigado pelo apoio ao Itacoatiara Pro 2015. Nosso amigo aqui, o Fabiano.
Olá, olá pessoal. Na verdade eu queria agradecer a oportunidade de estar junto com vocês e parabenizar o amigo Bruno Souza, Juliano, Lara. E o evento está excepcional e conforme eles falaram, 2016, se Deus quiser, a SGA vai estar mais forte ainda e vamos fazer bombar isso aí. Aloha!
Valeu, galera. É a Toyota junto com o Bodyboarding. A Toyota junto com o Bodyboard, a gente agradece e muito. É isso aí. Um esporte não vive sem patrocinadores, é importante na hora também de escolher os seus produtos, lembrar quem apoia o esporte que você ama. Isso é muito importante. Vamos dar retorno para quem investe dentro do bodyboarding, tá bem? Então vamos lá, agora eu convido o Fabiano a entregar o troféu aqui ao Uri Valadão de camiseta amarela, vice-campeão. Parabéns, Uri! Uri, atleta de ponta no cenário mundial, já foi campeão do mundo em 2008. Primeira vitória internacional do Uri Valadão, eu lembro, ainda era da comissão técnica, foi lá em Sintra, em Portugal. Não é isso, Uri? Lembro bem, lembro bem. Uri, um atleta casca muito grossa. E agora eu quero convidar o nosso secretário Bruno Souza para entregar o grande troféu de campeão. Segunda vez que, por sinal, a Mauri Lavem leva o Itacoatiara Pro 2015, recebendo das mãos do Bruno Souza, a Mauri Lavem, grande campeão. Parabéns aí, Itacoatiara Pro 2015, recebendo aqui do nosso secretário Bruno Souza, secretário municipal de Esporte e Lazer, aqui de Itacoatiara. Parabéns, galera. Vamos levantar o troféu para a foto oficial. Ok, raise the trophy, a Mauri. Vamos lá, vamos lá. Foto oficial do evento, galera. Eu quero agradecer muito a Prefeitura de Niterói, Toyota SGA, Águas de Niterói, Camona Surf Shop, Mercado Diamante, Mineirinho, Net, o mundo é dos nets, W9 Board Shop, Quatro Cantos, Câmbio Turismo, DX Whey Suplementos, Saboreando, Pés de Pato Capaloa, Construtora Joama, parceiros oficiais aqui, a Rádio Cidade, o Rico Surf, Nikit App, Canal Off. Muito obrigado a todos vocês. Valeu, galera.
Galera, agora tem Bruce Leroy no Event Car da Red Bull.
Falou, galera, e até o Itacoatiara Pro 2016. Valeu!
All right, Steve Action Jackson back in the booth with you guys. There you have it. The event winners have been crowned. Tanner McDaniel from Hawaii winning the Pro Junior Final and winning the men's final. Amaury Laverne now having won this event 2 times in the last 3 years. He came into this event the defending world champion. He leaves this event holding on to that #1 world ranking as we get ready to head off to Chile for the Arica Chilean Challenge and the Antofagasta Bodyboard Festival. The Arica Chilean Challenge, July 17th through July 26th, will be a men's World Tour event and will also be the first women's World Tour event of the year. There you can see group photos going on down in the awards ceremony area. So again, we are getting ready to head off to Arica July 17th through July 26th, the Eureka Chilean Challenge, a men's and women's World Tour event. So stay tuned for that. Meanwhile, keep it tuned to apbtour.com for all of the latest news, updates, highlights, press releases, and live webcast coverage of all of the World Tour events this year on the 2015 APB World Tour. Until Chile, I'm out of here. We'll see you in a few days from the Eureka Chilean Challenge. You.
sonhamos em ter uma loja. Depois começamos a sonhar em trabalhar com as melhores marcas. Também sonhamos em ter uma equipe. E um dia sonhamos com o maior campeonato de bodyboard do mundo.
You know, I think it just gives you access. It's like a key or a doorway into a kinetic world of and you're actually in the medium. So you become part of the, you're in the water, you become part of the water. And bodyboards just give you that access to experience all those little facets and all that beauty that's out there.